Welcome to Paul Fletcher International Raceway. Built in 1994, it plays host to 14 ferocious corners and 1,382 metres of track length. It plays host to the Wera Tools British Kart Championships this weekend, and the 6 classes doing battle with Water Swift, X30s and TKMs taking to the track. The Water Swifts, of course, are brand new for 2023, so keep an eye out of them throughout this entire season, with the Junior X30 and Senior X30 taking place as well. Junior TKM and TKM Extreme join the paddock this year as well for this ferocious first round. Stay tuned throughout all the action. You can catch it live on Motorsport UK's YouTube and Facebook, brought to you by Alpha Live. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Wera Tools British Kart Championships in 2023. It is round 1, it is PFI, and, well, I'm very much excited to get this going. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and, well, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only man all the way from South Wales, it is Henry Burnett in the commentary box.
Anthony, I know you're excited. It doesn't take much to get me excited, but today is a day where everyone should be excited because the 2023 Motorsport UK Wera Tools British Kart Championship officially gets underway. Well, officially it got underway yesterday, but in terms of Alpha Live's coverage, and I cannot begin to say how lucky we are and how grateful we are to have Alpha on board with us once again this year. This is the start of the 2023 season. As you can see, looking at the circuit, it has been a damp morning, Anthony, but the skies are lightening and there are bits of blue, as you can see, now illuminating this fantastic venue, the home of British karting, and what a day we have in store for you today, ladies and gentlemen. There we are. Anthony looking very svelte, me looking like I am as special as my mother always said I was. Here we go. There is a look at the circuit. Where are we? We're in Lincolnshire. We are at Caythorpe, off Stragglethorpe Lane in Lincolnshire. This track, it's established in 1994. Its first event, December 1994, Anthony. You were just a wee pup.
I was 6.
There we go. And what have we got for you today, ladies and gentlemen? Well, yesterday we had a series of very, very exciting heat races. Anthony, you were here all day covering them yesterday. The weather, now, there's a good bit. That's good to start. Later on, that's bad. And then for the presentation, that's good again.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, well, by the time, I needed to go do the interviews down in Parc Fermé.
Yes.
Yeah, the rain stops. If it is raining currently, I'm sending you down. Just
fair enough. That's no problem. I need all the help I can get with my exercise.
Exactly.
But so we had the heats yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
We've got the grids for the pre-finals. Well, the pre-finals in 5 of our classes. In the other class, Junior X30, we have the Repechage. That is the last chance qualification race that will decide the final 6 qualifiers for the pre-finals. And then, of course, this afternoon, the main events, the grand finals themselves. We have got drivers here from all over the world, not just the British Isles. We have got drivers from Hong Kong, from Thailand, from Mexico, from all around the place. This is why they call the British Championship the best national karting series anywhere in the world. And we are starting at one of the finest kart circuits anywhere in the world, Paul Fletcher International, there as some of the members of the marshalling team. Anthony, what did we learn yesterday?
Well, lots happened yesterday. I was here at the circuit. Granted, I was very busy doing interviews and all.
Well, you're a very busy man, Anthony.
I was doing my very best to watch the racing all the way throughout the day. But it was a very interesting day. We saw, obviously, several heats throughout the day. We saw wins. We saw double wins. We saw people who were doing all the way throughout perfect days. We saw people putting on pole, double wins as well. So, it's been a frightful of activity. The weather yesterday, though, was fantastic. The sun was out. Do you know what?
So I saw.
I actually got a bit of sunburn on my arm.
Well,
just on my arm, though, nowhere else. There you can see the grandstands filling up nicely. I'm sure they will fill up a lot more once the races actually get underway. But the first race that we've got kicking off today is actually Junior X30. It's race 14. It's the Repechage. Now, of course, like you say, Repechage, if you don't know what one of those is, basically, if a grid has got more than 36 in it, we have to whittle it down to 36, and this race will do just that. There are 10 drivers starting this race. Only 6 of them will go through.
So the top 28 drivers at the end of the 2 heats, so the 28 drivers that scored the most heat points, they've automatically gone through to the pre-final and the final. The remaining 6 places will be decided in this next race. The drivers you're going to see first of all, they are the drivers that finished 29th through 38th in the point standings after the heat races. Now, we have got several international drivers in this event, so wherever you're watching, please have a look at the Alpha Live YouTube channel, the live chat feature on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. And of course, this event, you can watch it on the Motorsport UK Facebook page, the British Kart Championship Facebook page, I believe, the Motorsport UK YouTube channel, and the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Ansi and myself have got the Alpha Live chat in our commentary box, so we can already see Jasper already can't wait to see all the races. Please let us know where you're watching this event from, who you're cheering for. The drivers here, they've got lots of family members, friends here, but of course there will be people that are watching back home, supporting loved ones, family members, what have you. Let them know where where you're watching from. Let them know that you're supporting them. We'll be able to give them a shout out over the tannoy system here at the circuit. This is a dual broadcast going out to the facility as well as YouTube, and already our what must be our most loyal supporter, Michael Burke. Hello, Michael. Even though you live in Bathurst, Australia, I feel as though we know Michael quite well.
Yes.
But hello, it's 7 o'clock at Baxham. Just got home an hour ago from Lithgow. We race director. Oh, here we go. Race director.
There we go. I'm sure you'll have your comments coming in. You can keep an eye as well throughout the entire day on the live timer. There's Monday Junior Canini. I believe Harrison Mackie just alongside him as well.
Well, it's 2 of the future. Yeah, Monday Junior Canini, again, he's moved over to he's got a new sponsor. He's got a new sponsor. And it's definitely
not Harrison Mackie.
That's Fast Freddie Lloyd.
It is indeed.
That's Fast Freddie Lloyd. Every time you interview him, how's your birthday, Freddie?
And thank you for that, Monday. Perfect.
There we go. Didn't know he was on camera, but there we go. Yeah, but he has a new sponsor this Monday. Right, who's it? Pokemon Eldo. Where? Never heard of it.
Never heard of it.
Nope. Carry on.
PFI.
PFI today for the British Car Championship. That's all you need to know, young man or lady. Or Louise Richardson. Going to Aaron Richardson. Yes, Aaron Richardson, one of our Water Swift drivers. But enough of this chitter-chatter, Anthony Jordan.
Yes.
We're about to go racing. The first race of the day, Junior X30 Repechage. It's up now.
Well, like you say, Henry, Junior X30 Race 14 Repechage is about to take to the circuit. 10 drivers about to do battle in this one, and it was, obviously, these are the drivers who haven't had the best of weekends so far. Qualifying didn't go well. Heats also didn't go well. They find themselves in the danger zone here. 6 go through out of the 10.
The danger zone.
I know.
Highway to the
first
danger
one in
zone.
already.
No, okay, sorry.
Joey Brown then, he starts this one on pole position, qualified 25th place yesterday. He had a 23rd and 16th, so watch out for him. Rocco Shenton actually disqualified from qualifying. Not sure why. I think maybe a front fairing or a bumper issue. He did have to replace that one after qualifying. He starts this one second on the outside row after a 15th and 24th yesterday. Henry Carter and Sam Woolley go from row 2 from Austin Gale, Ollie Rands, Toby Gale and Harry Yule. George Quartermain and Aston Sharp round out the field. There is not many of them. There is a spin out of the pit lane. It was the 95 that did that. That was George Quartermain.
Great new graphics kits, courtesy of Alpha Live. All the timing and scoring solutions you're seeing by Ian Rogers at motorsport-timing.co.uk. There we go. Here is a look at the rolling lap. Watch out for those drivers from Thailand, the Gale brothers, Austin and Toby Gale. Austin in kart 41, Toby in kart 20. Drivers moving up from different classes. Rocco Lee Shenton was in Honda Cadet last year. And who else have we got? Ollie Rands has moved up from Junior TKM. Yes, Uncle Tyrone is in the house already. Looks like Uncle Tyrone's new favourite driver is Kalai Atkins. Can Kalai win?
Well,
of course he can.
Of course he can.
First one of the season in. Let's have a look. Now, we'll concentrate on this next race. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Joey Brown from Optima Performance on the pole position. There he is in kart number 11. Rocco Shenton, the privateer driver, on the croc kart. On the outside, the driver with a white nose cone, black NASA panel. Everyone else behind. They come out of the Mike Wilson complex into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off and racing for the first time in 2023 into the Bruno Ferrari S's, under the bridge and out onto the banking. It's a good, clean start from all 10 drivers, Anthony.
Yeah, indeed. Very nice, clean start. Joey Brown crucially gets away, though, well. He leads this one as they go over the literal bridge. Down the hill they go in towards hairpin number 1. Under pressure, though, from Shenton. Shenton's furious and is saying, no, don't defend, let's go! And a big sideways moment there under braking for Joey Brown. And I suspect Brown is somewhere else as well.
That was Code Brown. And in every single way, but excellent kart control as they come out of the second hairpin, up the short chute towards the Fullerton S's. Shenton trying to just push Brown away now. He doesn't want the battle. And, of course, Joey Brown, again, maybe not used to being in this type of situation. So, you know, he's unsure of how to play this, but he's got plenty of karts between him and the bubble. They come out of the Mike Wilson complex to the final chicane and onto the start-finish straight to complete lap number 1 of this 10-minute plus 1 lap race. Flat out through the Bruno Ferrari S's and under the bridge, out onto the banking. This is turn number 2. Down the order. Good start, Anthony. All 10 drivers. No one's thrown themselves out of the contention yet.
No, everyone's still running pretty well. Sector times, though, looking good for Joey Brown. It was a fastest first lap as he got the getaway. Henry Carter, though, for Croc Promotion, a driver who we would usually see up at the sharp end.
IAME Cadet last year. So,
yeah.
Of course, there's been for those who are not familiar with the structure of British karting, there's been a lot of new changes in age groups and things. That the mini X30 class, so that mini sort of gap has gone. So we've seen Henry Carter jumping straight out of IAME Cadet into juniors. There's Aston Sharp, the Scottish driver in the number 25 Mick Barrett racing kart. Now, Aston yesterday, looking at the results, qualified 14th fastest yesterday, Anthony, but 2 really bad results in his heat. So he's obviously quick over a single lap, 14th fastest out of the 38 drivers that entered this class. And there he goes, making a move out onto the banking. But again, we've got a 3-kart breakaway. Who's that in third place? That's Henry Carter in third place. Ollie Rands, junior TKM last year in the number 27 MDL Motorsport kart. Now moving it across to junior X30. Oh, Henry Carter going to get locked up under braking there, Anthony.
Yeah, setup not really there at the moment for him as he tries to squeeze Ollie Rands a little bit there to stop him losing any more places. Gets through, but he does tumble way down the order now. So big moment there for Henry Carter. So really struggling with that Croc Promotion car out there. It's
just looked as though he was a little bit too lively going for brakes. Dived onto the brakes to avoid the collision. Good kart control, but the back end stepped out. Now, is that the number 41 car? That's Austin Gale. He's got the CRG race suit on. Austin and Toby, I believe, now they are familiar to me through Rotax Grand Finals or possibly IAME Euro Series.
IAME Euro Series,
IAME
yeah.
Euro
Both raced
Series
out at Marienburg last weekend for the second round of the championship.
Oh, yes, of course. Dear.
Oh,
And there's
several
3
carts off.
Oh, my word. And that is the number 32. Okay, so that was Sam Woolley, potentially. So there's been an incident there. There's a Carter going... well, the marshal has got to the kart. We'll keep an eye on that going out of the... It was Sam Woolley, number 34.
And I think Harry Yule's gone off as well.
Harry Yule has stopped as well. Now, the yellow flag is waving. There is a marshal with Sam Woolley. And the Battenberg flags are out already. So obviously, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to show that incident. Hands in the air for all the drivers. Now, that is the number 27 of Ollie Rands, who has slipped back to 7th position. I'll keep an eye on the track. Anthony, you can keep an eye out the commentary box window just to make sure there, because as you said, drivers have got friends and family watching. But yeah, so Sam Woolley has come out of his kart, and there's a marshal and a paramedic there with him. He's just sitting adjacent to his kart at the moment. The leader's going to the inside of him out of harm's way. We're under a Battenberg flag, so that yellow and black quartered flag signifies it's like a full pace car situation. We've got 5.5 minutes of this race to go, and there was a bit of a chain reaction going out onto the banking there between 3 or 4 karts. And sadly, Sam Woolley was the driver that copped the worst of it. Now, half distance with Joey Brown, Rocco Shenton, Aston Sharp, Henry Carter, George Quartermain and Austin Gale, the top 6. They are your 6 transfer drivers at the moment. The clock is still ticking down. On your screens there, it's got 6 minutes and 16 seconds to go. Well, that is not as that's not correct. There's actually 4 minutes and 45 seconds to go. So, yeah, we haven't. The race clock hasn't stopped. The race hasn't stopped. You can see there at the corner of your screens. And the driver, Anthony,
is up on his feet and walking to the ambulance that is positioned out on circuit.
Okay, so that's perfect. That's great news. So for Sam's family and friends who aren't here at the circuit, Sam obviously a little bit stunned initially when he was ejected from the seat of his wagon, but he is now absolutely fine, having a chat with the paramedic, helmet off. They are going to go back under race conditions, I believe, next time around. We've got 3 minutes and 55 seconds to go. So it's going to be Brown, Shenton, Sharp, Carter, Quartermain, Austin Gale. So Ollie Rands, Toby Gale and Harry Ewell. They are the 3 drivers left in the race, currently not qualified for the pre-final and the final.
Green flag goes back out. And Joey Brown gets the good getaway again. Shenton has latched onto the back of him and will instantly try to go on the offensive here. And
wow, great move.
It was indeed. Round the outside, gets it done. And actually, Brown's gone down to 3rd place now. So Aston Sharp up into P2 now as they all dive into it. Like you say, 3 minutes to go. The top 6 go through. Effectively, these top 3 don't really need to battle. They need to work together to break away because that group there is more than 6 drivers. So anyone there has got an opportunity, and it's all kicking off. Keep an eye on the 41 of Austin Gale just in the background because he's in the prime opportunity here to gain places. They've got to be careful now as they go through the S's. Back now down in towards Bobby Game corner, tucking to the inside there. Again, George Quartermain just trying to get that cut down the inside, runs a little bit wide, and I believe that is Toby Gale now just going through as well. So gaining those positions, back out of the final section they go, onto the start-finish line. Shenton leads the way then as they make their way back across the line. 2.5 minutes to go on this one. Joey Brown going for the lead through turn 1. Nicely done. Retakes it.
Just got a great slipstream off Rocco Shenton. Now watch the nose combs as well. When Rocco Shenton was backing everybody up into the first hairpin, or sorry, the second hairpin, a lap ago, there was a lot of like concertina effect, people bumping into each other. A dropped front fairing penalty is 5 seconds. It's not appealable because of the Battenberg flag situation. That means there's no gaps. If anybody gets a nose cone penalty, that is a 5-second penalty, that's going to drop them out of the top 6 because the entire field, all 9 remaining runners, are within 1.4 seconds of driver number 11, the Optima Performance number 11 kart of Joey Brown.
I just, at the corner of my eye there, Aston Sharp's nose cone looks a bit wobbly.
Well, we'll have to wait
and
see. It's not dragging, but again, obviously with the bumps here at PFI, obviously no suspension on the kart. Every single bump is accentuated on the kart. There goes Aston Sharp up the inside of Rocco Shenton for P2. Does he make it stick? Yes, he does. Rocco Shenton on the outside is going to lose 2 places, 3 places potentially. He's down to 4th, and he's now got Rands right behind him.
Yeah, indeed, very interesting development here as again, you've got to watch out. Yeah, Austin Gale just trying to go for that move down the inside there. Again, this is heating up now because now drivers have got to be very, very careful. You've got a breakaway. Question mark over that nose cone, though, for Aston Sharp in 2nd place. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one as the race goes on. There's 50 seconds left. Plus that 1 lap. They've got a couple more laps in this one. The battle, though, is here. This is what we need to see. The battle for 6th place is still heating up, I think.
A trio of crocs.
Exactly. They've all got to be careful here because they'll all be off their Christmas card list.
But, I mean, this is 7th, 8th and 9th.
Yes.
These drivers are battling for the first driver not qualified for the final, which begs the question, why are they battling? it's helping number 41, Austin Gale. So George Quartermain, Toby Gale, and Harry Ewell, there they are on your screen, side by side. They're getting further and further away from the transfer spot.
They are indeed.
That's a big display of inexperience, I have to say. Rocco Shenton giving the signal to Ollie Rand, saying, no, come on, let's just push. And Ollie Rand's going, yep, I'm with you all the way, Rocco. And Austin Gale's thinking, this British karting malarkey, it's a bit intense, this is, but I'm going to just carry on and follow you. While everybody else has fun and games behind. Of course, you do want to be, in some ways, being 7th isn't a bad thing, because if any one of the top 6 has a problem, you're the first driver that inherits a place into the finals by virtue of somebody else getting a penalty or an exclusion. However, you don't want to risk that, but you don't want to just teeter on the edge of elimination by coming 7th. You want to get into that top 6 as we begin the final lap, Anthony.
We do indeed, and there you can see Rocco Shenton just saying to Ollie Rand's behind, just think, let's not battle, we're in, we're through, let's just get to the end.
Now, Aston Sharp, you were mentioning earlier, our race leader, Aston Sharp, you were looking at his nose cone earlier saying it looked a little bit wobbly. He needs to finish 5 seconds, above 5 seconds in front of 7th position, George Quartermain. Because Quartermain has been battling with Toby Gale and Harry Ewell so much, at the moment, at the start of this lap, Aston Sharp 4.5 seconds in front. He wants to get another half a second just to make himself safe and secure in case there's a nose cone penalty.
Yes, indeed. Well, can he open that up a little bit much? He does do a little bit there, only a 0.02 of a second. It's not quite enough. Out the final corner they go then, your race leaders. Aston Sharp, they'll take the checkered flag from Joey Brown and Henry Carter. No dramas there. Shenton, you can see coming through across the line now. Now, where's the gap? It's only 4.6. So, if Aston Sharp, if I'm right in saying of what I saw, if his nose cone is wobbly.
And I've got to say, look at that on the last lap. Toby Gale,
fastest lap. He was
lap
on
of
it.
the race. That only gets him 8th place, but it keeps him within 5 seconds of the race leader. There's Aston Sharp on the Mick Barrett Racing Gillard chassis. Joey Brown 2nd. So provisionally, Anthony, your 6 qualifiers unofficially from the repechage in Junior X30: Aston Sharp, Joey Brown, Henry Carter, Rocco Shenton, Ollie Rand and Austin Gale. Unofficially, the 4 drivers that won't transfer: George Quartermain, Toby Gale, Harry Ewell and Sam Woolley. I have to say, Croc Promotion losing at least 3 of their drivers in that race. They won't make it through to the final. But George Quartermain, he'll be the driver sitting there thinking, okay, come on, if anyone gets a nose cone penalty in front of me, he's the first driver in. One of the Gale siblings is in, the other one is out, even though Toby set the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, exactly. Really showing the pace there. Getting through the field. Unfortunately, like you say, just finishing this one in P8. Was in that 5 second. But still, if there is only just the one nose cone penalty on there, he will only finish this one in P7. He still will miss the cusp by a whisker. Well, those karts will make their way back into the pit lane. And we will see what will happen at the results later on. We'll see who goes through later. The Junior X30 Pre-final is actually the last race before the lunch break, and then we kickstart with the finals after that. So they will be the last final of the day as well. So if you are a Junior X30 fan...
Oh, I am.
Oh, good. You've got a while to wait.
Oh, have I? Oh.
Yeah.
What am I going to do between then?
Well, you can watch the next race.
Can I?
You can indeed.
Excellent.
Which is race 15. It's Pre-final. It's Water Swift, and it is the restricted class.
Oh. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, your first view in the British Championship of the new Water Swift class. This is the restricted class. It is for drivers in the slightly younger end of the age bracket, age between 8 and 12 years old. It's the first time we saw Water Swift as a guest class in the IAME O Plate last year. We saw them at the Kart Masters, the Grand Prix. Now they make their debut in the British Championship, and we have got again a really good variety of drivers coming over to this class from a number of different disciplines. We've got drivers in this class coming up from Bambino, from Honda, and from IAME. So again, all the available, potential routes from up to this point. We have got, here's a look at some of the drivers yesterday, Anthony. I obviously wasn't here yesterday, you were, but it looks like it was a very, very good day for Mason Brooks.
It was indeed, yeah. Put it on pole position in qualifying and then bagged himself 2 race wins. It wasn't easy, he had to fight for it, but, like I say, solid weekend so far. The driver who started a little further down, Austin Newton, starting this one in 2nd place. Did qualify 3rd, yeah, there he is on your screen. Finished 2nd and a 6th yesterday.
There's a look at Austin Newstead. Now, he is on a BRK chassis. That is, well, good to see. I saw Chris Hawes, the brains behind the BRK chassis, a couple of years ago. Well, maybe, do you know what, nearly 10 years ago.
Go on.
BRK, that chassis, not that particular chassis, but the BRK chassis was the kart to beat in Honda Cadet. The likes of Mark Kimber raced on a BRK, back in the day, and Chris Hawes has come back with that team. He's got a relationship with the BMR Restart team, and they have got the 2021 British Bambino champion Austin Newstead on board, leading the charge. There is a driver for one of the new teams in the paddock, Toby George Motorsport. That's Colby Patterson. Another driver has come out of the Bambino graduate, 2nd in the 2021 Bambino Championship. Toby George, long-time mechanic, spent a bit of time out in the Middle East, now is back here setting up his own team in the UK. What's good to see, last year in IAME Cadet, I don't really don't say IAME Cadet anymore, but the class that preceded this, it was just Fusion and ORM.
Yes.
Nobody else. A couple of privateers, but if you were on one of those two, in one of those two teams, you were pretty much nowhere.
Yeah.
In this class, we have got drivers. We've got drivers from Croc. We've got drivers from Argenti, Toby George, obviously Fusion and Oliver Ola Motorsport. We've got some privateers, drivers from the BMR Restart team, from Evolve Motorsport. So we've got 8 different teams represented, and we've got lots of different chassis as well. We've got the KR, the Kart Republic chassis. We've got several Paralins, some Birrells, a couple of EKSs, the aforementioned British race, the BRK. So we've got, again, a bigger variety of chassis as well, which I think bodes well for the future of the class.
No, exactly. There was a bit of shake-up in qualifying, though.
Was
Maybe
it?
It can come up with a few things, with teething issues. It's a brand new series. I know that a lot of drivers. I could see that
there were several drivers that didn't qualify.
Yeah, there were 4 non-qualifiers in that one, and Harry Williams was one of them. Alfie Davidson, Nathaniel Hodges, and your driver who's starting this one, P6, Oliver Warner. All didn't make qualifying. Now, I'm not sure if it was
He's got a
DSQ.
great 2nd place in one of them. So Oliver's gone from the back of the grid to up to P2.
Yeah.
There's a last couple of words of encouragement. There's a that mechanic? That's Mateo Garcia. So Mateo Garcia started at the back of the grid, our young Mexican driver.
Yeah.
Again, we've got Christian Kobe, who's from the Republic of Ireland. Obviously drives from the United Kingdom. But then, Mateo Garcia for Oliver Ola Motorsport. There he is. Now, let's try and see. What's that on the... Is that something for fun? For sun? I race for sun? I come to... or for fun? I think it's for fun. Good lad.
Should make sense if it's for fun.
Makes perfect sense.
Indeed. Engines fire up then, and...
We've got Ronnie Carter. So this is Ronnie's mum. I know. Do you know how I know it's Ronnie's mum? Because she's typed Ronnie's mum in there, saying, good luck, Ronnie Ray Carter, super proud of you. Lynn House, good luck to George House. Freddie Lloyd, he'll be out a little bit later on. Here we go. Here's your starting lineup. Mason Brooks and Austin Newstead on row number 1. Christian Kobe and Ronnie Carter, row number 2. George House and Oliver Warner on row number 3.
Opposite, Austin Gibson and Colby Patterson, they go from row 4 from Henry Clark and Charlie Clough. They round out the top 10 on row number 5. Nathaniel Hodges and Frederick Wood, they round out the top 12 on row number 6.
Alfie Davidson, Harry Williams, Daniel Ferguson, Joshua Cook, Jonty Restrick and Mateo Garcia round out your 18-strong grid. And I think they have all successfully made it off the dummy grid and out onto the circuit. There is a look at the bridge through turn number 4, down the hill towards hairpin number 1. Obviously, we are superbly grateful, or we're extremely grateful for the support of our sponsors. You can see Demon Tweaks, the very well-positioned banner there. Oh, dear, and that is a chain guard, not very well-positioned. Why is it not very well-positioned, Anthony? Because it's fallen off. And that is the number 93. That is Nathaniel Hodges, the Evolve Motorsport. Well, I was speaking to Chris Lamar. Chris Lamar, the Evolve Motorsport team boss, took a lot of last season off because he had a baby. Well, he didn't have a baby. His much better half, much better half, had a baby, and he's back in the paddock. But obviously, those late nights have not done very well because he's forgotten to put that train card on that kart, and sadly, Nathaniel Hodges' race is over before it even begins.
Yep, that is a big shame. You'll see the gap there that will appear in the grid. Here we go then, out of the final corner into the tramline. Second time of racing today. It's the first pre-final, and it's Water Swift Restricted. Down they go in towards turn number 1. Great start from Mason Brooks. Holds onto that race lead. Austin Newstead holding onto that outside line as well. Sweeps his way through as they all fire the way up the banking for the first time. Nice, clean getaway, and 3 wide as they enter onto the bridge just to the back of shot there. They'll reappear as they cross the bridge down the hill. One of the karts going a little bit wide there, and then it's all good down into hairpin number 1. Nice, clean breakaway.
3 wide at the back of the packet, of course. Oh, and the braking, that goes the Fusion Motorsport number 46, Alfie Davidson, locking it up and getting it all wrong going into the first hairpin, but Alfie is back underway right at the back of the field. And again, Mason Brooks, he's got cousin Maureen is cheering on. Plenty of support on the online chat. Great to see. Well, we've had Uncle Tyrone, Nanny June, and now we got cousin Mo. Yeah. Sounds like one of the members of the EastEnders or something like that. There was Mo in EastEnders, wasn't there?
Yeah, I think so.
That's right. Yeah. But, anyway, cousin Mo is watching Mason Brooks pulling out an impressive advantage on this, the opening lap of the race. 3 karts, nose to tail, second, third and fourth. Austin Gibson, George House and Oliver Warner all working to try and catch him, but Warner already at the inside into P3, passing George House.
Yes, indeed. So, big shake-ups there. Austin Newstead, despite the relatively decent getaway, he has dropped down the order, unfortunately, into P9, so he's dropped off that front row, which is a big shame. Nice little breakaway there for your top 4. Battle, though, raging for second. Just behind that, though, George House there in P4 as well. You've got Ronnie Carter, Charlie Clough, Colby Patterson, Austin Newstead changed the second place spot, though, as Ollie Warner gets past Gibson, moves him down into third place. So Gibson here under pressure now from his teammate George House. And George will have to be careful here. These two could work together now. They could close that gap and go through, but
they won't.
George House will think against that, and he'll go for the move on Gibson, and now move up into P3. So shake-ups there with the top order. Still 10 minutes to go as they go out of the final corner, back across the start-finish line. Still a long way to go in this race.
Indeed, it is. And, of course, this is the Repechage. This sets the grid for the main final. It's Brooks by 0.4 of a second over Warner. Warner setting a new fast lap. And, again, it's worth reminding you that even though Oliver Warner failed to qualify yesterday, he came from 18th on the grid to up to 9th in the first race, second in the second heat. He's now running P2, so easily he has got, if not the fastest, one of the fastest, but this is the first opportunity he's really had to go toe-to-toe with Mason Brooks, who is so far undefeated this weekend. A 5-second penalty for Mateo Garcia. That would be for out of formation at the start, I would imagine.
Yeah, something so early on into a race you would suggest such a thing, which is a big shame for him. Joining us for the first time this season in this class. So all the way from Mexico as well. Long way he's travelled for that one, and to get a penalty. So look, it's only the pre-final though.
And it's the first round of the championship. He's coming here to learn British racing, to learn British karting. So learn he is. And that is one mistake he won't be making again, because his team will explain what is the problem. Austin Gibson, new fast lap, 1 minute 6.83 seconds. Gibson, a really good start from Gibson, who started, I'm just looking back to see where Gibson started, 7th on the grid, running in P3 in the number 52 kart. One driver we haven't mentioned since the start is Austin Newstead, who has dropped from the outside of the front row down to P7. However, he is not far off the lead. Well, he's in that second group of karts. We've got a group of 4 and then a chasing pack of 2. Colby Patterson is in 6th position in kart number 24.
And
the Toby George
Motorsport
kart. So that's Patterson up into 5th position. Newstead is the next, not the 33 kart. He's the kart behind the 33. So from the front row of the grid, Newstead has gone backwards so far, but he still has 7.5 minutes plus a lap to make that ground up, Anthony.
Well, he's on the charge again because he did drop down to about P9, so he's actually gained places.
Right, okay,
so, yeah, he is on a fight back at the moment. Change for the lead, though, as Oliver Warner goes past Mason Brooks up the banking. Nice clean move, and now through goes, oh, is that 2 for 1 there? Is that Austin Gibson? Fastest lap of the race. He tried to go for 2 for 1. Can only settle for second, and actually I think he's going to lose that one as well, as he's under pressure here from Brooks, and he is going to send it down the inside. Is Mason Brooks. He holds on to P2. Crucially, though, that's allowing George House, Colby Patterson, Ronnie Carter, Newstead to start to close back in, but Warner leads the way for Argenti Motorsport, looking comfortable out there. The setup looking well.
Question is now, Mason Brooks has done a lot of winning. Can he now fight back from being passed, and he's now in the thick of a battle? Can he... You know, he's been defending his lead. Now he's got to attack to regain his lead. And this is what I got to say, Anthony. I love this situation. It's a new class. So these drivers, they haven't been able to race against each other in their current teams very much. No. Obviously, there have been warm-up events, club meetings and what have you, where most of these drivers, or some of these drivers, will have participated in. But unlike previous years where, you know, the established IAME class, you know, where every driver has known everyone else in the class. A lot of these drivers are new to one another. They've come out of Honda, they've come out of IAME, they've come out of Bambino to race in this class. There's new teams, obviously a new engine, new drivers. They're all learning how each other operates.
Yes. You
know, which means that we're going to, the start of the season is going to be absolutely fascinating as all these young boys and girls, men and women, just discover how their rivals drive and who they can work with, who they can trust, you know, who's a little bit wild, who's more, you know, aggressive, and who is more sort of passive. It's a really fascinating picture that will unfold before your eyes.
Yes, indeed. And like you say, it's a long season to go as well. They've got plenty of races left this year as well, not just in this championship, but of course in others across the UK, and one-off events as well throughout the year, especially here at PFI. You've got Kart Masters coming up at the end or beginning of August, actually, for that one. That's going to be a very exciting weekend. Looking forward to that one. And of course, these drivers will race at this one for the majority of them. Mason Brooks now fastest lap of the race.
No, Alfie Davidson now fast lap of the race. Down in 16th position after that spin on the opening lap. He is, again, using the draft, using the slipstream, catching other karts. He's already passed Harry Williams to move into 16th position, but we've got to change up the front, Anthony.
We do indeed. It is all kicking off here as Warner now holding on to that lead. And now it's all chopping and changing as, now who is that? It's the 52. It's Austin Gibson who's back up into second place. Yep. George House still there in fourth. Mason Brooks still holding on to third place, but they are just now becoming that. Well, it's a question mark really of whether or not Patterson and Newstead can start to close in, because Newstead's there in now P6, so he's got past Newstead. Ronnie Carter. Yep. So that's now starting to heat up, and if these four keep battling the way they are, you just see them at the back of shot. That there are only one corner between the two of them.
Exactly. Let's check the gap between fourth and fifth last time around was 1.6 seconds. It's now 1.9. So even though these top four are... it's now got a top three, because that is George House in fourth position, just beginning to fall off the back of this lead group. They were side by side for second. Yellow flags waving going under the bridge. The three... Well, we've now got a group of two. There comes Colby Patterson in fifth position, down towards hairpin number one. Newstead is working with him. Now, these two, they know each other well from the Bambino class 2 years ago and from the IAME class last year. And the Toby George, number 24 of Colby Patterson, and the BMR restart, number 74 of Austin Newstead, working together. But as things stand, they're not closing in on the race leaders. They've actually got the number 99 of Christian Colby and the number 33 of Ronnie Carter not too far behind them either. 3 minutes plus 1 second to go, and we haven't quite established why or who the yellow flag on the bridge was for, or going under the bridge, but it appears as though possibly John T. Restrick?
No, I don't think so. Now, there's no one stopped on track. They're all still going round. Now, there are some marshals there. I think, I don't know, maybe debris or something like that.
Something might have fallen off a cart. There's lots of banners around the circuit, so maybe one of them had worked loose. Or there is a pond there, and we have had a race stoppage, yellow flags before, for wildlife on the track. There was a duck.
There was a
couple of years ago. There was a duck made its way onto the track.
Interesting.
And went for a little waddle mid-race.
Absolutely quacking that.
Which would have been very unfortunate for the duck if a cart had hit it.
Yes.
Although, for anyone with a tub of orange sauce in the paddock, it would be very fortunate. Anyway, back to the racing, 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, indeed. Interesting, interesting. Well, isn't it good to be back for British karting, ladies and gentlemen? We're talking about absolute rubbish here. Less than 2 minutes ago, Mason Brooks now dropping down back into second place. Oliver Warner leading the way.
Yeah, those four of Constantine together. We've got a 3-kart battle now. Newstead, Patterson and Christian Kobe. Christian Kobe, new fastest lap, but the gap is still over 2 seconds between these three. Those two have separated now, 5th, 6th and 7th. It's now Newstead in 5th. I don't think that Newstead, with 90 seconds plus a lap to go, has got the pace to close the gap.
No, indeed, as Colby Patterson and Ronnie Carter going side to side there.
Oh, Colby!
Oh, dear,
Patterson over
bumpy.
the grass. And that sorts that out. Behind them, Ronnie Carter in 8th, Frederick Wood 9th, Charlie Clough 10th. Then it is Alfie Davison, Henry Clark, Daniel Ferguson, Harry Williams, Joshua Cook, Matteo Garcia and Jonty Restrick, the 17 drivers still running.
Yes.
But Anthony, now it's all eyes on the front.
Yes, it is indeed, as there's 1 minute to go, plus that one additional lap. Warner still leads from Brooks. The top four still very close here. Watch Brooks out of the final corner. Crucially, can he get a run here in towards turn number 1? Is he going to think about it? No, he's not. He's going to stay there in P2. Crucial stuff. And actually, this is probably smart driving because he's thinking, right, okay, I'm done having carts behind me now. I think I want to start breaking away. So maybe he's just going to latch onto the back here and wait for an opportunity. But he's got to be careful, though, because Gibson is still there. He's actually latched onto the back with them. So he's latched onto that slipstream. And if he can maintain that, it will be a tough battle for all three of them.
Yeah, because Mason Brooks is in a situation where if he goes offline to try and pass the race leader,
he'll lose it.
He'll lose second place. Yeah. Gibson will very, very gratefully inherit the position. So Brooks, you saw him coming down the hill off turn 4 into that first hairpin, really pushing Warner along, even though he could have easily moved out and tried to make the move and make the pass. He is, although as the clock strikes 0, they'll be starting the last lap next time around. Mason Brooks is going to have to manufacture a gap from somewhere, Anthony.
Yes, it'll be this time around, Henry.
This time around. Next time around? This time around?
This time around.
Well, it was next time. Now it's this time around. Okay.
Well, yeah, okay. We can have that argument until the sun goes down. And again, they go across the line. Now, Mason Brooks there, still in second. I thought he went for the look there. Yeah.
Now Warner is beginning to defend. There goes Brooks, side by side over the bridge. Brooks forces Warner wide.
Then
runs wide himself. He's going to open the door for the ORM cart. Oh, that's from one end of the track to the other as Brooks tries to make that Fusion Motorsport kart very wide indeed, and he's now going to open the door for George House.
Yeah, George House 2 for 1 there through the first hairpin, but he's left the door open, and again back goes through Oliver Warner and Mason Brooks side by side. Again, this is just to sort out the grid for the final later on, and well, if anything, the final later on is going to be even more exciting. There's a bit of contact between the two of them, and Warner drops down to 4th now. He gets squeezed off the track, and Brooks inherits the lead. Gibson still there as well in second place as they all try to squabble for position. Austin Newstead's now back into the fray. That's how quickly he can close up in these tight situations, but it's only a pre-final. It will determine the grid for later on's final, and it will be Mason Brooks who takes the win. A perfect weekend so far. It was a pole in qualifying, a win in Heat 1 and Heat 2, and now for the pre-final he takes another race win from Gibson and House, the top 3. Brilliant race there.
And he remains undefeated again. It got a little bit forceful and a little bit desperate in the last lap and a half, I'd say. But again, these are the youngest drivers we've got here, age between 8 and 12. Mason Brooks is just 8 years old because he did most of last year as a 7-year-old. So there he is. Great, again, really grateful to the Alpha team. Again, we're getting more graphics, more photographs. The whole team have worked really hard there to get a little bit more personality out of the drivers. They can watch that. But you have Austin Gibson in second place, behind Mason Brooks by 0.2 of a second. George Howes in third. Austin Newstead fourth. Oliver Warder, a pretty disgruntled fifth, I would imagine. Christian Colby is sixth. Colby Patterson seventh. 2.28 seconds separate the top seven, with Ronnie Carter, Frederick Wood, Charlie Clough, Alfie Davidson, Henry Clark, Harry Williams and Joshua Cook next in line. Questions coming in on the live chat, Anthony, before we get to the next race. Are this, terrible grammar, Huggins 72, are these X30 engines in a mini chassis? The answer is...
No. They are a water swift. They are an IAME engine, but they're a water swift engine.
And they're on a cadet chassis.
The 950.
The 950 cadet chassis, not the 900.
Not the 900. So a little bit of a change then from the Gazelle engines from last year.
Going back to the wildlife discussion that we had earlier, Michael Burke, we had 9 kangaroos to get off the track today before we start the event. He was racing. He was at Lithgow Kart Club in Bathurst, Australia. So yes. Well, we had a Joey in the first race. That was Joey Brown.
Yes, true.
Sorry, I'm here all day.
Gone are the days, well, there never were the days of clearing kangaroos off British circuits. I mean, they don't exist here. Well, they do in zoos. But...
They exist.
They exist.
They're not
a present in the UK.
Britain is not a natural habitat for a kangaroo.
For a kangaroo, no. But it would be fantastic. I reckon they'd
Have you seen a
excel
kangaroo
here.
up close?
I have. They're terrifying.
They're absolutely terrifying. I did see Marcus Ambrose in the Bathurst 1000.
Go on, yeah.
Decrease the amount of kangaroos in the world by 1 on live TV. Because, yes, Skippy didn't skip.
No.
Thank you, Michael. Right, enough of this madness, Anthony Jordan.
We've got
2 great races.
We do.
But it's about time we hear from some of the people that make this event possible.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.
Well, there's a look at one of the new initiatives, Motorsport UK TV, which will be gracing your screens various places around the interweb this year. And great to see Motorsport UK really sort of taking the plunge, you know, and publicising grassroots motorsport a lot more. But the next event, Anthony, this is the main this is the unrestricted.
Yes.
Not the main water swift class. No. Let's not upset those in the restricted class. This is the unrestricted water swift class.
Yes.
And this is where we find a lot of the top contenders from last year's IAME and Honda championships that aren't old enough to move up yet.
So
explain.
Well, okay, yes, I was listening, but I wasn't. These engines
Yes.
60cc.
Yes.
10 brake horsepower,
Ooh.
unrestricted.
All 10,
mighty,
right.
mighty
Yes.
engines, all 10 of them. And, you know, actually relatively pokey. They've got some waft, these karts. They do get round this PFI track very
First
quickly.
waft of the day, ladies and gentlemen.
That is indeed first waft of the day. Back of the grid there, you can see Max Yule getting themselves lined up. On the other side, at the back
now
here,
there is a quick glimpse of the. Well, there's one of the Toby George cars. We
Yeah.
just saw there one of the Oracle Motorsport kart. New team. There it is, the number 18 kart of
Noah
Curtis.
And there's another one there.
There's another. That's the
George
number
Clark.
42, George Clark. Very impressive new team in the paddock. They've got hospitality and everything.
That was looking narrow away. You could just see going past. Like Measures, Archie Owen, Kanish Grau.
There's
again.
a Welshman there,
Just-
number
yeah,
14,
yeah.
Archie Owen.
Yep.
He's a Welsh. There's Kanish Grau.
Yeah, indeed.
Excellent.
One driver also disqualified from qualifying, so again, not
dear.
sure what that's happening. Jacob Batcher there as well. Ethan Woodward, there he is. Jarlath Sayer, morning Jarlath. And then we go to a little further on, Finley Lines jumping in. He's not even in his cart yet. There we go, sorted out. Will Green for the Jamie Green Racing outfit. You can just see him there, getting himself last few words of encouragement. And then last year's IAME Cadet champion,
Yes.
Jesse Phillips, who starts this one on pole position.
And I was looking at there, so we've got several drivers. I mean, looking at there, Jensen Ackerman stays with Fusion Motorsport. Aaron Richardson and George Edgar, they also stay with Fusion Motorsport. Harrison Rogers in there, and there is Derek Warwick in the grandstand watching his. Let's not upset Mr. Warwick. His grandson. Uncle, grandson, not his son, great grandson. Great, he's not that. Derek Warwick's not that old. I'm so sorry, Derek. I'm sorry for my colleague. But no, Harrison Rogers here. Great to see. We saw Harrison at Kart Masters last year.
Yeah. And
he's with the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team. Oliver Rowland Motorsport rejuvenated this year. I think they're a bit of a chastening 2022, but yes, they're back with a vengeance this year. Again, a great variety of chassis, of teams, which bodes really well. And of course, we've got a Fusion Motorsport 1-2, but Jamie Green Racing. Can't tell you how impressed I am with how that team are growing, coming on in I say leaps and bounds. No, they're slowly and surely getting themselves together. They're concentrating and focusing on a small number of drivers, improving those drivers step by step by step. They're not suddenly opening the doors and having 50 drivers in the team and, then getting a bit lost. One bit by bit, they are getting up to become one of the major contenders. So we've got Fusion, Oliver Rowland Motorsport, Jamie Green Racing. We've got Argenti in this race. We've got MDL Motorsport. We have got Croc Promotion, Toby George Motorsport, BMR Restart, Optimum Performance, Oracle Motorsport. So a great variety of teams. That's what you want to see. It was great last year, Anthony, talking about the tactical battle. Dan Ashton on screen, everybody. Dan Ashton on screen. Dan Ashton is on your screen, everybody.
Doesn't have blue shoes anymore.
Red shoes today.
Red shoes now.
But it was great fun talking about the Fusion versus ORM battle, but it's not necessarily great for the class. Oh, look at those.
Fine
red
example.
Zaps. So a wide variety is the spice of life. This is, again, really good to see. A number of different teams of chassis, engine tuners. Really good start, to the class, I have to say.
Yes, indeed.
Meanwhile, on the live chat, ladies and gentlemen, we are having I think our Australian friends are sort of one-upping who's had the best car versus kangaroo accident in Australia.
Yes.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
So we're really grateful for your support. There go the mechanics.
Thanks for your input.
The grid, and hopefully, what we want to see is hopefully you get a nice clean start, good reliability, decent performance off the karts. The grid is going to be with us now. This is Water Swift Unrestricted. It's the pre-final. It's up next.
Yes, indeed. The next race underway very, very soon. Water Swift Race 16. It's the pre-final. Here's how they will line up then for their next race. Jesse Phillips, last year's IAME Cadet champion. He starts this one on pole position. He qualified second. He had a race win and a second yesterday, so he's feeling very happy ahead of this weekend. George Edgar starts alongside. He actually qualified pole, finished fifth. and then a first yesterday. So again, keep an eye on Edgar, Will Green and Archie Lovett. Then they go from row 2, and Finley Lyons and Aaron Richardson, they round out the top 6 on row number 3.
Jarlath Sayer, new team this year for Jarlath. He is on P7. Max Endicott, one of several drivers coming out of Honda Cadet, goes for grid number 8. Ethan Woodward and Sukmani Kira on row number 10. Great result for the young lady Sukmani. Then it is Jacob Bashler and Harley Musk on row number 6.
Kanish Rao and Nat Johnson go from row 7. Archie Owen and Teddy J. Porter, they round out row number 8. Night Measures and Ethan Weldon, they round out the top 9 rows on this one, starting in P17 and 18.
Row 10 sees Luca Darraway start alongside Jensen Ackerman with George Clark and Harrison Rogers on row number 11. Row 12 is Noah Curtis and Max Schul. The final driver on the 25 starting grid is Aryan Nayar for Toby George Motorsport. Let's have a little look. Lots of support coming in. So Finley Lyons, Phil Kinch saying, oh, hello, Phil. Saying, all the best. Number 81, Finley Lyons. Louise Richardson saying good luck to Aaron Richardson. And Lamborghini Madog. Ah, wow. You can tell that's a Welsh Lamborghini because it's Lamborghini Madog.
Yeah.
Right.
I saw a wonderful post about well, it didn't involve a Lamborghini, actually, but it did involve a car.
It was a lamb in a car.
Yeah.
It wasn't mine.
I actually tagged you in it.
I didn't know her.
You've been pulled over recently.
Okay. Back to the pre-final. 12 minutes plus 1 lap, 25 unrestricted water swifts being led by last year's IAME cadet British champion Jesse Phillips and his teammate George Edgar. Will Green and Archie Lovett on row number 2. Finley Lyons and Aaron Richardson row number 3. Lights are not out.
No.
That was a very tardy looking start. Management. Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Is for that start. But management saying good luck to all the Oliver Rowland Motorsport crew.
Oh
yes.
Really?
Oh indeed.
Oh dear.
Oh my.
Oh dear. Oh, that's the
Here we
same
go.
one. Never mind.
We'll get through the rest of the puns.
As the day
progresses. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long winter. Now I know, Anthony has been we've both been commentating far and wide over the earth, over the world, but there's nothing like being back with the best of British. So you have to excuse us. Our excitement occasionally gets the better of us because, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, this is our 1920. This is our 5th year doing this championship together, isn't it, Anthony?
Is it?
2020. 4th year. Sorry,
year.
Yes. Getting mixed up. See how excited I am? On 4 years together. And again, we've had, it's been a great pleasure bringing you the action, the excitement. And again, we're getting to know this. Angus, speaking of,
Angus Fender.
Bob Green.
We call him Bob.
Yeah, well, it's saying hello to Will Green. Come on, Will Green. We call him Bob in the Jamie Green racing. Good to see Angus back, always in the paddock. Hope his sports car career is burgeoning, as it is. And yes, KVG saying to Michael Burke, Australia does need tracks like this over here. Well, the Aussie Pro Tour, hello to Scott Howard and all out in Australia. Let's have a look. Are we going to get a good start at the second time of asking, Anthony?
I think we might. Grid is all bunched up. Into the tram lines they go. There's hands up, and it's another false start. Yeah. So not happy with the word go on that one. So now what will have caused that one?
They looked a bit fast.
They did look a bit fast. I think they were on the go juice a little bit early. Now the yellow line actually quite far down the grid order in this one, so they have to wait until the yellow line effectively. There'll be a marker out on track. Effectively it's a red line where they have to be in 2x2 formation. There is no overtaking, and they have to be nice and slow from there. They must stay in that formation. They must stay nice and slow, all bunched up and everything like that, until they reach the yellow line on the start-finish line, which is the acceleration line.
Correct.
After that, the race director then deems it is okay to go racing there.
Now, see, now this, now, if this was the restricted class, I could forgive some of these drivers. They're young, they're inexperienced, it's the first round of the season. These are the more experienced drivers.
Slightly older in age as well. This category, year 10, if you've got a national license.
They should know how to start a go-kart race, ladies and gentlemen. And you can see Dan Ashton there trying to separate them into their, and again, it's Jesse Phillips and George Edgar. They want to be careful they don't incur the wrath of
The clipboard.
Yes, the most famous clipboard in all of karting, race director Nigel Edwards' clipboard. There is another of the race directors out on circuit.
There we go. This is looking a bit nicer now. I think you see lots of people here to make sure that the grid is all nice and bunched up. They're a little bit tardy at the back there, but hopefully they'll get themselves sorted out into the tram lines. Green flag does go out, and they are off and away down in towards turn one. Good stuff from the outside row there.
Yes.
Edgar gets a great breakaway.
Indeed he did. He anticipated the start very well. Didn't jump it, but anticipated it very well. Converts that anticipation into an early race lead. One of the, I think that's Archie Lovett, who has moved into second place from fourth on the grid. Then you've got your pole sitter, Jesse Phillips, and third place starter, Will Green, in P4 into hairpin number 1 for the first time, and everybody is well behaved. Harrison Rogers there at the back of the grid. He's made up several places. You can see Harrison's very distinctive white and deep blue crash helmet, making good progress in the early corners, and
already seeing a 5-second time penalty going up on the digiboard there. It had the number 80 on it, Max Endicott, who started this one on the outside row on row 4.
That would be a tramline penalty.
That will be a tramline penalty.
And race director Nigel Edwards is perfectly positioned at the front of over the start-finish line to notice anyone moving out of the tram lines. You can impose that penalty straight away. Now, I don't think the driver gets given that information on the digiboard over the start-finish straight, so the driver will be unaware that he has a penalty. But we are aware as the leaders come off the bridge through turn number 4, down towards hairpin number 1. You can see the very distinctive bright yellow or lime green and luminous yellow crash helmet of number 81, Finley Lines, who was a Zip driver last year in Honda Cadet, has now moved over to Argenti Motorsport on the Kart Republic chassis this year. But a nicer 5-kart breakaway up at the front. Edgar, Lovett, Green, Phillips and Richardson.
Yes, indeed. Chop and changing a little further down the inside. Tukmani Kieran, the number 44, just getting another place there. Demoting Max Endicott down into P7, so battles all the way throughout the field. Back across the line they go. Big look over the shoulder there for Edgar. Can see Lovett still there. Will Green or Bob? What about
Green.
King Bob?
King Bob.
King Bob.
Ah, yes. Minions, that's more my mental age.
Yes.
Ah, Will Green going for the race lead. He is King Bob, because he's now P1 King Bob. Good move from number 54, Will Green.
Yes, indeed. Down the
Influential Gurning says, why do they get a tramline penalty? Well, they're getting a tramline penalty, mate, because they went out of the tram lines before the lights changed. Mate, there we go. That's, I provide an information service. I speak nothing but the truth, Anthony, as you well know. Here's a truth for you. Will Green has got Archie Lovett behind him, then 3 Fusion drivers, Phillips, Edgar and Richardson, then the very, very impressive Sukmani Kira. Sukmani, she did a little bit of racing in the British Championship last year, but not a full season, so this is really the first time we're seeing her up at the sharp end, isn't it?
Yes, it is good to see. I did catch up with Sukmani Kira ahead of this weekend, and yeah, great to chat to her. She was saying, yeah, you know, it's been a tough little thing, done a lot of work with Bambinos, moved up, now it's a full season, hopefully this year. Change though there, as I believe Jesse Phillips just went down the inside. Yes, he did. Jesse Phillips up into P2 now, and now comes back George Edgar. So Lovett back down into P4. All of them squabbling for place now, but they've got to be careful. This is where these two behind need to work together. They're not. Change again. Lovett back down the inside of Edgar. Now Lovett saying, right, now let's go. Okay.
I want to be first.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
Follow me.
Yes. Well, you would think, you know, George Edgar, he did have a 5th yesterday, but he also won a heat yesterday as well. So, you know, he's got to be careful with that one. Go on.
Well,
Glyn.
I'm very pleased to say Glyn Griffiths from Trent Valley Kart Club, the lead marshal here at Trent Valley Kart Club, has just provided us with Mawams in the commentary box. However, something is growing on his top lip that is, well, I'm glad that you can't see him. That's enough to scare the kids, that is.
Noah Curtis has got a 5-second time.
Oh, Finley
Lines with the fastest lap of the race.
We are 7.5 minutes in, so we're approaching half distance. And Will Green and Jesse Phillips now beginning to work together. So you can see George Edgar and Archie Lovett, they can't decide who wants to be the pusher and who wants to be the pushee. And
Yes.
while they're discussing this, Jesse Phillips, who, as British champion, is very, very sensibly just working with Will Green. They are disappearing up the road. They're already over a second.
Oh,
up in
dear.
front. Oh, and there is the... Oh, two
There's
drivers off.
Okay, that's one of the
would
oracles.
Be the Ethan Weldon kart and I think George Clark.
Yes, it is. Yeah, George Clark and Ethan Weldon. You are correct in saying that.
Both drivers absolutely fine. Both drivers trying to get their karts back on the circuit.
George.
They had gone off coming down the hill out of turn 4 towards hairpin number 1. And both drivers have succeeded in getting their karts back on track and back in the race. Harley must get a penalty, Anthony.
I know, they are coming in thick and fast on this one, so race control working overtime here. Max Endicott, though, fastest lap of the race, 103.48. He's currently down in P8 at the moment, 3 seconds off this lead group, which, as you said earlier on, is going well between the two of them. The gap's now up to 1.2.
Yep.
This is what Phillips does. He will latch onto the back of a driver who doesn't matter who it is.
Well, last year, Jesse Phillips only took one final victory last year.
Yes.
But so consistent, smart. You know, when it was a risk to take a move, to make the move for the race lead, he didn't take the risk. He just sat there, took home points, accumulated points and prizes, and at the end of the last season, his prize was British champion. I'm trying to think of, let's just have a little look there. Yeah, his first main win last year was the Saturday final here at PFI. So Phillips, and again, now the gap, well, it's sort of leveled itself out now at about a second, because Phillips and Lovett have finally decided who is going to be the pusher and who is going to be the pushee. And it is Edgar the pushee, Lovett the pusher, and behind them, they've got Sukmani Kira and Finley Lines closing in as well. So they're the two leaders. Phillips still doing a very, very good job of working with Jamie Green's number 54 driver, Will Green. Somebody asking if they're likely to be at international races coming back to PFI in the future. Yes. Last round of the Rotax Euro Trophy, which will be coming to these shores this year.
That'd be an interesting one, won't it?
It will be a very interesting one indeed, but that is for another time. And of course, you've got the British Kart Grand Prix, which is an international event in all but name. That is an international caliber event at the first weekend of August. But here we are, starting the season off with a great day of racing here in the Motorsport UK Wera Tools British Kart Championship with Will Green and Jesse Phillips. Now the gap is beginning to come down. George Edgar has broken away from Archie Lovett and is inching toward the two leaders, less than a second, and we've still got 4.5 minutes to go, Anthony.
We do indeed. There is changes still happening furiously as there's a quad of Fusion drivers just in the back of shot there battling away. There's Manikera just looking down the inside there of George Edgar, not managing to do it. So Manikera on a charge here. Fastest lap of the race on that last lap again. And
change of the lead,
just
Anthony.
going through, and yes, just in the front of shot, there was indeed. Phillips
Yes.
leads the way. So I think it's at that point now where Phillips thinks, right, okay, I've led now. The group behind are actually starting to close in. We're
Yep.
not breaking away.
Spot
I
on,
need
Anthony.
to lead.
Spot on. You know, Jesse Phillips will be looking around. You'll see the drivers, especially in like Water Swift. We're not allowed to call them cadets.
Water Swift.
In Water Swift. But yeah, you'll see them looking over their shoulders. They're not just like seeing wondering who's about. They're judging. And Jesse Phillips had thought, right, it's not working. Edgar's closing in. Now I've got to go.
Yeah.
And
Edgar with
go
the
he
fastest
went.
lap. Yeah, Edgar with the fastest lap of the race on that last one as well, into the 103.23s, and is closing in. So he's got to be careful now. Phillips, though, is he breaking away from Will Green, or has Will Green latched on to him?
Oh, he's
I've got to
latched
say,
on.
he's latched on to him there.
But now we'll see what does Will Green do, because he's got one of Phillips's teammates closing in behind him. When Edgar gets him, and he's going to get to him very shortly, Will Green is going to be in a very unenviable position, because the two Fusion drivers will work together, and they will spit that Jamie Green racing kart out if as soon as they get an opportunity to.
Yes, they will. That's kind of like common fusion strat on
Well,
that one, isn't
it's
it?
common
Like,
strategy in
in
any
karting,
team. Yes,
yeah, in karting in general, yeah.
So
if you've got two
if
teammates.
Will's going to make a move, he's got to have to do it soon.
Yes.
If I was Will Green, I'm not, but if I was Will Green, I would make the move onto the banking on this very lap before Edgar gets to him. Does he? No. And Edgar is now there, which means the minute that Will Green moves offline, George Edgar will stick it at the inside, just like that, and take second position.
Yeah, indeed. But, like I say, it's not over yet for Green. Runs a little bit wide out of the bridge, but he's still right there. He's got the slipstream, because now he's in the opportunity that George Edgar just had. If Edgar now goes to the move and goes offline, Will Green will instantly fight back. But if they do that, they will lose Phillips. It's a very touch-and-go situation. They have to time it perfectly.
With just over 90 seconds plus a lap to go, Will Green is almost going to be forced to work with... Oh, he's not going to be working with anybody if he carries on doing that, because he runs very wide coming out of the Terry Fullerton S's. Now they're into the Mike Wilson complex. He's got to work. Now he's got to just try and stay in touch. Get in the slipstream now, Will. Tuck up behind the NASA panel. As we start another lap. Shakmani Kira up into P4 and closing in, and Archie Lovett is pushing Shakmani Kira up toward this lead group. We could have a group of 5, Anthony, before this race is much older. Finney Lyons in 6th, Max Endicott in 7th, but Max has got a time penalty to come. Aaron Richardson in 8th, then it's Ethan Woodward and Harley Musk, 9th and 10th. Jarla Sayer, Jacob Bashler, Kanish Grau, Noah Curtis, Harrison Rogers, your top 15. Teddy J. Porter, Nat Johnson, Luke Ewell, Max Ewell, Luca Narroway, Archie Owen, Knight Measures, then his mate equal, followed by Aryan Nayar, Jensen Ackerman, George Clark and Ethan Weldon. Weldon has retired and Clark is nearly a lap down.
Yeah. So, big group of drivers still out in this one. Still 24 of the 25 running. Eyes on, though, the top 3. The timer slowly ticks away. 20 seconds remaining. Last lap board will be out this time for the drivers crossing the line.
Next time?
No, this time.
This time, okay.
It'll be this time, because the next time they come to the line, it'll be this time
So
that they do it.
oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So,
oh, dear!
Oh, dear! And
who is that slowing down?
It's an Oracle. Is that George Clark?
Yeah.
I think is he just giving way on the blue flags?
Great, sensible driving there, George. Not good for my blood pressure.
Yes. Is anything good for your blood pressure, Henry?
Well, I several cans of Iron Brew, Anthony, as you well know. And a day of kart racing. Here we go.
Good. Sukmani Kira now up into 4th place. Has got past Lovett, and Lovett and those two working together. Edgar still with the fastest lap of the race, though. If we're going to see a move, I suspect it'll be on this next lap. The last lap, of course, will be the only time he's got left to do it. So, as they make their way round the Mike Wilson complex, then for the penultimate time, they'll round the final corner, and the last lap board shall appear. This is sort of the ring the dinner bell moment now for all of them, and crucially for Will Green. Will Green needs to be on it here to make sure he stays with it, and on it he is. Fastest lap of the race, chopping and changing up into 2nd place, gets it as George Edgar sweeps to the outside to try and get the position. 2 cuts off there. It's an Oracle.
Harrison Rogers and Noah Curtis.
Yeah, they've gone off the track.
Well, Will Green he got 2nd place, then went for the race lead, but had to then back out of it. So Jesse Phillips hangs on to top spot as we go in towards hairpin number 2 on the final lap, and they're going to have a problem because going into the Mike Wilson complex, there'll be yellow flags waving. Yellow flags waving at this point here coming into Fullerton S's. So Edgar and Green cannot make a move on race leader Jesse Phillips.
No,
Will the marshal? Oh, great marshalling. Great marshalling. They've got those 2 carts out of the way. Does that give George Edgar time for one last lunge?
I don't think so. It's not really a corner you can go for an overtake on. He may have the slipstream, though, here as they round the final corner. Who's going to be starting on pole for the pre-final later on? It will be Jesse Phillips who crosses the line. Yes, it will be Jesse Phillips who crosses the line in first from George Edgar. Will Green holds on to 3rd place. Sukmani Kira, 6 places gained. Finishes in P4. What a race from Archie Lovett. Finley Lyons finishing in the top 6 from Aaron Richardson, Max Endicott, Ethan Woodward, and Jarlath Sayer rounding out the top 10. The Wera overtakes in that one. A lot of drivers sticking to their same positions.
Yep, but again, a very, very exciting race, I've got to say. Good battling. And again, although you could say that, okay, we've got 4 of the top 5 finishers belong to the usual powerhouses in this type of class, Fusion and Oliver Rowland Motorsport. Jamie Green Racing, yep, they have announced they are now firmly, they have a seat at the top table of Water Swift Racing. So does Will Green. Great. Sukmani Kira, what a drive there from young Sukmani to finish in P4. Archie Lovett. Finley Lines leading the Argenti Motorsport contingent home in 6th position. Aaron Richardson in 7th. Max Endicott is 8th. Then Ethan Woodward and Jarlath Sayer rounding out the top 10. The MDL Motorsport driver Jacob Bashler, the Anglo-Austrian driver, in 11th position. Harley Musk, Kanish Rao and Nat Johnson round out your top 15. Teddy J. Porter, Luca Narrow, Max Jewell and Archie Owen are next. Knight Measures and Jensen Ackerman round out your top 20. We did lose right at the end. George Clark, Noah Curtis, Harrison Rogers and Ethan Weldon. Here is a first look at the weigh scale. So for those of you watching that are new to karting, every single class has a minimum kart and driver weight, which each driver must come up to at the end of the race. So they go onto the weigh scales. You can see Mick Streak there, one of the members of the scrutineering team here, checking all the karts there. I've got to say, Trent Valley Kart Club marshalling team, I'll say it before, I'll say it again, best in the country, some of the best kart marshals I've seen anywhere in the world. They did an absolutely fantastic job of clearing the 2 karts that had crashed, Noah Curtis and Harrison Rogers, within a lap before the leaders came round, so that we could have a battle for the lead at the end. That was superb, excellent working. For those of you who want to, those of you who are thinking, I want to try marshalling out, I personally believe that every single driver, when you pass your ARCS test, or when you get your license to drive a kart, as soon as you are 16, part of the requirements, that's the word I'm looking for being able to race at a national level event once you're 16 and above, is that you do 1 race meeting as a track marshal. It gives you such a respect for the men and women in orange who give up their time so that you can go racing. Yes, they're a fantastic job there. Let's have a look at some of the drivers. Some of the there's Ethan Woodward. So again, Ethan's getting some support online from his family, and just saw him coming across the line. There's a rather disgruntled-looking Croc driver. There is Finley Lines, the Maximum Motorsport backed Maximum Insurance Group sponsored driver. There's the number 80 kart of Max Endicott. Now, he finished 8th on the road, but will get a penalty. Max 4th in last year's Honda Cadet Championship. And so you can see that some of the mechanics. There's Kanish Grau's dad with the Oliver Rowland Motorsport jacket, just going through a shot there. And now this is a great sort of glance behind the scenes. So obviously the karts come to the dummy grid on these kart trolleys, and on the kart trolleys you can see they've got toolboxes so the mechanics can make any last minute adjustments before the karts go onto the dummy grid. Once the karts are on the dummy grid, you can't touch them. Tyre pressures, the only thing you can adjust once they go onto the dummy grid, which is what you're looking at here.
Yes.
Now the mechanics see that no trolleys on the dummy grid at all. Only the mechanics. All they can do is change the tyre pressures. Let's have a quick word from one of our sponsors. Oh, hello, sir. How are you? Good to see you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see there, the clouds clearing. We were just having a quick discussion in the commentary box how warm it is in the commentary box.
Yes.
And that, it's humid.
Humid.
It's very humid.
Yes.
That's how you say it, Henry.
There's
say it.
Humid.
There we go.
The humidity is somewhat unbearable here.
Next race is coming up.
Ooh.
Senior X30 Pre-final.
Yes, please.
Here it is.
Thank you.
child, Henry. You're like a child. These aren't children, though. These are your grown-up drivers in this one. Senior X30 race 17, Calai Atkins. Perfect weekend so far. Poled it, 2 race wins. Starts it on a pole position for this one. He's got Sam Shaw alongside. Qualified it in P5. He had a 3rd and a 2nd place yesterday. Gus Lawrence, last year's champion in category. Qualified at P2. He starts this one on the 2nd row. P3 from Marcus Littlewood, Louis Johnson Gould, and Marcus Luzio.
4 of the top 10 seeded drivers from last year in action. Caden McQueen and Josh Agambar on row number 4. Jack Nettleship and Harry Burgoyne Jr. on row 5. Alex Duncan and Harry Cottrell go from row number 6.
Ewan Thomas and Alistair Cresswell, they round out the top 7. Christopher Bingham and Oliver Greetham, they go from row 8, S8 Racing row lockout. Michael Rapsey and Luke Taylor, they round out the next row on row 9.
James Pashley, double TKM Extreme British champion, and Callum Tanner go from row number 10, and Josh Palfreyman rounds out the 21 kart field. I've got to say, Anthony, not as many drivers as we have had in the past. However, the quality of the drivers is second to none as usual. Calai Atkins, now, you were at Marienborg last weekend. Tell us about how impressive Calai Atkins was and just how he won a couple of rounds of the British Championship last year, but that is the biggest win of his career so far, and you can see the net result has had to his confidence. He is absolutely smashing it this weekend.
He is on it so far this year, I will say. The final Marienborg, in the horrible conditions that we had, started it in P14. It wasn't really someone we had an eye on to win the race.
Why not? You should have done.
Yeah, exactly. But, he started that one, P14, he came all the way through the field and then won it by, guess how much?
A mile.
10 seconds.
10 seconds?
Tram lines, here we go.
Lights are out. We're off and racing. We've now got 12 minutes plus a lap of pre-final action. It's a great start from Calai Atkins to take the lead. Gus Lawrence, though, defending champion. He worked for many years to get that #1 plate on his PF International kart, and he is not going to give it up without an almighty fight.
No, he will not indeed. Down the bridge they go, in towards hairpin #1. Nice little getaway, though, for Gus Lawrence. A brilliant start for him. Holds on to the lead, like you say, last year's champion, knows his circuit like the back of his hand. Do you know why? Because his kart says the kart track's name on it.
Team are based here, yeah. This is Paul Fletcher's team. And again, we've got a great mix of returning drivers, drivers graduating from juniors, coming across from different classes. A really strong grid up at the front this year. And we've got, Gus Lawrence, Calai Atkins, Sam Shaw, Marcus Littlewood, Louis Johnson Cole, Marcus Luzio, Caden McQueen, always a contender, Josh Agambar, Jack Nettleship from juniors, Harry Burgoyne Jr. moving up, Alex Duncan, Harry Cottrell, Ewan Thomas, Alistair Cresswell, a former junior TKM British champion in his 2nd season. Down there, James Pashley as well, in his 2nd season in the X30 category. So champions up and down the grid. They're all chasing at them. There's a move from Caden McQueen going through. Nice variety of teams as well, Anthony.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, chopping and changing. You've got Premium Karting out there. You've got the Jade Racing team. You've got Dan Holland Racing, Mick Barrett Racing, SA, Tim Wilson Motorsport as well. You've got Privateers. You've got Argenti. You've got MDL, Crop Promotion, and the PF International team. There's a lot out there.
Indeed, there is, and they're being led by the PF International #1 plate kart, that Tony Kart chassis of Gus Lawrence and Louis Johnson. Cool getting past there. Now, Harry Burgoyne Jr., really, really experienced driver. He's won so many races in cadet, in junior, and now his first race up in senior. He's going to be a bit of a wild card. He's the driver that the remaining front runners know the least amount about.
Yeah.
They're not sure. So Lawrence, Atkins, Shaw, Luzio, Littlewood, McQueen, all experienced drivers. They know each other really well. Burgoyne Jr., just as experienced, but coming up through juniors. Here's a move. It is the #11 of Marcus Luzio passing Sam Shaw. Big Rob Shaw's not going to be happy with that.
No, but he does move up into P3 now. He'll latch onto the back, hopefully, or they'll try to close that gap up between themselves and the two that are breaking away. Lawrence and Atkins, who have opened up a gap there as Burgoyne Jr. makes a move down the inside there, gets past Marcus Littlewood. Cade McQueen does the same as well. Back down the inside.
Into Bobby Game corner.
Cool on Littlewood. Gets it done. Keep an eye on Nettleship there as well, wanting to get involved. Now, warning flag's gone out to Harry Cottrell in the #42. Now, he's currently down in P15. at the moment. So race control watching the entire grid out there, so you can't get away with anything. Back under the bridge they go, up the banking, and this is what we saw yesterday in the second heat in Senior X30. I was watching this one because I was standing actually at Marshall Point 2, just on the other side of that bridge.
Right.
Very fast part of the track, that one.
Yes, indeed.
Now, Atkins was in second place for the majority of it. He just closed and closed and closed, and it was actually a last lap move in hairpin 2 that Atkins got to take the win in heat number 2 yesterday.
Right.
So we might not see anything happen between these top two for the majority of the race, but nevertheless, action will ensue.
I'm sure it will because, well, Gus Lawrence, we've lost a couple of drivers. I mean, we've lost the likes of Harry Platten. And,
who is here this
who
weekend.
Is here. Air Force One is in the building, so to speak.
He retired, came back, then retired again.
Oh, he did? Oh, right.
He did. He's like a modern day, who, go on.
Tyson Fury.
Racing driver.
Racing driver, retired. Nigel Mansell.
No, yeah, I was thinking of another.
Another retired and retired, retired again.
Yeah.
Well, I retired. I'm not a racing driver.
No. Okay,
No.
fine. You'll think of it later.
Alonso. Kimi.
Wasn't even Alonso.
Andrea De Cesaris. Piercarlo Ginzani. Tell me. Alan Jones, Australians, he retired and retired and retired again. Anyway, back to the race, back to the go-karting, Anthony.
Felipe Massa.
Felipe Massa.
That's who he reminds me of.
Oh, right, okay. Is he small and Brazilian and is now trying to cheat to get a world title back? No, he's not, is he? Sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, dear. You calm
Go-karting,
down.
Anthony, go-karting.
Exactly. 7.5 minutes remaining. Gus Lawrence leads the way. There's your cue.
There we go.
Galloway Atkins. Marcus Luzio still there in P3 as well. He is starting to slowly close that gap, about 0.6 of a second. Keep an eye on that one as the race goes on. Sam Shaw still there. He's got a bit of clean air, and that's from this battle that you're seeing here. Ken McQueen and Harry Burgoyne Jr. You can just see them in the back of this shot here as they go through. Well, Burgoyne Jr.'s got the fastest lap of the race. I suspect we may see an overtake this time around, or is he pushing McQueen? Because, again, McQueen, very experienced senior driver, knows exactly what he needs to do. Burgoyne, first year in seniors this year?
Yes.
Yes, it is. He's got some work to do. He's got to learn. He's got to think, who can I go down the inside of and who may I not?
But Harry Burgoyne Jr., he's got no fear. Of
No.
All of the drivers, they're very cagey because they know their tactics. Burgoyne Jr. is like, well, I don't know any of you. I normally watching your race at the grandstand because my race is finished, so I'm just going to go in, and you can like it or lump it.
Yeah.
That's the way you assert your authority in a new class.
Yeah, now Caden just did the hand gesture there, which is saying, right, okay, let's go. So he's thinking that, okay, fair play, you got past me, let's go for it.
Burgoyne's not instantly defending.
Nope.
So, again, kudos to Harry Burgoyne Jr., not defending. Again, the Mick Barrett racing team, they got Ben Barnacle with them this weekend. He was here yesterday because you saw him on the Paddock Show.
Yes, did.
Which you, the viewers, are going to see during the lunch break, if you haven't watched it already, out onto the banking. Fast lap, Scotland, Harry Burgoyne Jr. at 57.36. That's going to help Caden McQueen. McQueen, you can see the gap growing between McQueen and Louis Johnson Cool behind him as Burgoyne speed, McQueen just sitting in his wheel tracks, using the draft and the slipstream. There's a move.
Oh, look at that lunge there. Littlewood on Nettleship. And that was a great lunge down in towards hairpin 1. Probably one of the most famous moves is in towards hairpin 1, isn't it? You can just absolutely full send. You can full send into hairpin 2 as well, but you just don't have the same amount of speed.
Yeah, you haven't got the full same amount of speed. And then, of course, the game is get the kart, slow down on the apex, don't run out too wide so you can avoid the driver that you've just overtaken doing the crossover on you.
Yes.
Out of the out of the Mike Wilson complex, onto the start-finish straight under through the Bruno Ferrari S's, named after the late great Bruno Ferrari, only driver in history to win 3 British karting titles in a single day. Out to turn 3, this turn 3 over the bridge, this is turn 4, now down the hill towards hairpin number 1, past the first timing split, and the fastest driver through the first timing split is third place man Marcus Luzio. There's now up to hairpin number 2. Where that Marshall post is, that's where the old timing and scoring tower used to be here at PF International. This is the short shoot into Terry Fullerton S's. Now on to the back straight into Bobby Game Corner, which is right here, named after the great Bobby Game, one of the first Kart Master champions. Now into the Mike Wilson complex, named after 6-time World Karting champion Barnsley's finest sportsman.
Good.
That's a lap of PFI, ladies and gentlemen.
There you go.
4 minutes, 15 seconds to go. Lawrence still leads. You're
that-
pointing at me, Anthony. What's your point?
Well, no, I would say that was my line you just said
Oh,
there.
sorry. Do apologise.
So, yeah, so fine. It's fine. It's first round of the season. I'll let you off.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Never again, though.
You're welcome.
Okay.
You're forgiven.
Gus Lawrence still
Carry
leads,
on.
though. Yeah, and crucially, Luzio has closed that gap.
Yes.
You can see that gap's really closed down now, so got to be careful here. Now,
When
Atkins...
does Kalai pull the plug?
Yeah, exactly. When he's going to check behind him, think, right, okay, how long we
There's
got left?
check.
There's the check. Okay, so he's going to now start thinking, right, do I go now? I think it's probably best to do it. Most likely, we'll be in the banking.
Yes, because you're not slowing yourself down
No.
and giving Luzio an opportunity to sweep past him. So watch for Atkins to make a move going up the inside of Lawrence, going out onto the banking, or coming off the banking, going into turn number 3. But I think, and you think, Anthony, like you pointed out, the time is nigh for Kalai Atkins to make a move, because Lawrence is not quick enough on his own to pull Atkins away from the rest of the field. Here we go.
No, not going to do it.
Not this time.
Not this time.
To be fair, though,
He
I
knows
think
better.
Atkins was pushing Lawrence along, and they did open up a couple of critical kart lengths. As long as Luzio is not within sort of 2 kart lengths or within lunge range going on to the banking, Atkins will sit there for the time being. The minute that Luzio is within lunge range going into the banking, that is when I think Kalai will make his move.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on that one as it goes on. More action further behind, though. Sam Shaw still there, P4. He has dropped 2 places from the start of this race, but he's still in contention. Keep an eye on him. Burgoyne Jr. is up 5, still there in P5 from Kevin McQueen, Louis Johnson-Cool, Marcus Littlewood, Jack Nettleship. They're still having a good battle. Josh Agenbar rounding out the top 10. He's kind of a bit of a no man's land at the moment. He hasn't got anyone close in front or behind in P10. Duncan still there, Alex Duncan from Harry Cottrell. Cresswell has made good places. He's up 1 into P13 from Ewan Thomas, who's had a good one. Cottrell actually up now into P11. That battle's still raging on behind us. Ewan Thomas is still there. Luke Taylor, Oliver Greetham, James Pashley, Bingham, Rapsy Tanner, and the only retirement, Josh Palfreyman for the Jade Racing team, who is out after lap 2. Not sure what happened to him. Maybe mechanical
Well, it's go-kart
problems. Yeah.
No,
Well, yeah, that makes sense. But right, now it's starting to get interesting here.
Now Luzio is now closer to Atkins than Atkins is to Lawrence. Into Fullerton S's for the 11th time. Luzio, fastest man on track at the moment. And Harry Burgoyne, the driver with the fastest lap of the entire race, is less than half a second behind the Dan Holland Racing number 11 of Marcus Luzio.
Yes, indeed. So not long left in this race. 90 seconds plus that 1 lap. Still a couple of laps to go in this one. And you could just see, I think the latter stage of the lap, Luzio struggles just that little bit to keep up with Atkins. The first half, the big fast bit here, I reckon Luzio's got the pace, but it's just not managing to close the gap. This is the battles a little further back on your screen.
That's an S8 Racing driver making his move. Is that Harry Cottrell going in on
yeah.
Alex Duncan?
It was
and
indeed.
it was Alex Duncan repassing Harry Cottrell on the banking. And over-under.
Yes, indeed. We do like an over-under, don't we, here at PFI?
Oh, yes.
Here's another one, though. Tim Wilson's Motorsports down the
Cresswell,
inside. Yeah.
Alistair Cresswell.
Second year in X30.
Yes.
Joined the class for the first time
Last year
after
Yes.
racing
In TKM.
for
Junior
years
TKM.
and years and years and years and years. And now giving it a good go in this.
Junior TKM vice champion in
Yeah.
2021.
Yes.
And has a very, very impressive collection of early to mid-90s hip-hop themed T-shirts.
Does he?
He does indeed, yes, which he always cracks up with, always cracks out a good T-shirt, does Alistair Cresswell, especially when there's a potential podium to get on camera. There we go, back to the racing. Now, Atkins has pulled away again from Luzio, so that Luzio caught the 2 leaders, didn't make the move, and as now his pace has faded.
Yeah.
If you don't make, as the clock strikes 0, in karting, if you're the quicker kart, if you catch the drivers in front of you, if you don't make the moves straight away, you lose momentum, you sort of fade back into the pace that those drivers in front of you were running. And that seems what Luzio has done. Now, Gus Lawrence, I've got to say, extremely impressive. Oh, there is Jack Nettleship slowing down in kart number 75.
Yeah.
And that looks like a mechanical problem. He pulls off the side of the circuit. The clock has struck 0. There is the MDL. That's the mark of Dave Litchfield Racing entry. Nettleship out of the race. So, last lap underway. Gus Lawrence has driven a masterful race so far. Has to be said, who is going to emerge in front? We haven't seen Lawrence defend once yet, but he's going to have to. He's going to have to very, very soon.
Yes, he will do indeed. There you can see there the top three not changing as of yet, but it was hairpin 2 last time yesterday that we saw Atkins go for the race lead, and check over the shoulder there for Gus Lawrence saying, you did it yesterday. I'm just going to double check you're not going to do it again
and you know
today.
what? That one check over the shoulder, you run a little bit wide coming out of the second hairpin there. That's going to put him on the defensive. Will Kalai make the move coming into Bobby Game corner? Will he risk it for a biscuit?
I don't think so. It's a risky move going through there, but he's not going to go for it. Stays behind. We have seen moves going into this next corner, though, and we are going to see another one. Oh, dear me. So close there for Atkins, but Lawrence will take it. Can Luzio get a run here, though, for second? No, he can't. Stays there. So Lawrence takes the win then. He starts on pole for the final later on, provisionally, of course, from Atkins, Luzio. Burgoyne Jr. up into fourth. Just managed to get past Sam Shaw on that last lap as well. So good running. Sam Shaw finishing in the top 5 from Caden McQueen. Marcus Litherwood, Johnson Cool, Agambar, and Alex Duncan rounding out the top 10. But your winner there, Man's PF International team for the Tony Kart chassis, Gus Lawrence, after 14 laps of racing.
A magnificent bouffon of hair as well.
Yeah.
So, Kalai Atkins, that was a pre-final last lap effort.
Yes.
If that was the final, I don't think Kalai Atkins would have backed out. I think he would have kept
he would have gone for that.
Nose, kept his nose in there. Has he given away a tactic to Gus Lawrence, or has he, and sort of shown his hand a little bit too early, or has he given Gus Lawrence something to think about, and Lawrence will now defend that corner a little bit more than he needs to in the final and allow Kalai to make a move somewhere else? We shall see. So, race number 17 on the weekend, Senior X30, and now you can see there is Mick Streak with the pen and paper. He's marking not only the drivers. Now, is that the nose cone check as well? I think the nose cone check, I think it happens elsewhere. But, and there is Harry Burgoyne Jr. Very impressive, Harry Burgoyne, number 68. Good lad, straight across, Harry. There you go. Thank you very much, Mick. And now you get to see the reactions. There's James Pashley with the silver stars and the purple crash helmet, having a chat with Marcus Littlewood. The two premium karting teammates, Louis Johnson Cool and Josh Agambar, who finished 8th and 9th in that one. Looking absolutely thrilled. There's Alex Short of S8 Racing going across the screen. Good to see Josh Parker back in the paddock, former driver working for the Mick Barrett Racing team. And who's that throwing his gloves down? Number 21, Ewan Thomas. Not particularly impressed with that 14th place finish. There's Stephen Lamian, the PF International on the, I think there's Big Rob Shaw. Going to see Sam's kart.
Sam not overly looking too pleased there. It was a P5, but he did drop 3 places in that one. He started this race on the front row in P2, so you can understand probably not feeling the best, but nevertheless, it was just a pre-final. Final later on today. Stay tuned for that one.
Oh, yes. It's going to be, I mean, even though the numbers aren't great, that is going to be a really thrilling final.
Oh, that will be, yeah.
Now, speaking of numbers not being great, Junior TKM, has to be said, only 13 drivers, but, oh dear, it's Dan Ashton. Hello, Dan. Junior TKM, only 13 drivers. That is, I'm really disappointed with that. However, don't move away from your screens, ladies and gentlemen, because this is going to be a superb race. TKM Racing here at PF International is outstanding. No matter how many drivers they've got, you've got 13 of them in total. But of those 13, you have got 5 of last year's top 10 seeded drivers returning, which is very impressive. You've got Ihan Kalicha, the E-plate holder. You've got Dara McInerney, who finished third last year. You've got Leo Robinson, Joe Cheek, and you've got Jake Humphrey, all of whom finished as a seeded driver last year. You've also got Aidan Mitchell, Patrick Leaf, Joel Hull, Jack Stewart, who raced in this class last year as well.
Yes, indeed.
What did we learn, Anthony, yesterday?
Well, we learned many things.
Oh, okay.
Yihan Kalichan.
Yes.
Now, he starts his one on pole position. He qualified third.
Correct.
After qualifying third, I think his dad, Utam, and obviously Yihan himself, would say, right, we liked third. It was good. But we want better. So they did something, and then they won both races. So whatever that something was, it worked very well. So
there's a very smartly liveried number 14 car. That would be Aidan Mitchell.
Repping his new helmet there. He's very proud of it.
Brand new graphics kit
on
the wagon as well.
Exactly. There's only one thing he said about his new helmet there. He said it's very difficult to clean.
Oh, right. Well, then you should probably not drag it through the mud then, Ian.
Yes.
Keep it on your head and keep your head in your go-kart facing the right way. There's the number 6 kart.
Leo Robinson. Right. Happy birthday, Leo. Yes, indeed. How old is he?
Well, he's still old enough to be in juniors.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. There is, on your screen, the number 57. Another very smartly livery car. That's Jack Stewart, privateer driver.
Eagle-eyed viewers of the Paddock Show will note that I went into his awning with such confidence and vigour, saying, TKM Extreme. No, junior. So,
what's happened to Joe Cheek yesterday? Because you abused him in the Paddock Show verbally, or did he give you any verbals back?
Oh, he gives me verbals all day, just off the microphone. And when I put them in his face, he's really nice to me. He does that.
Right. Okay.
Now it's been an up and down one. Now obviously he's the number 9 seed, and he starts this one P12 in the pre-final. So good work to do. There's
Ihan Kalicha, the Klassen Motorsport entry on the ARC chassis. Dara McInerney, you can see walking up the back of the field right at the end. So he had a terrible day yesterday. So Dara, who's now dividing his time between karting and mini stocks racing, his dad an ex-oval racer, and Dara out racing mini stocks. Still racing kart. Third seeded driver. Not a good day yesterday.
No.
There were many waft issues.
Qualified 9th.
Yes.
Heat 1 was 9th. Heat 2, P12. Yeah.
Yes, there were the many waft issues was the lack of waft issues.
Yes.
Hopefully that's been resolved. Well, now we've got several Uncle Tyrones now roaming the paddock. There can only be one, Mr. Hobson. There can only be one Uncle Tyrone. Oh, look at that. There's
it's an unfortunate view, isn't
the
it?
two biggest idiots in karting. Where's that? Hello. Look at that.
The camera's over there, Henry.
Oh, there we are. Look at that.
Yeah, you waved over there. There you go.
Now there we go. Back to the stars of the show.
Yes.
You can see. So again, if you're new to karting, if drivers have got a single digit, numbers 1 through 10 on their karts, that is the position they finished in last year's British Championship.
Yes.
If they move classes, you're not allowed to take your number with you. So if, Yihan Kalicha, and he's running the E plate instead of the 4. He could run the number 4 because he finished 4th in last year's Junior TKM British Championship. He's running the E plate, signalling that he is the English champion.
Well, he's running the 4 plate at the moment.
Is he?
Yeah.
Why is he on my entry list with the E?
Well, because you get the entry list that's not the actual official one. It's the official one you get after practice.
Anthony, I print my entry lists off from the motorsport-timing.co.uk website.
Is that before the weekend?
It is, because I've got to make all my notes.
So it's not the official one yet, because the official one comes out after practice, which is the one that I get. So showing, if the camera pans around just that little bit further, oh, look, he's got a number 4 on his kart.
Well,
that's why my paperwork's correct and yours is false, Henry.
I think that Ian Rogers is to blame. But tell you what, while we blame Ian Rogers for giving me lack of information, even though I've got to make my notes, let's have a word from some of our loyal sponsors.
Next race is about to head out on track. In fact, it is heading out on track. It's Junior TKM, it's race 18, it's the pre-final. Yihan Kalichern starts this one on pole position as a Kart stops on the start-finish line to number 22, Patrick Leaf. Never mind, Aiden Mitchell goes from the outside row on row number 1 from Joel Hull. Leo Robinson goes from row 2 alongside him. William Brent and Jack Humphrey, he ran out the top 6 on row number 3.
Willoughby Steele, new to the championship for Precision Racing, and Monty Brathwaite, another newcomer, on row number 4. Patrick Leaf is not on row number 5 because his kart will not start, and he is trying to get it underway, but he will not make the start. Jack Stewart starts 10th. Harry Blore and Joe Cheek on row number 6, with Dara McInerney all on his own on row number 7. So 2 of the favourite drivers starting at the back. Good news is they haven't got that many karts to get past to get to the front. The bad news is all the karts in front of them are very, very competitive indeed.
Yes, indeed. So as I go through, well, Aiden Mitchell's keen to get this race going. Yihan Kalichern isn't. He is just staying there.
Well, Yihan Kalichern, a podium finisher in both finals here at PFI last season. Don't forget, the last 2 rounds of the 2022 TKM British Championship was held here. So this is their 3rd consecutive race at PF International. 2 at the end of last year, 1 start of this year. It's Kalichern and Mitchell on the front row of the grid. They're in the tram lines, 12 drivers, 12 minutes. And we're off and racing into turn number 1. It's a great start from Mitchell, but he gets squeezed wide and he's now going to get pushed over the curbs. And it's 3 wide per second as Kalichern breaks clear in the race lead. Yeah,
Kalichern, great start to that one. Opened up, by looks of it, about 5 kart length already as they exit the bridge down onto the back straight now in towards hairpin number 1. The scrabble still happening further behind. Mitchell still there in 2nd place. As everyone just trying to find that piece of track to themselves. Through hairpin number 1, nice and clean. They make their way into hairpin number 2. Down the inside there, the number 9 of Joe Cheek, who's already up to P5, mind you, as they end up. Cheeky on the back of his race suit as he goes for that cheeky move.
Cheeky by name, cheeky by nature, and there's been a couple of very cheeky little moves as he makes his way. Well, though, Ash Klassen did tell me that Joe would be on a mission. They'd solved the problems and he was going to absolutely be firing his way up the order today. And certainly Ash Klassen's prophecy is coming true as we start lap number 2. Kalichern, Mitchell, Hull, Robinson, Cheek, Humphrey, Brathwaite, Stewart, Steele, Bryant, McInerney and Blore.
Mitchell's latched onto the back of Kalichern here. Kalichern had a great getaway, but he's lost that advantage straight away already. It was 0.3 of a second when they crossed the line. The slipstream played in, and the battle for the lead is actually very, very close now as all drivers just setting purple sectors through Sector 1. The fastest through Sector 1, actually, Monty Brathwaite in 7th place.
Now, the 2 Tim Wilson Motorsport karts, Brathwaite and Humphrey, trading places there. And it was Humphrey leading Brathwaite. It's now Brathwaite leading Humphreys. How long can they hold off the vastly... Oh, no, Cheek has got another 2 Tim Wilson Motorsport karts in front of him. There's a change there as the number 23 kart of Willoughby Steele moves up a position at the expense of Jack Stewart, and more 3-wide action. Further back in the pack, are they all going to get the Bruno Ferrari S's cleanly? Yes, they are. Out onto the banking, side-by-side action. Mitchell, though, latched firmly onto Kalichern's rear bumper.
Starting to heat up here now as they make their way down the start-finish straight. The gap.
The entire field separated by less than 4 seconds. There comes Dara McInerney. Now, this is good news for McInerney. If that kart is struggling for power, McInerney has got the talent, he's got the ability to tiger and fight his way. When things get spread out, he hasn't got the pace then to close gaps. If the karts are all together in one lump, he can outrace some of his rivals through his experience and his racecraft, which is kind of what he's doing now. He's up to 9th place, so he's only passed 3 drivers, which tells me that all is still not completely cured with that number 3 kart. But we saw the last time we saw the number 3 kart, you can see him there running a little bit wide. He was tigering his way, and really sort of like getting aggressive and just perfect case of like, yeah, my kart might not be as quick, but I've got the experience and the track knowledge and the ability to sort of keep my faster rivals behind me.
Cheek with the fastest lap of the race as well. At the back of this one, Robinson leading this trio. Joel Hull just there saying to Cheek, okay, think. I know you're going really well here, but please think. Don't send it straight away. Let's try and close that gap up. And are they closing it?
Well, a little bit, yeah.
I think they are.
But Cheek has got 8 minutes. He's got
Yes.
8, so he can
Loads of time.
he can afford to sit there and think to himself, okay, I'm going to give this a lap or two just to see if sitting behind these two Tim Wilson Motorsport karts is the ticket to get me to the front. And if it's not, then I'm still got enough time to get past them and get on with the job myself. So we'll watch this gap between the top two, Calichurn and Mitchell, Robinson, the birthday boy, and Hull in third and fourth.
Now, Calichurn's nose cone, I don't know if it's just absolutely planted to the floor, but it be buffeting.
It's all this buffeting going on. Well, I mean, the ARC chassis, maybe a slightly different bodywork style.
Yeah.
The graphics, the colours, it's again that sort of black and silver livery kart of the ARC chassis. Again, it can play tricks with one's eyes, perhaps. Although you could be completely correct. We'll have to wait and see. There's McInerney again, battling and tigering his way. Elbows out for Dara McInerney. It's going to be a hard slog up to the front of the grid, but Dara is doing his level best to get there.
Yes, he is indeed. Still plenty of time, like we were saying, left on the clock. 7 minutes to go. There's that buffeting nose cone. I think it's all right because he's led the way and he's not really had to battle anyone. So still firmly attached. I think it's just very low on the setup.
The great thing about the Alpha Live's coverage is that the quality of cameras, you can really see in detail how close these karts are to the ground. Every single bump and curb is magnified. You can see how physical it is for the drivers to get around here, which is great to see. And there is like millimetres between the ground and that NASA panel. There's millimetres between the track surface and the driver's backside.
Yes. Crucially as well, Robinson, Hull and Cheek have, well, actually, no, Cheek hasn't.
No.
Cheek's actually dropped off from Robinson and Hull here, so he's not been able to latch fully onto the back of them.
The two Tim Wilson Motorsport drivers have caught the two leaders. Mitchell there, pointing, saying, come on, we're still going to go. And look at the contrast, the way that the front of the car is up. Now, you can see Robinson in third place. Look how high his nose cone is. Again, that's just the way the kart is set up. He's got, the NASA panel is down and the nose is higher. Yes, Anthony?
I think Joe Cheek's got an issue here because that kart's looking very, very slow down the main straight. It's not going full waft. He's still there in the race, but look at the gap, how much it's opened up. You can see how much he's trying to tuck in, but the gap's just increasingly opening just down the start-finish straight alone.
Well, look at that. A 102.8 for Mitchell, a 103.1 last time around for Cheek. So he's lost 0.3 of a second, and he is, Willoughby Steele is now within a second of Cheek. Let's have a look. Cheek's looking over his shoulder.
Yeah, I don't think
crouching down. Something is amiss by the looks of it.
That wagon not fully rolling, and you can just see out the corner. It's just not got the go out the corner, has it? Now, that's a disaster for him because now you can see everyone else is now closing in behind.
Okay, big. Oh, we've got to change to second place because Leo Robinson and Joel Hull have dispatched Aidan Mitchell. This is now a real test of Joe Cheek's maturity. You've got a problem with your kart's not 100%.
Yeah.
You've done a load of work to get up toward the front. Now you're going backwards. Do you overdrive the car, lose your head, get angry and upset because things are going wrong like they did the day before? Or do you and say, okay, if fifth place is all I can do, I am going to make sure I finish fifth and not then get upset and aggressive? And I think he's going to try. Let's have a look. This is a big moment now for Joe Cheek. Things aren't going right for him. What does he do? He's got to get his head down, and if he stays in that, now he's got a slipstream, try and stay in the slipstream and get dragged around. Dara McInerney is next in line, so we're looking at now 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. 23, Willoughby Steele in 5th, Harry Bloor with the fast lap the race in kart number 11 in 6th. Then it is Cheek and the change over the front, Anthony.
Yeah, Robinson's taken the lead of this one. Calichurn back down into second place. So the battle for the lead now, as we're watching this one further behind, is starting to heat up. A little bit wide for one of the drivers in the background there. Aidan Mitchell is back up into third place as well. So chopping and changing there. There they are on your screen as Jake Humphrey sees a warning flag. So across the line they go. Keep an eye on the slipstream. 3.5 minutes to go. Is anyone going to go for the move here? If they are, I reckon it will be Calichurn, and he is going to go for it down the inside. He's got to be careful on the exit though, because he could get the switch back here.
Oh, Mitchell!
There it is.
Now, all this battling, look at the second group.
Yeah,
look how much closer they're getting. 3 minutes to go. So, like, hobbled Kart or not, Joe Cheek is actually staying closer to the lead battle. Joe, if you just keep your head now, you can still be in with a shout at the end of this one.
Back down the inside there for Hayden Mitchell as Joel Hurl just tries to get it done as they go through. So keep an eye on it, and this race far from over. You can see there the set. We talk about the setups of the nose cones there. One very low, some very high. It's all, everyone's slightly different, and again, everyone just sets it. As long as it's not fallen off, it's all right.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's still there.
Yes.
But again, look at now, Steele, Bloor, Cheek and McInerney, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, were all within 1.9 seconds of the race leader. Jehan Calichurn defending onto the banking. Robinson will try and cut underneath, coming into this camera shot. There goes Leo Robinson into the race lead. Nice
little move there. It's a capital one on that one, isn't it? As soon as someone tries to go down the inside, you can just get the under over. Can't you? Come straight back through. Back down into hairpin number 1. Under braking. Calichurn back to the lead. Robinson with a switch over on the outside line. He's not got the optimal line going into hairpin 2 here. Calichurn has that one. He's going to try and hold it round the outside. Can't quite do it. That means now he's too late to go back down the inside here, or is he? As he's trying to go down the inside side by side, and he does go down the inside. Look at this group now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them, all battling away as Joel Hull goes through.
Number 23, Willoughby Steele, getting it all crossed up.
So close there.
And that's the number 37. No, that was number 31 car. Man like Joel Hull, making his presence felt. Now, even more of the field are getting closer and closer.
Field's closed in again, hasn't it? Just like the start.
Who's back up at the 5th position? Well, make that 6th position. Joe Cheek. Smart driving. He hasn't lost his head.
Yeah.
Again, so it might seem as though we're talking about, there's a cone that gets a bit of a knock there. Say it's like we're talking about Joe like more than the other drivers. Well, it's only because we're trying to... We get to know these drivers. This is a big race in terms of Joe's maturity as a driver. And it's an example to all drivers. When your equipment isn't working as best as possible, do you A, throw your toys out the pram and beat yourself, or do you B, drive smart?
At the moment, we're going to find that one out. Timer
Let
still
the race
there.
Come to you.
Oh, dear me. Leo Robinson tried to go down the inside here. Now he's lost out 2 places.
Harry Bloor up into P3. We've hardly mentioned his name, and now he's 3rd. And with about 10 kart lengths, the race lead. 30 seconds to go, Anthony.
And he's got the fastest lap of the race as well. Out of the final corner, then they go. And there, Jehan Calichurn going defensive now from Hayden Mitchell. Mitchell still there, watch him go down the inside, keep an eye on Bloor. We've seen it, 3rd place has worked. Is it going to happen this time around? No, but who comes through? Joe Cheek up into P4 now. Wagon is rolling once again as Joel Hull goes back down the inside, can't maintain the position.
Look at the lap times. The lap times have dropped off by over a second.
Yeah.
So Joe Cheek's kart had dropped off by over a second, but his kart he's running at maximum speed his kart can. Everyone else is slowing down. Here comes Dara McInerney on the outside. The number 3 kart of McInerney up into 6th or 7th position now. Side by side for 3rd between Hull and Bloor.
Bloor running a little bit wide there. Has lost momentum now. Under pressure from Hull and Cheek just behind as well. Quick check over the shoulder there from Calichurn just to see what the situation is as Joel Hull goes down the inside of Bloor and Joe Cheek comes through.
Picks up 2 positions.
Exactly. He'll be happy with that one. Now, if he can maintain that one, he'll finish with the top 3. Even with a car that's not fully operational here.
Amongst all that, look at the 2 drivers who have stayed there.
Yeah.
Calichurn and Mitchell, they are still 1 and 2. Now that it's spread out a little bit, Joe Cheek is like a sitting duck as he drops back to 5th position. Make that 6th position almost a hole. This is the final lap. Calichurn and Mitchell are clear. It is.
Oh, and there's karts off.
Oh, kart's up there. Oh, there's several karts. One kart is over on the banking there. Marshall straight away on the scene. Let's have a look. Who have we got? Okay, drivers both up and out of the kart.
Okay, so Joe Cheek is one of them.
They're fine. They're both drivers are fine. In fact, I'm looking there, and we'll get back to that in a minute. Let's concentrate on the race, but I've got to make something about a great bit of sportsmanship I've just seen there out on the banking. Joe Cheek up and out of the car. The other driver that went off
is William Bryant.
William Bryant was up and out of his car and ran over to get the kart off Joe Cheek, which had upturned itself. Here we go. Couple of corners to go. It's Calichurn versus Mitchell for the race win, the pre-final. Jehan Calichurn looks like he's going to hang on, Anthony.
He is indeed. Out of the final corner then, looks plain sailing all the way to the checker flag. He will see it. And it is another perfect day today. Another win, 2 heat wins, and a win in the pre-final. Obviously, it was a third in qualifying, but he'll be happy with that one from Aidan Mitchell. Joel Hull at the end of that one does finish in 3rd place from Harry Bloor, who also has the fastest lap of the race as well. From Leo Robinson, Monty Braithwaite, and Willoughby Steele crosses the line in 7th place from Dara McInerney. Jack Stewart, Jake Humphrey, who actually did cross the line. We lost Patrick Leaf before the race even started, and the 2 drivers involved at the banking, Joe Cheek and William Bryant.
Well, I'm not sure if we've got action replays today on the coverage, but again, that was, again, 2 karts just going for one on the last lap, and I think it was Bryant going up the inside of Cheek. There was some contact. Cheek's kart rolled over. Both Bryant's kart landed further up the banking on its wheels. Obviously, it's the last lap. Cheek was underneath his kart as the kart was on its roof, and Bryant, to his credit, was up and out of the kart, running over to the kart to get the kart turned over and release Joe, and Joe was up and out of the kart straight away. So great. The marshal was there in double quick time as well, but yeah, William Bryant was with Joe Cheek, getting the kart off him before the marshal even got there, which is great to see, because obviously, you know, they're battling for a top 3-4 position place in the last lap of a big race. The adrenaline is pumping, but yeah, all that goes out of the window when you try and help a fellow driver, which is really good to see. Told you, ladies and gentlemen, told you you didn't need a massive grid to have a great TKM race.
Well,
quick catch up for the now. Herman Brooks, obviously a family member to Mason. Big up, Mason. Yep. Big up, big up. Now we're going to get to the bottom of this Uncle Tyrone situation. Now we can only have one Uncle Tyrone, Anthony.
We can.
Now that was Jack Hobson. But we've got there's no Uncle Vinny. There's no Uncle Sol. You know.
Yeah.
I'm. You know, Kalai Atkins. You know, the Uncle Tyrone is there's only one, and he's not racing today. But Jack Hobson is the only one. Yeah. There we go.
There you go. Well, race is done then. Junior TKM race 18 pre-final. They'll be back out later on.
We do have a few minutes.
Yeah, we do. Go on.
So every year we ask the commentators, we want to get as much information about the drivers as possible.
Yes, we do.
You know, because that helps us give you, the viewers, as much information. If they got sponsors, a bit of career history, if businesses are putting their money behind these drivers. Oh, there's a bit of a pose in there. So, shall I tell you a story? Because every year, and we've got TKM Extreme coming up next, every year, one driver's dad, gives us a full commentator's crib sheet for his driver. So, Anthony, would you like me to tell you a story?
Go on.
We've got a little bit of music in the background. Here's the story. Are you listening, ladies and gentlemen? At the age of 9, Harvey Roth started karting in various junior club arrive and drive leagues in Sussex and Kent. And after winning the championship at all the circuits, the natural next step was to move into owner-driver karting. In 2017, he raced in the junior Subaru category and finished his 2nd year by winning the club championship at Lydd, his local circuit. Continuing the step-up in classes, 2019 saw a move to Junior TKM and new circuits to race at Kimbolton, Rissington, Shennington, Fulbeck and PFI, which is where we're here today. Harvey finished his Junior TKM career 8th in the shortened, by COVID, 2020 British Kart Championship. Are we listening? Next up, where is he today? TKM Extreme. In Harvey's first season, he secured 2 major wins in the British Kart Championship round at Wilton Mill and TKM's Britain's finest event at Buckmorn Park. Harvey finished the 2022 TKM British Kart Championship in 4th place, having won 2 of the rounds. Now, this is the best bit, ladies and gentlemen. His personality shines and always makes great friends around the paddock. Yet once on track, Harvey is very competitive. At the sharp end of the grid, you could always expect great thrills and great racing. Thank you very much, Mr. Roth. You have given us all the ammunition to totally embarrass Harvey Roth, but thank you, and more parents should do that, should help us give information about Harvey Roth, because then we could tell you that Harvey's sponsor is the M2 Computing Limited Company, which is a Microsoft 365 Azure specialist, their IT support and 24/7 cyber security operations centre. There you go.
Wow.
Now you know. On the chat, do you remember Rashan Chikarimbo, commentators? Of course I remember Rashan Chikarimbo. What about him? Where is he? Don't know. Let's have a look at who we have got on circuit. Here's TKM Extreme. There's Sam Johns, last year's British Championship runner-up. Where's the aforementioned Mr. Roth? He's starting from pole position, ladies and gentlemen. I shall stop my bedtime story voice now. Adam Spadders Sparrow, the 2020 TKM Extreme British Champion.
Yes, indeed. So, right, honestly, do you know what? I'm lost after all that. You can find that storybook.
Story time with Henry.
Yeah, exactly.
There we go.
There you go.
I tell you what.
Well,
Let's
stop
go
you waffling.
to an advert, ladies and gentlemen.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.
And never miss a moment you shan't, because you're watching it right here and there.
There's Harvey. Look, there's his sponsor logo. Because
excellent.
Now that we know, because then there's his dad who wrote that lovely little passage that I just read out to you.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Spencer Lane, you can see him just behind the number 11, qualified P9. He had a 3rd and a 4th place yesterday, so he's had a pretty good day.
Now, I don't know why Spencer's not running the number 7 plate, because he finished 7th in last year's British Championship, but he's choosing to run the number 11.
Well, he can do what he likes. He is his own
I'm
person.
just wondering why. There's Alfie Garford. Now, he's got the interesting bit of... Sorry.
Yeah, go.
Charlie King. We're going to get Charlie King now. You do Charlie King.
Okay.
I'll do Alfie Garford. Alfie Garford, Wera Tools sponsorship is part of the Motorbase, the British touring car team Motorbase, part of their Young Driver programme, which is sponsored by Wera Tools, our title sponsor. Great graphics kit. There you go. Now, you do Charlie.
Well, we should have done Charlie first. He's in front. Yeah. Now look what's happened. The camera's now looking at Alfie Garford. Charlie King... He qualified it on pole yesterday. He had a race win yesterday, P7 in his 2nd, so not the best, but he does start this one on the front row. He's had a really decent day yesterday. There's Mr. Garford. Now you can talk about it. Oh, no, wait, you can't. You've already done it.
I've done it.
And now,
I can talk about his dad,
now
Simon,
look what's
the
happened.
1997 British car.
Now look what's happened. We've gone back to Charlie King.
Well, there we go. Now we can talk about Charlie. So Charlie King, 3rd in both finals at PFI in this class last year. Charlie, 6th in the championship. He's got 3 third places. Now, his mechanic, what's his mechanic called? Kong.
Kong.
Big up Kong.
Big up Kong.
That's what he said to you. Do you not remember the Paddock Show?
We did. Anyway.
Anywho, it's TKM Extreme Pre-final, and it is, Anthony?
Coming up next. Yes, indeed. TKM Extreme Race 19 Pre-final is about to take to the track. And like we said, Harvey Ross starting this one on pole position. Qualified 3rd, 2nd and a win yesterday. He'll be happy with that one. What can he do today from that front row spot? Charlie King alongside. Spencer Lane and Alfie Garford start on that 2nd row. Chris Whitton, last year's champion, qualified P10. He had a 6th and a 5th place finish. He starts this one on the 5th spot of the grid. Lee Whittingham alongside him on row 3.
Oliver Bowen and Cian Bennett start on row number 4. Aaron Lask and Michael Cornell, both seeded drivers from last year, on row number 5, with Adam Sparrow, former champion in this class, and Luke Jarman, a junior TKM graduate, on row 6.
Yes, indeed. Row 7, Kai Springfield and Liv Jenkins. They go from row 7. Sam Johns and Ashton Cox going from row 8. Alvin Chu and Jessica Fitzhall round out the top 9 rows of grid, rounded out by Andrew Platt on the 10th row of the grid, all by himself.
Alvin Chu representing Hong Kong.
Excellent. So, the karts make their way around the track. The faster of the TKM groups. And again, not the biggest grid in the world, but nonetheless, a very exciting grid of drivers.
Obviously, we've got the defending champion, Chris Whitten. We've got former TKM Extreme champion Adam Sparrow, former junior TKM champion Alfie Garford. In total, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 of these drivers have won rounds of the British Championship. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of these drivers have appeared on the podium in the British Championship.
So, there is talent out there aplenty.
Talent aplenty. Who is going to put their talent in pole position for the final at the end of this next race?
Should we find out?
Why not? Let's find out, Anthony Jordan. Tell the viewers. Tell them.
Here we go. Into the... false start.
I tell you what, you queue it up, but the drivers don't ever cooperate. Here's an interesting little bit of trivia.
Go on.
I was speaking to driver number 58, Ashton Cox, racing for Klassen Motorsport, but on the Gillard chassis. It's a 2019 Gillard chassis, so it's not one of the OTK Gillard. It's the Tim Gillard built British Gillard chassis, the OG Gillard. How many finals has Ashton Cox won in his karting career across the board, ever?
I'm sure you're going to bless us with that intelligence.
None. Never won a final, ever. Not in club racing, not in national racing, never. Won heat races, never a final. So that is, he had a best result of 4th in last year's British. We finished 4th in the last final of the 2022 Championship. Watch him, the all-red graphics kit, number 58. There he comes out the back. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, of the 17 drivers who did last year's Motorsport UK TKM British Championship, all 17 drivers had at least one top 10 finish in the final. It's so close, it's so even. Yes, Chris Whitten won by a country mile at the end, but the level of competitiveness is incredible this year. Chris Whitten, the only driver who won a championship with his building his own engines, and now he's actually building engines for several other drivers as well.
Yes, Tyler King's being one of them.
Out! We're off and racing, and it is Harvey Roth who leads them into turn number 1. And 19 drivers go under the bridge. 19 drivers come back out onto the banking into our view now, with Tim Wilson Motorsport, number 4 of Harvey Roth, leading the charge.
Yeah, relatively good start then from the entire field. Garford just being a bit squeezed in the pack at the start of that one. Drops down just 1 or 2 places on the recovery drive now once again as they make their way through hairpin number 1. Change for the lead. Back down the inside. Harvey Roth retakes it. Gets back past Spencer Lane, who drops down into 2nd. Side-by-side jostling as down the inside goes Alfie Garford, retaking 4th place. Charlie King there in 3rd. Like you say, his engine's being built by Chris Whitten. And like you say, I said to Charlie King, well, just be careful. Make sure that if you win too hard against Chris, you know, we might start to do something to your engines to make you not win too.
My arse ripped back. So really
no, there is engines. They're Charlie's engines. He just rebuilt them.
Yes, exactly. And he's doing a great job, is Chris, a great ambassador for this class. But it is Harvey Roth leading. Change out on the banking. Here come the field. So Roth now beginning to pull away. Who is that up into P2? Is that the Rob Saw Racing entry of Spencer Lane, number 11? Or is it the number 3 car of Aaron Lash, the Precision Racing machine?
I think it is Aaron Lask, yes.
Yes, indeed. So Precision Racing, the last time Precision Racing won a round of the British Championship was all the way back in 2019 with Lewis Wadley. But Aaron Lask is closing in on race leader Harvey Roth as they come through the Fullerton S's. And then you've got a 4-kart train, 3 of those Talco chassis, the Talco backed drivers, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Oh, dearie me, that is Oliver Bowen, privateer driver number 55, getting squeezed very wide. There's Liv Jenkins, not Olivia anymore,
no,
Liv.
Liv
Jenkins. Again, last year, 8th in the Junior TKM Championship was Liv, and she is now moving up into seniors. Oh, we've got a 2, 4, 6-kart train at the front, so Harvey Roth's early race advantage has been whittled down to nothing.
Yes, so keep an eye on them as they make their way through hairpin number 1. And you see King now at the back of this one. He's looking down a bit there. There's something not fully right with Wagon. He's on the pace still. He's on the back of the group. No dramas, but he is looking down at something.
Yeah,
I think he's got a problem with his front left wheel.
Do you know what? The way that the car is just dropping off there, yeah, he's certainly looking...
Hampton,
well spotted, Anthony, yes. And do you know what? That is smart driving there from King. He's going to be absolutely devastated losing out on a potential top place finish. He's going to start the final last, but it's better to come into the pits and double check than have a wheel fly off at 60 miles an hour, which would be somewhat expensive.
Yes, and depending on where it happens, could be painful.
Yes.
Right, so up they go again. Roth leads the way then from Lask. And Sparrow with the fastest lap of the race there in 3rd place. He's had a good run in this one. He started quite far down in the field on this one. 6th row, P11.
And Sparrow now having a little look to the inside. No, that's the number. Well, he is having a look to the inside now. He's trying to pass the number 11 Kart of Spencer Lane. And side by side, Lask defending, going into hairpin number 2, hangs on to 2nd. And Adam Sparrow. Well, here comes Chris Whitton in the number 1 Kart. And behind them, you've got Lee Whittingham in the number 10 Kart closing up. So Lee Whittingham, yesterday, having problems with his Micron. So Dad Robin did a bit of open heart surgery last night on his found a carb jet in the Micron.
Ah.
How it got there? Who knows?
No one knows.
Or a carb pin. Something to do with the carb. They were telling me this morning. But now that now that Lee has got his the correct lap, the Micron working, the rest of the go-kart seems to be working very well as well. Into turn number 3 we go now. And it's like an accordion. Every time the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place battle that allows the race lead to get away, they sort themselves out and just claw their way back up to the front. And the entire field, apart from the unfortunate Charlie King, has Charlie King come back out onto the track? Yes, he has. So Charlie King is back out in the race.
Well, if anything, he's a lap down, so he's not going for position here, but I suspect that's a test.
Yeah, but if anyone else, we've got 7 minutes to go, if anyone else drops out of the race, he'll pick up a position.
He will indeed.
Oh, look at this, Anthony. 2, 4, 6, 7 drivers back to Alfie Garford in the number 88 Kart, all within spitting distance of top spot. It's Roth, Lask, Sparrow, Whitton, Lane, Whittingham and Garford. Luke Jarman is in 8th place, Jarminho. Then is Michael Cornell 9th, Oliver Bowen 10th, Sam Johns down in 11th, Liv Jenkins is 12th, Ashton Cox 13th, then it's Kai Springfield, Kian Bennett, Alvin Chu, Jessica Fitch Hall, Andrew Platt and Charlie King a lap down.
Indeed, the concertina effect kicks in through hairpin 1, and some drivers going a little bit wide there, and now 3 wide, and 1 driver getting spat out there. I think that's Spencer Lane, who's tumbling.
Number 11.
Yeah,
yes, it is.
He's still there. I think Sparrow was one of them as well, who dropped down a couple of places as they went through there, or is he still? No, he's still there in 3rd, so he's fine.
And Michael Cornell, the plain white Karts. Michael Cornell, the privateer's privateer.
Yes.
You don't get any more privateer than Michael Cornell.
No, he's got a couple of karts here this weekend. One of them is the
old school clutchless.
Yes.
If you spin, the engine cuts out, you've got to pick it up, lift the rear wheels off the ground and run with it. When the engine cuts in, then jump in, get your foot on the accelerator.
And hope for the best.
And hope for the best. That is old school. Mike, the very, very first ever round of the relaunched Motorsport UK British Championship was held in 2019 in March here at PFI. On that day, Michael Cornell came second in the final, his one and only podium in the British Championship to date.
Yes.
To date.
Yeah. I do love seeing the old school push to start ones. You know, they are fantastic.
Only because your back isn't the one that's trying to
Well,
get
no,
it started.
exactly. I just like watching them. I don't like racing in them because, yeah, then I'd have to try and start it. So, yes, definitely not my cup of tea.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10,
Sparrow.
11.
Sparrow there in second
Sam
now.
John's in 11th place. But and they're separated by less than 2 seconds. Fantastic. 5 minutes to go. And, yeah, Lask leads Sparrow, Roth, Whittingham, Witten, Garford, Lane, Jarman, Bowen, Cornell and Johns. This is the calm before the storm.
There's a move. Looking like potentially Luke Jarman there on Spencer Lane. Just a little further back.
Yep. Cornell drops the back of this lead group in that all-white car with the blue race suit on.
Oh, there goes Roth. Down the inside, a change for a second. And actually, look at that rear bumper there. That's why he's done it. Look at the rear bumper on Sparrow's car. It's completely broken.
The rear bumper, the metal bumpers are broken on Sparrow's car, so that will be...
That's the technical flag. It's got to be.
Is it? I mean, it's broken, but it has detached itself from the car.
That's true.
I don't know. Question answered. Yes, it is, Anthony.
Okay.
And sadly, Adam Sparrow's race is run.
That is such a shame because he was going so well.
Yes, and so
yeah, there it is.
you can see it down. He thinks so. But look at this. This has now given Aaron Lask a huge advantage. Huge advantage over Alfie Garford, who was in second. Lee Whittingham now moving into P2. Whittingham. Oh, is that? No, who is it? Did Whittingham make that move? Or is it still Garford? I think it's still Garford, you know. But Adam Sparrow now, Adam, you need to get out of the way. I know you're going to come in at the end of this lap anyway, but, you know, pull aside and just let everyone else go through. Because at the end of the day, if that worries me. See, if that rear bumper flies off, it's going to make contact at a high rate of knots with one of the many go-karts that are following closely behind. So Sparrow's going to peel off into the pits.
Yeah.
There he goes.
Yeah.
Sadly for Adam Sparrow. Now, 2 minutes 45 seconds to go. They come through the Mike Wilson complex. Aaron Lask's lead is the biggest anyone has enjoyed in this race all day. Garford giving the signal to Whittingham. Okay, come on, let's work together. It's 1 second. How quickly can the chasing pack reel Aaron Lask in? They've got 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap to do something about it.
Yeah, and Oliver Bowen, fastest driver out in circuit there in P5, is in the grouping. You can see here, bit of a hand gesture there from Lee Whittingham, just to say, right, let's go, let's close that gap. It's 9/10 of a second, we'll watch it. 2 minutes left on the timer, plus that 1 lap. These drivers know how to close a gap. Are they going to maintain it? They'll have to see what happens. Again, they'll have the data on the screen just in front of them, of giving them what's going on, and they will see whether or not they are closing or not.
Already the gap is coming down.
Yes.
You know, already those 3 drivers you're looking at on your screen now, the number 88, Alfie Garford, the number 10, Lee Whittingham, the number 11, Spencer Lane, working as one. The gap was 1.07 seconds. It's now 3/4 of a second in the space of 1 lap. And look at Lee Whittingham just shoveling Garford along. They're going to catch him, you know, Anthony. They're going to catch him. We haven't got the 11 kart group at the front, but we're going to have a 6 kart group very, very shortly indeed.
We are in towards hairpin number 1 they go. Again, you're not going to see any moves this time around. They still haven't closed that gap. They need to keep up this momentum. If they want to get past, they're going to have to work as a team here to try and do it. Now, Aaron Lask is doing what he needs to do here. He's leading the way. He's doing what he needs. But, of course, he hasn't got the slipstream. And the slipstream here at PFI is immense.
Vital.
It is vital.
Lask breaking the air as well. So he is just creating this huge vacuum effect for all the drivers following him to just settle into. It's like a NASCAR race, say it time and time again.
And that's why we love PFI as well.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's why we love racing here, because you just get that. You don't see a driver just break away, because you can't. That slipstream is just too powerful here. And now look at that. They've latched right onto the back of him.
It took them 2 laps. Oh, sideways for Spencer Lane, rather, trying to get on the outside of Lee Whittingham. And they're 3 wide onto the bridge. Somebody gets spat very, very wide. I think, who was that shaking his head there? And, a 5-second penalty for Chris Whitten. And it's Lask now defending his race lead. He tries to run Garth a little bit wide. Whittingham is there in 3rd position. Bowen is 4th and Harvey Roth is 5th. Then it's the number 11 of Spencer Lane. Sam Johns is 7th. Chris Whitten is down to 8th. The clock has struck 0, Anthony.
Oh, wow, so close between the 2 of them, and forced off the circuit there was Garford. Tyre smoke off the 2 of them in towards Bobby Game corner. Aaron Lass did not want to give that place up.
Well, and that is like the Red Sea. It just parted in front of Lee Whittingham. He looks over his shoulder. Now he gets his head down. Okay, final lap. Come on now, Lee Whittingham. It's been a tough winter for Lee Whittingham. 3rd in 2019. 8th in 2020, a year off in 22, and a very emotional 10th place finish in the British Championship last year. Yes, it's only a pre-final, but a win is a win, and Lee Whittingham is half a lap away.
Wow.
Now they got their heads down. Roth is 2nd, Lask is 3rd, Garford is 4th, everybody else crawling over each other for 5th position. There's Chris Whitten, but Lee Whittingham, his body language was fantastic. He came out of the last corner, almost like jumped up in the air. Oh my goodness, look at my lead. Got his head down, and now he is driving. Well, 2 corners from home.
Here we go then, and Lee Whittingham, that gap, 0.6 of a second as Garford now under pressure here from everyone
Sam
behind.
Johns goes through.
Yeah.
Checkered flag in the air, and it is a pre-final win for Lee Whittingham. And 2nd for Harvey Roth. I've got to say, Alfie Garford's lovely new Wera graphics kit has got a couple of scuff marks on it. But there is a look at that. Lee Whittingham, Harvey Roth, Aaron Lask, Alfie Garford, and Sam Johns. Your top 5. Oliver Bowen, Spencer Lane, and Chris Whitten 8th, but he's going to have a penalty, 5 seconds. Michael Cornell 9th, Luke Jarman rounds out your top 10. Ty Springfield, Liv Jenkins, Kian Bennett, and Ashton Cox. The top 14 drivers separated by 5.5 seconds.
Yes, indeed. Very, very close out there. The rest of the field you can see on the screen from 15th place downwards. Alvin Chu, Jessica Fitzhall, Andrew Platt, Charlie King, and of course Adam Sparrow, the 2 retirements from that race. And
you have 2 potential winners starting the final from the last row of the grid. And as we have just seen there, anybody can win in TKM Extreme. Now, let's do a nose cone check. And good to go. Lee Whittingham just checks. Yep.
Yeah, you're all good.
Now he will go. So what Lee Whittingham will do now, he will go round and into the technical scrutineering area where technical commissioner, technical director Paul Klassen and Ernie Salmon, the 2 technical directors, Klassen and Salmon, will be awaiting them. There's Aaron Lask. Have to say, it was Lask and Garford defending a bit too vigorously that handed the race to Lee Whittingham.
I'd very much like to see the other side of Garford's kart there, because there was a lot of smoke that came off that one.
Yep, there's the number 55. That's Oliver Bowen.
Yeah.
Oliver Bowen, 15th in last year's Junior TKM Championship. So a big step up this year. Here's a look at some of the other drivers. Oh, we're going to have a little Sam Johns. He's going to have a one. He's going to have a chat with Alfie Garford there. He's going to have a chat with Chris Whitten. Sam Johns and Chris Whitten. Ooh, scuffage. Muchos scuffos.
Quite a bit of it there. And, well, that's
maybe
TKM
not the
race.
kind of coverage that Wera Tools wanted of this sponsorship there. But there we go. But again, it's great to see. So Wera Tools, this is their 3rd year now sponsoring this championship, and they have invested. They're not just investing in this championship; they're investing in grassroots motorsport through the Motorbase British Touring Car team. Alfie Garford, one of 4 drivers on their young driver program. Again, it's backing drivers who don't have the funding to race at the highest level themselves. Great to see. Have to say thank you to Wera Tools for all they're doing for this championship, and there's some other sponsors, OGO, Team and Tweaks, and the rest. Again, we're just very, very fortunate to have a multitude of loyal and forward-thinking sponsors that are allowing us to create, allowing the team at Alpha to make the coverage of this championship even more dynamic and groundbreaking. So, Anthony, one race to go before the lunch break?
Believe so.
I believe so, yes. And that will be the pre-final.
I don't actually have
X30.
I don't actually have a timetable in the competition.
Well, I mean, I would imagine that the finals take place after the lunch break. We do.
It would make sense.
Oh, dearie me. Let's have a little look. What have we got here? Yes, it is race number 7 of the day. Race number 20 overall, which will be the Junior X30 Final. Now, at 12:22 and 10 seconds at local time, we are going to have an opportunity to run through the grids. Yes.
Yes.
Here are some of the drivers. Now, we saw the repechage earlier on, and not all the 6 drivers that finished in the top 6 are on the grid here. George Quartermain, who we saw finish 7th, he is in. Aston Sharp, who we saw win, he is out.
Yes, and I looked at the race result from that one, can confirm it's a nose cone penalty.
And so the fact that George Quartermain put in a storming last lap to get to within 5 seconds of Aston Sharp at the end, that was a difference. If George Quartermain had finished a couple of tenths of a second further back, he would have been more than 5 seconds behind Aston Sharp, and he wouldn't have qualified.
Exactly that. Well, this will be a very interesting one. And I may have said earlier as well that 36 drivers start this race.
It's 34.
It's 34.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. Well, maths is not my finest strong point.
Yeah, maths is your strong point. Speaking isn't my strong point. But I tell you what is my strong point. Queuing up an advert. Segways. Lovely. Thank you.
Nice. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
I wasn't eating a chocolate finger, honestly.
No. There's Callie Atkins in the grandstand. He's watching this next one, keeping an eye. And there he is, primed and ready. Give us a wave, Callie.
Go on.
Go on.
Go on. Go on. Ah, you've heard yourself now. Give us a wave. Carly, give us a wave. Carly, give us a wave.
No, he is not going to.
Andrew Saylor, give us a wave. Andrew Saylor, next thing, just give him a punch and tell him to wave.
Yeah. No.
No. He's thinking about how he's going to win the final later on. Yeah. Now, there is George Quartermain, driver number. No, that's not. That's Austin Gale. Both Gales are in, so we've got several drivers.
Yeah, we have actually.
So both Gale siblings are in there. Who else didn't?
Joey Brown received a penalty.
Oh dear. So there we are. That's what we've got there. Now let's have a little look up there. We've got moving up. There is there's that Mr. Bartle. There is in 19th the grid 73 Harry Bartle, excellent in the Rotax Grand Finals at Portimao last year.
Sacrilegious, you're talking about another engine during an IAME.
I'm talking about the driver. Now there is number 31, Mondi Junior Canini. Apparently he has a new sponsor, and his dad said, I'm going to come up to the commentary box and tell you about his new sponsor. Yes, Anthony.
Koi Koi.
Who?
Koi Koi. It's a restaurant.
Koi Koi?
Yeah. It's a restaurant.
Is it?
It is.
What kind of restaurants? A fish restaurant? Koi carp?
No,
Okay.
South African.
South Africa. Do you know what? Oh, our South African fans at home. What is it's a spicy meat. It's served in like a round bread. Oh, it's a traditional South African. It's really spicy. It's chicken, and it's actually you hollow out like paddock pooch. Enough talk about food. We've got 2 paddock pooches there. Yeah, I'm trying to think about what the that South African cuisine is. Mr. Monday can come and tell me. Right, enough talking about dogs and South African food. It's Junior X30, and it's starting now. Okay, a very, very quick rundown through the full 34 starting lineup. Pole position, it is Fred Green for the Jamie Green Racing Team with Macaulay Bishop alongside on row number 1. Oliver Stilp and Ewan Charman on row number 2. Taylor Orridge and Lewis Bird go from row number 3.
Kenzo Craigie and Cian Geraghty, they round out the 4th row with Lewis Islin and Harrison Mackie going from row 5. They round out the top 10. Zach Green and Morgan Moore, they go just behind them on row 6.
Monday, Junior Canini and the Koi sponsorship go from row number 7, P13 alongside Isaac Phelps. Joseph Smith and Alexander Savinkoff are on row number 8 with Riley Cranham and Freddie Lloyd on row 9.
Mr. Bartle and Jensen Graham, they round out the top 20 on row number 10. Hadi Mamasi, the E-plate in the Junior X30 category. He starts from the 11th row with David McIntyre alongside. To go see the stewards earlier in the weekend, did Hadi. Wasn't overly pleased, but he starts this one in a good place. Thomas from Spearing and Tristan Powell, they round out the top 12 rows.
Eden Spanswick and Samuel Branston are next, followed by Cathal Clark and Flynn McDermott. Henry Carter and Rocco Shenton, the 2 leading repechage qualifiers on row number 15.
Ollie Rands, Austin Gale, George Quartermain and Toby Gale round out the final 2 rows then of this grid. A full grid, 34 drivers. These are your drivers who are going through to the final, but where, Henry, are they going to be starting? We're about to find out.
We will find out in 12 minutes plus 1 lap time because the lights are out. We're off and racing.
Oh, and that's a wheel off.
With minus the number 88 Kart.
No, it's the 33. It's Cathal Clark.
Oh, sorry, Cathal Clark. So that's 1 down, and Cathal not very happy, but everyone else is racing as we go home to the bridge with Macaulay Bishop in the Dan Holland Racing number 4. Leading the way down the hill. One driver going very, very wide here off the bridge, down towards hairpin number 1. Into 3 wide we go into hairpin number 1. You can see at the back there the repechage qualifiers all jostling amongst themselves to try and get the better position in the field for the final. But it's Bishop from Fred Green, and is that Oliver Stilp in 3rd position? No, it's the Argenti Motorsport Kart of Ewan Charman in P3.
Yeah, good start from Charman. Started this one in P4, so already gaining places, and a nice breakaway that they've got there. You've got a duo of crop promotion karts just in the back of shot as well as they make their way across the line. I say that's complete false. It's Oliver Stilp who's in an Optima Performance kart, apparently, according to my screen, and Lewis Bird in the crop promotion kart.
Well, Oliver Stilp, we used to talk about a very fast Stilp in Junior X30. It's Gabriel Stilp, who's now moved on to the British Formula 4 Championship. Yeah. Very, very successfully indeed. Don't forget, Gabriel Stilp has won the last 2 IAME X30 International finals. So Britain has got the last 2. Britain leads the way in the world of Junior X30 racing for the last 2 years, courtesy of Gabriel Stilp. He's moved on. Oliver Stilp has now stepped up and is having a fantastic debut showing here in the British Championship in 4th position. Top 3 breakaway though, Bishop, Charman and Fred Green.
Yes, indeed, across the line they will go. Nice little breakaway. Change though as Charman up into 2nd place. As that'll update on your timing screens now as they make their way up the banking. Now that gap, what is it? Because Lewis Bird is there now in 4th place. He's managed to get through. 1.5 seconds is the gap, or is about 1.3 to the side of them. Freddie Lloyd's just picked up a 5-second time penalty, the number 17.
He had a bad day yesterday, did fast Freddie. Always fast, but in the wards a little bit. A 16th and an 8th place finish in his 2 heats yesterday, and that is not going to help him early on with a penalty here. He is currently running in 23rd position. So Fred's day goes from bad to worse.
Yeah, not the best for him. Kenzo Craigie, though, with the fastest lap of the race. Number 44, currently in P7-6, I think now out on track. Having a good run. Very fast as they exit out of that corner, isn't it? That camera shot there really shows how much they just sweep across the side of the circuit, doesn't it? As they use their tyres up as much as possible. Warning flags coming out. Taylor Orridge with the fastest lap of the race as well. Currently in P9, changing here. Jarman down the inside at the banking, gets it done.
And again, a lot of chopping and changing for this 4th place battle as well.
Oh.
And here comes Macaulay Bishop. Bishop back to the lead and side by side now for second.
No.
Oh, and that was Green just sort of easing Charman wide. Charman going over the grass and the kart bouncing up and down, losing an awful lot of position. And just like that, we have got a 2-kart battle of the lead. And we've got 2 more karts. You can just see on your screen there very briefly going the wrong way, and they're both Fusion Motorsport karts.
They are.
Oh dear.
And I think one of them
it's going to be Jensen, excuse me, Jensen Graham
and Freddie Lloyd.
Oh, Freddie Lloyd has been in the wars, shall we say. But back at the front, it is Bishop against Green. Bishop, the 2020 IAME Cadet British champion, 2021 runner-up in Mini X30 last year, 4th in this class. That's why he runs the number 4. And you can see Fred Green pointing, saying, "Come on, no, let's go, let's go."
Yeah.
Oh dear, and there is a rather upset Mr. Lloyd.
Yes, yeah, understandably as well. Championship points are up for grabs in this race as well, aren't they? Am I right in saying?
They are indeed. And well, do you know what? Sometimes just kicking the you-know-what out your side pods can make you feel a whole lot better about things.
Yeah, definitely so. Well, the race goes on nevertheless, and Craigie up into 4th place actually in this one. Kenzo Craigie for Argenti Motorsports.
Yep, and again he's doing Rotax and X30 this year. He's part of the Mercedes Petronas Young Driver Program.
I think Mercedes Young Driver Program is good enough.
The Mercedes Young Driver Program is good enough. Excellent. Well, if it's good enough for Mercedes, it's good enough for you and me, Anthony. All I know is that Kenzo's on it, and as he makes a move, showing us why.
Yeah, indeed. Nice little move there. Sporting his new helmet. He's very happy with it. Back down the inside, though. Cian Geraghty fighting back. Gets it done. And just as you gain 2 places, they very easily lose them. But that's PFI for you in a nutshell.
Yeah. Oh, and there's Kenzo at the inside. Don't forget, Kenzo's come up straight out of Honda Cadet into Junior X30.
Which seems like such a big jump, doesn't it?
It does. In terms of speed, it is. In terms of the characteristics of the kart, you go from 4-stroke to 2-stroke. It is. And there's Ewan Charman. Now, Ewan Charman just goes how easy it is. Ewan Charman goes from leading the race, getting forced off the track, losing track position, losing a little bit of momentum, and now in that hornet's nest of karts that are rapidly losing ground to the race leaders. Artistic camera shot, alert 101. Macaulay Bishop and Fred Green lead by 2 seconds over Taylor Orridge. Haven't mentioned Taylor Orridge. Taylor Orridge in the number 66 crop promotion car, quietly gone about his business and is up into P3. Then it's the battle between everybody else. Craigie, Bird, Stilt, Charman, Geraghty, Mackie, Canini, Bartle, Mimasi, Phelps, Zach Green, Joseph Smith, Min Spearing, Savnikov, and the rest.
I want to point out Rocco Shenton in this one.
I was
Started
about
it
to say.
in 30th place. He's currently P18. 12 positions gained so far. What a run.
And the leading privateer.
Yes.
Even better. Ahead of Riley Cranham, Eden Spanswick, David McIntyre, Ollie Rand, Samuel Branston, George Quartermain, Henry Carter, Austin and Toby Gale, Flynn McDermott, Lewis Islin, Jensen Graham, Morgan Moore. And Morgan Moore has retired, so we're down to 30 karts. Tristan Powell, Cathal Clark, Freddie Lloyd and Morgan Moore out of the race, Anthony.
Adi Mamasi as well. 10 positions gained. The E-plate, who's not had the best of weekends, is doing well in the pre-finals, just outside the top 10. And has got quick drivers around, because he's got Zach...
Oh dear, that's one of the Jamie Green Racing karts.
Is that Isaac Phelps?
Let's have a look. Oh, he's not happy with the way things have gone. It is Isaac Phelps, yes. Coming out of the turn 4, down the hill. Now, judging by the way he was gesticulating, I don't believe he went onto the grass of his own free volition. Hardy Massey.
Yep.
Talk about, we're watching Macaulay Bishop and Fred Green. Bishop has been with the Dan Holland racing team for the last 2 seasons.
I believe
he was
so,
with
yeah.
Paul Munn Racing for a couple of years before that, and then he was always a privateer. Loyalty in karting, Hardy Massey. Hardy Massey has been with the Evolve Motorsport team for as long as I can remember. Sometimes he's been the only Evolve Motorsport kart in the entire field. Now, the team are gradually growing. They've got more and more drivers. Loyalty cannot be understated in karting. Him and the team and his dad, they know the way that each other work inside out, and he's able to come back from a poor result yesterday or a trip to the stewards, you know, not get his head down and start fighting his way up the grid. He's up to 13th place now, is Hardy Massey.
Good little show here. 3 minutes to go as well in this race. Time quickly running out. Crucially, you're not seeing Fred Green go for a move here on Bishop. Again, just working with each other, pushing away from the pack.
Yeah.
The gap's opened up to 2.7 seconds, so doing exactly what they need to be doing. And like this time, I think, what was it, last year, we saw this same thing happening between, who was it, Macaulay Bishop and...
It was, there was Fionn McLaughlin, Leo Robinson.
You know, all of that. Now this year, it's Fred Green. We were just talking about Hardy Massey.
Yep.
He's currently under investigation.
Oh, dear. But I mean, Harry Bartle's next to fastest out of the race. There goes Ewan Charman. Well, Ewan Charman just took 3 people in one corner there, including his teammate Kenzo Craigie. He's closing in on Taylor Orridge. Taylor Orridge still in 3rd position. Now, Charman and Craigie are 4th and 5th. But if you're Fred Green, why make the move for the race lead? Why risk it? At the moment, you're starting on the front row of the grid for the final of a round of the British Championship. The team is in its 3rd year, I think, now.
Yeah.
Third year. It's still growing. It's a relatively new team. This is a great, probably the best result they've had so far. So just keep it nice and steady. You know that Macaulay Bishop isn't going to make it easy for you, because Macaulay Bishop is, whoa, there's a move. One of the Fusion Motorsport karts, Mondi Junior Canini going past Zach Green there up at the turn 4 area. So Fred Green done everything perfectly so far.
Yeah.
You've got 90 seconds to go. It can all go to waste very quickly with one overtly risky manoeuvre, as we've got more action, Anthony.
Yeah, that looked like to me Harrison Mackie getting a bit sideways there and going off a hairpin 2, gets back on the track, albeit now losing several places there, which is a huge shame. He drops out of the top 10, I believe, as well. So a big change up. 1 minute to go then on this race. The gap between your top 2 is non-existent as they cross the line. The gap that we're watching here, this is the battle for 3rd place down, because Ewan Charman is latching on to the back of Taylor Orridge here, and we might have a change for 3rd.
Taylor Orridge has been in 3rd place for most of this race, all on his own, and just at the end, as we go into the final 2 laps, the chasing pack swallow him up. 3 wide, further back. We've got lots of Croc Promotions karts in the mix there. Really good to see the, well, it's obviously mating season because the Crocs have multiplied over the winter, which would be, well, Simon Parker and the rest of the team at Wilton will be very happy with that. But you've got Lewis Bird, Harry Bartle, Cian Geraghty, Oliver Stilp, Zach Green, all fighting in this pack here. There's the 73 of Bartle, and there's the 43 of Stilp, who is not running with optimum performance, I don't think.
Is
that a change?
It was, yeah. Charman's got past, and he's up into P3 now, and it's all kicking off a little further back as well, as Kenzo Craigie is trying to fight off Lewis Bird, who has latched onto this group. Cian Geraghty, Zach Green, Harry Bartle and Stilp still battling away. Stilp being the Oliver Stilp. Yep.
We've got so far, neither of us have called him Gabriel.
No.
Let's see how long that statistic goes for. Right, the clock has struck 0. The next time that Macaulay Bishop and Fred Green cross the start-finish line, they will see the last lap board. Here they go, into Fullerton S's. So far, 2 things have not happened. Number 1, Fred Green has not made a move for the lead. number 2, Macaulay Bishop, has not started to defend, which is slowing them both down. We've got 2 karts going backwards at the short chute, the number 16 and the number 15. Oh my word! They off camera they get going again. The 16 of Joseph Smith and Savnikov. Somebody else out of their karts, coming out of the Fullerton S's. But the last lap has begun. There are yellow flags waving. Catch a number 10.
It's Monday
Junior Canini.
Oh, what a disaster.
Out of his kart. Now, Bishop starts to defend. Here comes Green. Doesn't overcommit.
No.
I think that the yellow flag's going to be waving coming out of the second hairpin because the marshalling team and Monday Junior Canini's kart is in a dangerous position. So there's the yellow flags. So Fred Green can't make a move here. I think that Fred is going to just sit tight and take second.
Well, you say that. I reckon we could see a move here in the Mike Wilson complex. I don't think he's close enough, actually, for the move now. I say it. Is he going to go for a cheeky move down the inside here? We've seen it done before. No, but he did close that gap up quite nicely. Out of the final corner, they will go then, and Macaulay Bishop will take the win. He'll be happy with that one as he crosses the line from Fred Green. They open up a gap of over 4 seconds, 4.6. The battle ensues further back. This is the battle for about 7th place, or actually no, it's the battle for about 13th place.
Rocco Shenton in the mix, all the way from the Repechage in the number 86 kart. Privateer driver Rocco Shenton finishes 16th. Makes up nearly half the field.
Well.
Mondi Junior Canini is okay.
Yeah, I saw him climb over the barrier himself.
He was, well, driver and go-kart parted company in the middle of the track. And a sharp intake of breath because there was a whole pack of karts coming through the Fullerton S's, and Monde is standing in the middle of the track in a bit of discomfort, but they all missed him. But there is your result. After 14 laps in the Junior X30 Pre-final, Macaulay Bishop takes the win by 0.03 of a second from Fred Green. Ewan Charman third, Taylor Orridge fourth, Kenzo Craigie rounds out the top 5, and of Lewis Bird, Zach Green, Harry Bartle, Oliver Stilp and Harrison Mackey. Cian Geraghty, Thomas Min Spearing, Hardy Mamasi, Lewis Islin, Riley Cranham, your top 15. And then the remaining finishers, sadly, we only had 29 finishers because Monday Junior Canini, Morgan Moore, Freddie Lloyd, Tristan Powell and Cathal Clark failed to finish. Oh dear, Anthony, take a breather.
I know, that was quite an action-packed Junior X30 Pre-final. Their final up later today. You can catch the Junior X30 Final at about 4 o'clock.
Well, now we're going to take a break, Anthony.
Yes.
You, the viewers, you don't take a break because whilst the lunch break occurs here at the circuit, for your viewing pleasure, sadly I wasn't here because I was watching my son play basketball yesterday. You did the Paddock Show, Anthony.
I did.
And now, you, the viewers, not you, Anthony, but you, the viewers, are going to be able to watch the Paddock Show. 33 minutes and 1 second of it.
Oh.
What a treat. See you later.
Okay, hold on, let me get round this. Oh no. Oh dear. Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Paddock Show. It's 2023, it's round 1, it's IAME, and that's me spinning. And the reason why I'm not driving this weekend, I'm commentating. Give me a moment. You might need to turn a camera around for this one. I've got to get out of this thing. Oh, big thank you to Kart Sim for allowing me to have a quick go on that one. Thank you very much. We'll start with Kart Sim. Firstly, who do we have here?
It's Jack.
Jack, right, okay. So Jack, Kart Sim's been around for quite a while. You're based at Silverstone, I'm correct in saying?
Silverstone, yeah.
And you're in the British Champs Paddock now?
Yes, we are. No, it's a nice place to be. Always busy, so yeah, no, really good, really busy today.
Excellent. You've been giving the drivers hot laps and testing them, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, they've been coming back, trying to fight each other all day to be at the top, so no, it's really good to see them all here.
Excellent. That's what we like to see. What's your quickest time then? Have you been beating the drivers? Can you compare against them?
Well, we have been quicker, yeah, but we practice all the time. So yeah, 57.1 we did earlier, and the quickest time is a 57.4 today. So they got a few attempts to find.
There you go. Well, you have to see if you can try steal one of their actual karts and get out there and see what you can do. Thank you very much for talking to us, Jack. And yes, we'll be back, so I need to have another crack at that.
Nice one. Cheers.
Right, if you head out the back of that one, I'm going to head out this way. And, well, the Paddock Show, it begins. And as you can see, spring has very much started here, ladies and gentlemen. The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day. Racing is currently happening as well. We are live all the way throughout Saturday with the live timing. We are live on the broadcast that you're watching this one on Sunday, and you're probably watching this one through the lunch break as well. So plenty of action already happening. But as you can see, I think the weather that we've got right here might be slightly different to what we've got currently today on Sunday, if that makes sense in my head talking about it. We can have a little recap of what has happened so far today, though, because a lot has happened. In IAME Water Swift, the rookie class, well, I say the rookie class, that's completely wrong. The restricted class has been, well, it's been quite interesting. We've had some shake-ups. It's a brand new series joining us in 2023. Gone are the days of the IAME Cadet, the Gazelle engine that is out of the British Champs Paddock now with the Water Swift engine, so the water-cooled 60cc engine. Now that's been playing host to that one. Mason Brooks, he put it on pole position in qualifying. He also has won his race 1. He's currently out there in race 2, and he's currently live right now. He's in P2, so he's doing a pretty decent job so far today in this one. So keep an eye on that one for the restricted class. In the intermediate class, or the inters, in IAME Water Swift, George Edgar put it on pole position from Jesse Phillips, who won it in race 1. They'll be out a little bit later for race 2 as well. Junior X30, one of the biggest groups that we've got here this weekend. Ewan Charman put that one on pole position. Fred Green, he won race number 1. And he also, Macaulay Bishop won race number 2. I actually was speaking about Fred Green. I want to see if we can pop and see him, actually, because the Jamie Green Racing team is just in this awning here. So I'm going to go there. Follow me. Mind the compressors and the cables and everything like this. This is not the official way of getting through the paddock, but it's the way I'm going to go. Right. Well, we've got some Jamie Green drivers here. Hold on. We need to speak to Fred.
Fred.
Where is he? Where's he?
Fred's gone on Kart Sim.
Fred's gone on Kart Sim, has he?
Yeah.
Well, while we're here, we can chat to... Right, OK, cousin?
Yeah, cousin.
Cousin of Fred, right, OK. Well, he won his first race earlier on. Good performance from him?
Yeah, I think he drove well, to be fair. A bit lucky with 2 people crashing behind him, but I think he drove well to come through from about... I don't know where he started, to be honest.
How do you not know where your cousin starts? You just don't. Right, there we go. Well, how was your race?
I drove through to 3rd, but unfortunately I got a penalty, so I think I'll be about 10th now.
All right, so you've already been to the stewards then? And...
I think it was an in-race penalty.
OK, right, OK. We won't talk about that. We'll forget about that one then. Yeah. But there we go. Well, we've got Mr. Isaac Phelps here as well. Isaac Phelps, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Yeah?
You?
Yeah, I'm great, thanks.
Yeah, good, yeah.
Yeah? Is that it?
No.
No?
No. I had a good race.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you?
Yeah, no, I'm not racing, mate. I'm talking about it. But, yeah, expectations for this weekend, what are we expecting?
I'm expecting hopefully top 15, maybe top 10. I had like P5 from P11 last race, so it went well. Pace is there. It's so close. It's just racecraft pretty much now. I could do better, probably, but there's like tenths to find. Like I'm a tenth off where the fastest people are, so it's not much to find. And then, yeah.
It's all those little bits, isn't it?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, we'll let you crack on. Enjoy your conversation. You're not driving, are you?
No, I'm not driving.
You're just loitering.
Basically, yeah.
Well,
Driver coaching, if you would say.
driver coaching. Oh, there you go.
Not bad talent.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much. Brilliant stuff there. Well, the Jamie Green Racing team doing very, very well. Keep an eye on them throughout this weekend. Moving on, Senior X30. What can I say? Croc Promotions, Calai Atkins. He put it on pole and, well, he won race 1 by about a second. I think he overtook on the last lap. Actually, I've been hailed. I have been hailed. Oh, and she disappeared quickly. I'll give her that. But while we wait for this one, I do want to have a quick chat. No, Joe, stay seated, mate. Stay seated. I don't want you to get up. You know, move your phone. Joe, cheeky, as you've been dubbed now. Firstly, how are we?
Very good. How are you, Anthony?
I'm very well. Again, a very friendly paddock here. Everyone's asking how I am. Joe, your day, well, has it gone so far? I mean, I don't see your name anywhere.
It's not been... It's been all right. I mean, we've had the pace, but the luck just wasn't there in the first race. I mean, we had a couple penalties. I lost my head a bit, but we've always got the second race. We've got the whole rest of the championship, 3 more races this weekend. I'm sure I can climb it back and hopefully have a top 10, top 3 finish, or hopefully top step in the final.
That's what we like to see as well. And, well, it's the first round back. Basically, it's the first day back at school. Is that the sort of vibe you're getting, or is it just good to be back?
It's good to be back. I mean, British Kart Champ's very different to normal club rounds. So many different things you have to know. It's obviously a lot more strict as well. But it's more about the long run, to be honest. With club rounds, it's not as serious, but obviously you still have to put the work in. But with the British Kart Champs, you've got to be very reserved, sort of, what's the word? Very, very reserved, and just take it as risk-free as you possibly can. Rake in the points and bag yourself a championship at the end.
That's what we need. It's a long way, isn't it? It's a lot to go through, isn't it?
6 whole rounds, about 4 races each weekend, qualifying, practice, Friday practice. There's a lot you've got to put in. It's very hard work, but I've seen to make it stick.
Exactly. Well, best of luck for this weekend, mate. So we'll leave Joe Cheek and the Klassen Motorsport team to themselves. Thank you very much. Thank you. In talking about TKM Extreme, Charlie King polled it, and he's won the first race. So keep an eye on that one. Danielle Short, you can hear on the mics there, doing a quick announcement. Now, PFI. Beautiful place, the one place. Now, I love this about PFI. The running of engines only gets done in here, meaning it's nice and peaceful and quiet when you don't have to worry about engines currently getting fired up left, right and centre around you. It's quite irritating a little bit. Let's pop this way down this one, because already I can see a couple of drivers. And actually, there's a driver I want to talk to. No, come here, come. You. Yes, you. Right there, Mr. King. Well, why do I want to talk to you? No, you don't want to go home.
No, I don't want to go home, you're right.
No, there's another race coming up anyway.
Yeah.
Pole in qualifying, race 1 win.
Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you. It was, all right, I guess. I don't know.
Is that it?
Yeah, it's the start of the season, so got to keep a cool head.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Chris Whitten, champion last year. Do you feel like you can take it to him?
Absolutely. So, I mean, he's doing my engine, so hopefully...
Oh, he's building them, is he?
Yeah, he's building them, so hopefully doesn't do anything.
Don't beat him too much then. He might start to swap engines.
I hope not.
Say, oh, he's doing way too good. I'm going to take that engine back. Yeah, I'll give you mine.
No, they're mine. He's just rebuilding them, so
okay.
So he's not having them.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
No,
so
he'll find his pace. It's Chris. He knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing, indeed. What's up with your hair?
I don't know. Helmet hair, isn't it?
Is it?
I do also want to give a shout out to someone.
Go on.
I don't know if you know him or not. Good old Kong. Shout out to Kong. He's a hero.
Okay. Cheers, Kong.
Looks like Donkey Kong in a cart.
Right, okay. I'm glad you said that, not me. Perfect. Let's go this way then. We've got Mick Barrett Racing here. Is there anyone I need to talk to from Mick Barrett Racing? I'm trying to ascertain that information. I don't think there is, but we can go in and have a look. If Henry was here, which he's not, he would say paddock pooch alert. Keep an eye on it. A driver that we have to chat to because, you know, he's here and we've got to chat to him. A familiar face at PFI. Hello, how are we?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Not too bad.
Are we live?
No, we're not live, don't worry. No, so you can swear. No, don't swear. We have to edit that then. How are you? Good to see you back at PFI.
Yeah, I'm great, thanks. Got a weekend off, so I've ended up here. Good to see all the guys at Mick Barrett Racing team that I've done a lot with in the past and catch up with a lot of familiar faces and, yeah, can't beat a bit of go-karting.
A legend in Kart Masters, of course, here as well. So this isn't, of course, Kart Masters, a championship round. So a bit of a different atmosphere than a one-off weekend.
Yeah, obviously, especially for these guys as well. It's first round of a championship. You know, the year's long. You always want to start a series off on a good foot with a good result. It's not necessarily, you know, Kart Masters, a one-off event. It's all about the winning. The winner takes all. But here, it's more about let's just have a good, clean start. You know, a lot of guys, it could be their first race with a new team, just building a relationship. It's kind of the foundations for your year, really. So, yeah, just always trying to start off as good as you can.
Yeah, that's what we like to see. Thank you very much for chatting with us, Ben. So, yeah, good to see you back in the paddock and with the Mick Barrett Racing team. Lovely to see. Oh, this sun is absolutely beautiful. I do hope we keep this. I do hope the sun does actually stay. The MDL team there. We've got the Strawberry team, some of the base here. We've got a couple more of the... What do we got here? Well, I mean, these two here, we can't not chat to... Do we dare say Dumb and Dumber? I'll let you guys choose which one's which.
I'd agree with that, to be fair.
Yeah.
No, I'd say him.
Right. So, we'll start with you, Harvey. Right, Harvey, firstly, how's the day been?
Yeah, unreal, to be fair. Qualified P3, P2 in the race. Can't complain, really.
It's an interesting picture on your driving licence there.
It's not that bad.
When did you get that fringe?
A long time ago. Yeah. Look at it's a bit ropey today, actually.
Yeah, it's all right. So it's looking good. It's looking good. What are your expectations this weekend? Where do you, or for this championship as well? Obviously, it's a new season, first round. What are we thinking?
Just looking to score good points today to start the pre-final tomorrow and just sit in a good position. It's all about consistency over the season, really. Just score some good points and hopefully win the championship.
Exactly. You're in the wrong spot. You need to be over that side, working on your tan.
Yeah, it's not actually that good, to be fair.
You need to start getting them Euro tans in, boys. I know we're racing in the UK, but we need to get them Euro tans in. Aaron Lask. Aaron, again, another driver racing in, well, the same category, TKM Extreme. How's it been for you?
Yeah, not too bad. I qualified 7th, which weren't great, and then, yeah, we crashed in that one. So I think my aim is just not to crash for the next race. That'd be a good start.
That's a good aim.
Yeah, I was up the banking, so I'll try not to do that again.
Yeah. Good game plan, good game plan. Tomorrow, you got another race today, and then tomorrow's a whole another day as well. So the wagon's still good, though?
Yeah, wagon's good. We've got speed. We're driving up to the back of Harvey in that one. Yeah, and then we've got to put up the bank, so I'll get him in the next race.
Easily done, though, to drive up to the back of it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, we'll try not to crash together, though.
Yeah, no.
Probably will happen.
Maybe. It's me at the end of the day.
And me.
Let's hope not. Boys, thank you very much. Enjoy your evening. Enjoy your evening. Let's cut through here, please. Let's go this way. We'll sneak right through. And they're troublesome too. They are troublesome too. So we got Agenti Motorsport. They've got a big awning. They've got lots of drivers in their team. Let's cut this way. We've got quite a bit of time on this one. Hopefully you're sticking with us. Obviously, lunch break right now, so hopefully the racing you're watching so far on Sunday's good. If you're watching this Saturday night, hopefully you're having a good evening. Do we pop into Argenti or do we pop into BMR? Choices. I think we go this way because I want to get into the back paddock as well because there's a lot going on into the back paddock. Actually, while we come down here, there is a driver I've spotted and I would very much like to have a quick chat with this particular driver. Hello, Mr. Austin Newstead. How are we?
Good, you?
I'm not too bad, thank you. First round back, how are you feeling?
Good, bit annoying. I ran a bit wide around the bowl. Bit annoying in that one because that made me drop back a few places.
That's a shame, but there's plenty more races to go, isn't there? You've got another race today and then you've got lots tomorrow as well. What are you hoping to achieve this weekend?
I'm hoping to get on the podium, but especially P1.
Yes. We all like P1, don't we?
Yeah.
Good spot, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the best spot to be.
Best, yeah, best spot. I like that idea as well. Helmets looking good. Is that a new design or is that the same one?
different from last year, but I've had it for quite a while.
Yeah. Looking good, looking sharp. We'll keep an eye on that one out on track. Best of luck for the rest of this weekend, mate.
Thank you.
Excellent. Good to chat to young Austin. He's very quick out on track. He definitely knows how to pedal a kart. So keep an eye on him over this weekend. Mind that cable. You nearly had it then, didn't you? You nearly stacked it there. I saw that. Oh, dear, that'd have been funny. Right, I do want to walk into the back paddock. While we do that, next race is out. It's Water Swift. It's the intermediate category that's currently out there. So keep an eye on that one. Like we say, George Edgar put it on pole, so he starts this one on the front. But Jesse Phillips won the first race. Now, Phillips... quite recently, obviously his first round back in the Water Swift, he's had a lot of practice in the Water Swift kart. As well, he's been dominating the Water Swift categories over in Europe. He's definitely one to be keeping an eye on. So back over here in Britain, can he maintain that? And can he show what he's got here in the UK? Obviously, we're starting at PFI. It's very familiar to some European tracks, very fast, very wide, very flowing, compared to some of the other circuits that we have here. Now, I can see Hadi Mamasi kart here, but do we have Hadi Mamasi in here anywhere? No, he's down in the he's down in the office. He's down in the well, we got his dad here. Well, this is Dad. Well, why is he in the office?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Something happened on the track. I don't know. Well, we know we have the drop nose, but he's been called in, so I'm not sure what happened.
Right, OK, but other than that, the racing's been OK?
It's been OK, really brilliant. Pace looks good, you know, fingers crossed nothing major comes out of that. And, you know, we go again in a couple of hours' time.
Couple of hours' time, that's what we like to hear. It's a good day as well. The weather's great, isn't it?
It's fantastic. Thank God, finally, we got some warmth, you know. It feels like January kept extending, you know, until about yesterday. So, no, we're happy that it's kind of like that, so, yeah.
We'll keep an eye on him, and hopefully it's all good in the office.
Hopefully it'll be fine.
Yeah. I'm sure it'll be fine. He knows how to get himself out of a pickle, I'm sure. Cheers. Right, excellent. Let's move into the back paddock then. Morning, chaps. So, camera time, get on it. No.
I don't have anything to say.
You don't have anything to say? No? OK, fine. Fine. There we go. Right, let's have a bit of a ganders over this way. Now, I suspect they're out on track, so we'll just turn around. If you pan your camera around. Brand new team just here. Oracle Motorsport, OMS, brand new into the paddock. Really showing, a great showing here. They've got a fabulous new awning, team, hospitality, the truck, everything like that. They've got, look at this, driver photos in here. You've got your two drivers in, Noah Curtis and your other man just in the background there, George Clark as well, the two drivers in the team. Look at the plateau they've got set up there. We'll come back out because there's no one actually in there and they're racing at the moment, so we'll leave them to it. How are they doing at the moment, actually? They are, Noah Curtis, they're P18, George Clark P22 at the moment, so they are having a go out there. Here's a driver who's walking towards me. And now, Toby Gale. Firstly, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Excellent. Last weekend, racing out in Marienburg?
Yes.
This weekend, PFI?
Yeah.
Which one do you prefer? Go on, honest opinion.
I honestly prefer Marienburg.
No, there we go. Interview cut short. No. PFI, mate. You're at PFI right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. How's your day been so far, mate?
My day has not gone that well, but for my behalf, I've not been driving that well. But the more we've driven, the more we've progressed as a team. I would also like to thank my mechanic over here. He's helped me a lot.
What's his name?
Henry.
There we go.
Yeah.
So he's done a good job then?
A great job.
Brilliant. There you go. Well, cheers, Henry. Enjoy your sandwich. Cheers, Tobes. Enjoy your evening. Thank you very much for chatting to us. Solid guys there. Love Tobes. He's always a fine character. Here's Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Cameron, you can walk past me, but you can't get away without an interview. Cameron, how have you been?
Yeah, I'm all right, thanks. How have you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. You're racing this weekend or no?
No, just spectating, coming to see some old friends.
Yeah? Yeah. Brilliant. So there you go. See, even if drivers aren't racing, they're joining us at the track. How's racing going for you, though? I see you're moving up GB4?
No, JSCC. So this.
Oh yes, that's it.
Yeah, not quite GB4, but yeah, it's good. It's different, but yeah, it's part of the progression and moving up in the motorsport world. So yeah.
Cadwell Park was the last time you were out.
Yeah, Cadwell Park, interesting track.
Yes.
To say the least.
Yeah, very much, especially for car racing as well. How was the weekend for you on that one?
Yeah, it was decent. Rookie clean sweep, so not really much you could ask for in your first car weekend, and the pace was good in the first one. Had a fast lap for most of the race, but we'll see how it is at Pembrey and go from there.
Top stuff. Well, good to see you here at PFI. Nice to see that they're joining us back for some karting in this one. So, race currently out on track. Still got 6.5 minutes left. George Edgar leading the way only by about 0.3 of a second. Here's the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team. Kart's getting themselves sorted out. Now we've got a kart here. We've got, you know, you look friendly. You've got a smile on your face. Who do we have here?
Liam Clough.
Liam Clough. So I'm guessing you're Charlie Clough's dad.
Yes, that's right.
Excellent. How's Charlie's day been?
Yeah, good. Yeah, made progress throughout the day. So finished ninth in heat 2 then, and started 11th. So made a couple of places. Got himself on pace today. So happy with that.
Nice. You're doing all the spanners for him?
I am. Yeah, I am.
And he's doing well then with it. So you know, clearly you can know your way around a kart.
Yeah. I spanned him last year in Bambino. So yeah. It's going all right.
Step up then for you with now moving up to a Water Swift. Is it a bit more of a challenge?
Yeah, there's quite a bit more sort of to it, and certainly in here we do a lot more sort of setup changes, so it's quite frantic at times.
Well, excellent stuff. Well, thank you very much. I'll let you crack on because you looked busy before I rudely interrupted. But as you can see, yeah, the rest of the team doing a fabulous job, the ORM guys. Now, come on, you can't sit on a chair in the sunshine like that and not expect to be interviewed, especially while I'm walking past. Henry Carter, welcome back to PFI. It's another race weekend, and how are you?
I'm good. Yeah, I mean, this week's going well so far. Yeah, so...
Yeah? That it?
I mean, I don't know what
No, that's fine. How are you finding it with Croc? You enjoying the team?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. Such a great team. Yeah, I mean, like, the setup's amazing. The car's so good. Like, it controls so well. Yeah, so...
First weekend back, I've asked this to a couple of people already. Does it feel like being back at school, or does it feel just like, you know, season's underway, let's go racing?
Yeah, season's underway, let's go racing.
Yeah.
Like, only can go forwards.
That's what we like to hear. Excellent. Cheers, Henry. We'll let you crack on. Enjoy your evening. Music blaring, good music, but unfortunately we're probably going to have to bypass that because, well, it's not our music. So, we are diving deep into the paddock here. I don't know what else we've actually got behind here. I think this is all accommodation for the weekend. You can see all the camper vans and everything like that lined up over there of drivers getting themselves sorted. But I think there is not actually much else to see going that way. We'll walk back past the lovely music and hopefully we can find something. But racing, I'll give you an update. Ooh, Ethan Weldon, number 98 in the Water Swift race 9 of the weekend. Under investigation apparently at the moment in that one. Will Green is still leading the way, which is good in that race. They'll be enjoying that one. They've got about 3.5 minutes left on their race, which is good to see. More accommodation down there. There's not many more teams that way. We might have to resort back into the actual main paddock itself, which is fine, because there are lots of teams that we've not spoken to yet, which is good. Back to the main hustle and bustle. And actually, we went past Hadi Mamassi earlier. We didn't get to speak to him. We spoke to his dad. But is Hadi back now? Is he back? His dad's there. No, I don't think he's back. Is he not back yet? Is he still in the office? Is he still in the office? Oh no, he's here. Here's the man. We spoke to your dad earlier because we wanted to speak to you, Hadi, but you weren't here. Hadi, how are you, mate?
Good.
Good. Yeah, good weekend so far?
No.
No? Right, okay, so we heard that you were going to the office. Do pray tell, if you can, what can you disclose for us?
I got a 5-second penalty, drop down.
Ah, for nose cone?
Yeah.
One of those horrible things, isn't it, nose cone penalties? But if we didn't have that penalty, I suspect there'd be a lot more carnage. No, carnage is the wrong word. Action out on track.
Yeah, it would be a lot more.
Well, tomorrow's another day, mate. Have you got another race today?
Yeah, I got another race. So, got to win that one to have a chance of starting in the front for the pre-final.
Yes, yeah.
Because for you in Junior X30, you've got yourselves a repechage as well. So there are drivers under pressure here this weekend, and yeah, hopefully you can squeak it back and get into a good spot for the pre-final as well. So hopefully you're avoiding that one. But tomorrow's another day. You looking forward to it still?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. We'll see how it goes.
Brilliant. Okay, mate. Well, we'll let you crack on and enjoy the rest of your evening, and best of luck in your next couple of races. Here's to Hadi Mamasi there. Obviously, tough weekend still for some drivers, so they've got to be very, very careful with what they do out on circuit. The Fusion team running a lot of the Water Swift karts at the moment, so that awning is pretty much empty. An awning that isn't empty is this slightly smaller one, as there are drivers in here. I see one driver who's walking away. No, no, right, okay, well, Catherine Clark's running away. Why is he running away?
Embarrassed.
Embarrassed?
Yeah, definitely.
Right, okay, well, speaking of embarrassing, if we want to embarrass someone, let's embarrass his mechanic. Right, firstly, who do we have here?
Evan Brown.
Evan Brown, right, okay, so you're mechanicking, you're on the spanners for Catherine, yes?
Yeah.
Excellent, and well, can you give us an update? How's he been? How is he as a driver, as a mechanic point of view?
He's good, he listens, he knows about the kart.
Okay. And how good of a mechanic are you to a driver?
Like P1.
P1 mechanic?
P1.
Excellent.
It's good, nothing's fallen off.
Sell yourself.
Yeah, P1.
P1, nothing's fallen off. That's good. That's good, even though you've currently got an exhaust in your hand, so that's fallen off. So let's sort that out. Excellent. Thank you very much. No, Catherine, he is right there. He's right behind there. Is he going to? No, he's not going to come out. No, he's hiding away. Bless him. He's heard me come in and he's gone, no, avoid that. Let's go this way. So you say some drivers, they like to talk. Some drivers, they don't like to talk. I spot a driver. Again, another driver sitting in a lounge chair. You can't sit in a lounge chair in a paddock with cool shades on. And no, of course you're not allowed to relax. I mean, come on, Jack, you can't relax. Jack, well, firstly, welcome back to the paddock. TKM Extreme, how's it going? Junior TKM. Oh, God, there we go. I get it wrong too. Yeah. How's it going?
Quali didn't go that well, but we'll get in there.
Yeah.
Moving up.
Where was it in quali?
P12, but
okay.
Out of 13. So, but
well, that's good.
We improved in heat, so going forward.
Exactly. Do you prefer going through a pack, like, you know, racing other?
Yeah.
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 Like, because being at the front and having everyone behind you is, well, in my mind, terrifying.
Yeah, very. I like you can follow someone and pick on their mistakes.
Yeah. How many times have you been here at PFI now?
Second race here, obviously practiced a lot, but yeah, I really enjoy the track.
It's a relatively new track for you then?
Yeah, obviously TKMs don't race here. Yeah, tested here, but...
Raced twice, so we haven't done much.
Yeah,
yeah.
So, yeah, only small amounts of practice, so lots to learn on the track. And the track itself, it's very fast, isn't it? It looks easy when you look at it on paper, but actually when you race on it, it's actually quite a technical circuit, isn't it?
Yeah, one of the most technical I've been to at the moment. It's really bumpy as well. I didn't realise it would be, but yeah, very bumpy.
Hopefully PFI don't hear this interview. Anyway, perfect. Cheers, Jack. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend. Enjoy. And see, everyone gets something wrong. Me. So confident. I went in there with such confidence saying TKM Extreme. Completely wrong. Junior TKM. There we go. Get it right. You'll get it wrong. Birrell, the Jade Racing team. Very bright liveried karts. Do they have anyone in here to chat to us? No. Well, that was anticlimactic, wasn't it? So, well, there we go. It is what it is. Let's see who we can chat to elsewhere then, because we've done, I tell you what, in the space of 36 minutes, we've negotiated nearly this entire paddock, which is absolutely amazing. I suspect, God, how long have we got left on this one? How long have we got? We've got about 5 minutes left. Here's a look at all the mechanics then. This is live action. Spin it around, spin it around. There you go. This is a race has just finished. Action's kicking in. Everyone's leaving the grandstand. They're going down to see the drivers now. It's the Water Swift race that's just finished. George Edgar has taken the win in that one from Jesse Phillips. 9 thousandths of a second, 900ths of a second on that one. Let's head that way. Let's chat to some of our Water Swift drivers, because they will be in Parc Fermé now. And let's have a chat with them as we go on to the last final minutes. Just on our way there, pan around here. Lovely livery here for Alfie Garford running the Wera Tools branding. Check that out. He's looking smiley, he's looking happy there. We'll chat to him at some point later on. Let's see if we can swindle our way through on this one. Mechanics aren't allowed in. Good thing about media is that we are. So let's see what we can do. Sorry if you can keep up there. I'm walking quite fast, only because we've not got much time left. I'm hoping someone can let me in here. Can I squeeze through, guys? Thank you very much, Lee. Thank you very much, Lee. Excuse me, can I squeeze through, please? Thank you very much. It's a magnetic gate. Excellent. No mechanics are allowed. Oh, you got to let them in now. Okay, you are allowed in now. You are allowed in now. Let's chat to our race winner on that one then. I've just lost our results. George Edgar, where is he hiding? He'll be in here somewhere. Let's chat to George. George, my man, just come up circuit. Right, firstly, I want to ask you, just come off circuit. Your lips are blue. What sweets have you been eating?
Ice lolly.
You've been eating an ice lolly, so you've just had an ice lolly, gone out on track, and you've just won a race.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, pretty solid day. What did you do earlier? You put it on pole position in qualifying, and then, what was it, race 1, second place?
No, I finished 5th in race 1.
Okay, so 5th in race 1, but then a race win just there.
Yeah.
How was it out on track?
Good, it was a hard race, obviously, going back to 4th or 5th in the middle. Then me and Jesse managed to pick them off one by one, then push away.
Yeah. Brilliant race. Well done, mate. Race weekend's looking good so far. So enjoy that one. And again, just get those lips are very blue.
Thank you.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah. So get something to cover that one. Let's chat to this man here just quickly, Jesse Phillips. P2 on that one. P1 in race 1 as well. So so far so good.
Well, yeah, obviously this weekend's been ideal. So in qualifying we got P2, and then the first heat obviously we managed to get the win. So I knew here we just had to push George to the line, and then that's what we did. And now I'm starting pole for the pre-final, and I'm very happy with that.
You've had a fair chunk of practice out in Europe now as well with the Water Swifts. Is that becoming useful here back in Britain?
Not necessarily useful. Well, I have to get used to back to these tracks here, but yeah, it doesn't make too much of a difference.
Yeah. Okay. Well, congratulations. Well done. P2 on that one. Mind you back. You nearly got run over. We've got a couple or so minutes left of this one, but you know what? I think we end it there. A lot of the drivers coming in at the end of this one, as you can see. It's very busy. It's a hive of activity. Mechanics working well together, even mechanics from different teams come over. They'll lend a hand as well to help get the carts on the trolleys, everything like that. It's a very good atmosphere here for round 1. The sun is shining. We are ready to get round 1 underway. If you're watching this on the lunch break, it's already underway. So we'll head back to the racing now. Stay with us as the racing will resume.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Paul Fletcher International, home of British kart racing, for the opening round of the 2023 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. My name's Henry Bodette. Joining me, as always, the commentary box, Anthony Jordan. And you join us in time for the finals of the opening round of the British Championship here at the 1,382 metre PF International Circuit in Lincolnshire, which is now, hard to believe, been around for nearly 30 years. The weather, well, we were expecting a little bit of rain this afternoon. Thankfully, that has not materialised. However, the Alpha Live Meteorological Service says that the drive home this evening might be a little bit moist.
Yes. So
we'll see there. But firstly, thank you for joining us. Please, let's get this is the finals of the opening round of the British Championship. This is the premier championship in British karting. Please, wherever you're watching, whether you're watching on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, whether you're watching on the Motorsport UK YouTube channel or any of the Facebook, please share this stream. Go out to as many people as possible, friends, family members, to watch some of Britain's finest drivers race in the sport that they love. The first race, Anthony, is the Water Swift Restricted class. The youngest drivers we have here. Anthony, we have got 15 minutes plus 1 lap. One of these drivers is about to potentially win their very first round of the British Championship.
Make history in a way.
Make history. Indeed, history be made right now.
Yes, indeed. Water Swift, the restricted class, is about to make its way out onto the track. Race 21 and its final time. And Austin Gibson starts it on pole position. George House and Austin Newstead, they go just alongside. Well, you got Christian Kobe alongside him as well. Colby Patterson and Ronnie Carter for Fusion Motorsport, they round out the top 6.
Frederick Wood and Mason Brooks. A problem for Mason Brooks after the pre-final, starting down on 8th of the grid. Erstwhile, he was undefeated coming into this event, but a problem post-race tech has pushed him back to 8th. Oliver Warner and Charlie Clough are on row number 5. Alfie Davidson and Harry Williams go from row number 6. Joshua Cook, Daniel Ferguson, Henry Clark, Mexico's Mateo Garcia, Jonty Restrick and Nathaniel Hodges, whose kart failed on the rolling lap of the pre-final, round out the 18-strong grid. Only one of these drivers, Austin Newstead, has ever won a round of the British Championship. He won all 4 rounds of the 2021 Bambino Championship, but nobody has ever won a Water Swift final in the British Championship, Anthony. The only thing in this class that is not restricted is the excitement.
Exactly.
How's that for a segue?
That's a good segue. I'll give you that one, Heza. I'll give you that one.
No.
To give an update from the pre-final earlier on, Austin Gibson took the win from George House, Austin Newstead, rounding out the top 3. 4 penalties were given out. Mason Brooks, Oliver Warner, Henry Clark and Mateo Garcia all receiving penalties at the end of that race, which is why you see them in their current positions.
Well, they come out of the Mike Wilson complex into the final chicane. 18 drivers, 15 minutes plus 1 lap. It's Oliver Rowland Motorsport on the front row of the grid. It's a false start. They will go around again. Trivia time, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh, go on then. I like a bit of
trivia time. The last time that Oliver Rowland Motorsport stood atop the podium in a British Championship round was October 2020. Nathan Tye Jr., the final in the first on the Saturday here at PFI. That was the last time Oliver Rowland Motorsport won a round of the British Kart Championship, and they have annexed the front row in this, the very first Water Swift event running in full Motorsport UK British Championship conditions. Can we see that losing streak come to an end here? Well, there are 16 other drivers that would like to continue that unwanted streak for ORM. I have to say, very impressed with how ORM have bounced back this year from what was a very disappointing 2022.
Yes, indeed. Here we go then. Second time of asking. Out they go, and you can see the hand gestures already coming in. So slow down, slow down. We're going a bit quick here. We're going a bit quick. Into the tram lines. Are we going this time? It is...
Nope.
No, another false start. They're just going that little bit too quick. It's the first final of the year. You can forgive them. The youngest drivers. Nerves, you know.
Want to get on with it. So, opportunity shut up. Please, thank you for your comments. You kept them coming in on our live chat. We can only see the live chat on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Please chat in. Please share this stream far and wide to as many people as possible. Rodrigo Ordóñez cheering on Mateo Garcia, and Ronnie's mum cheering on Ronnie, understandably. Dan Ashton there out on the circuit trying to direct traffic. He's auditioning for a role as a runway attendant at an airport. So here we go once again. The 77 of George House on the right hand side of your screen. He starts second on the grid. The insider of the pole sitter, number 52, Austin Gibson. Into the final chicane. Now, for the third time of asking, lights are out. We're off and racing, and it's a great start from the second row of the grid. There was almost 3 wide between the 3 Oliver Rowland Motorsport karts. They settled themselves down, and it's the 2 Fusion drivers. Is that Ronnie Carter and possibly Mason Brooks making a great start up into second and third? Well, it looked as though the ORM drivers had made a really decent start, but then they've been paid back, and there's a move going into the first hairpin.
Yeah, Mason.
Oh, and a spin, one of the Argenti karts. That's the number 23, Oliver Warner, a potential winner.
Well, devastated for him. He's not happy with it. Hand gesturing, so something tells me that wasn't all his own doing there. But Mason Brooks, like you were saying, a fabulous dive to the inside at hairpin 1. Takes the lead of this race. A brilliant way to start it. Austin Newstead there in second as well. So another brilliant start, getting a little nerfed out wide
number
there.
24,
yeah,
that's Colby Patterson for the Toby George Motorsport team.
Yeah, he's under pressure here.
Austin Newstead, again, won all 4 rounds of the 2021 Bambino Championship. Moved up to IAME Cadet last year. Ran with a number of different teams. Finished 16th in that championship last year. So, you know, a rude awakening almost, you know, a big step up. It's a gulf in speed and a gulf in class, quite literally. But now Newstead's found his feet again. He's running with the BMR team, which of course is a great success with the likes of Harry Platten in the past. But he is on the BRK chassis, which is a Chris Hawes designed chassis, and which will be very, very impressive. Great to see the BRK name back at the top level of British karting. As side by side for second, Newstead on the inside, he drops back into third, and that is going to be the number 84 of Mason Brooks up into P2. And despite whatever problem you throw Mason Brooks' way, he finds a way back to the front, but it's still Gibson in the race lead.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, Gibson maintaining control of this race. Started it on pole position. Still leads the way. Penalties coming out, though. 5-second penalty board going out to number 54, Frederick Wood. That was possibly for a start infringement. We'll keep an eye on that one as the race progresses to see what we can gather from intelligence. But breakaways happening thick and fast. The top 3 with a clear breakaway. Then you've got a group of 2, then a group of 4, then a group of 5. Battling a little further down the order. Biggest mover in this one, I would probably say Nathaniel Hodges. He's up into P9 from 18th on the grid. He's gained 9 places on the start of this one, having a good one. Mateo Garcia as well, the 36th, the rookie this year, the Mexican driver for Oliver Rowland Motorsport. He's up 3 places, up into P13. Same with Henry Clark, up into P11. 4 places gained for the Toby George Motorsport team outfit as well. There on your screen is the 93.
We didn't see that
Nathaniel
in the
Hodges.
pre-final. And why didn't we see it in the pre-final? Because the wagon stopped rolling on the rolling lap.
It did.
So, I mean, in this class, Anthony, tyre wear, obviously, Nathaniel Hodges has got less wear on his tyres. Not a huge factor, but a factor, a little bit of a factor potentially.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, the tarmac here, I wouldn't say it was coarse. I wouldn't say it was very harsh on the tyre, but it is a very fast circuit, and it does put a lot of wear on it still.
Yep.
And you've got to remember, they've been using these tyres all the way through. I think yesterday
and today,
you know, all of that. So they've been worn down dramatically. And yes, okay, you may get a bad race on one time, but if you're guaranteed to make the final and you've lost a heat, okay, you can get away with coming away with some decent points here and even a race win.
Exactly. Now, of course, the advantage that those new tyres, the newer tyres potentially have given Nathaniel, that'll dissipate a little bit. Good start, I've got to say, from Harry Williams, up from 12th of the grid into P6. For Harry in kart number 44, there he is, the Fusion Motorsport driver. Harry, first year in the British Championship, he's got Alex T as his mechanic. Alex, you might remember, was Kit Bolofsky's mechanic last year. So, again, Alex very familiar with the Fusion setup, you know, very skilled mechanic, and how he's guiding a new driver. Kit Bolofsky has moved on to European karting. And so Alex staying with the Fusion team and, you know, using his expertise to guide another young driver from the very start of his career, hopefully to a very bright future. There is young Harry Williams leading Ronnie Carter, and Ronnie's mum is watching probably from, you know, biting her nails from behind her fingers, but, you know, on the sofa back home. Ronnie in 7th place. Then it's Colby Patterson, Hodges, Henry Clark rounds out the top 10. Then Frederick Wood, Mateo Garcia. Mateo from Mexico also got a lot of support online. Then it's Cook, Davidson, Charlie Clough, Daniel Ferguson, Oliver Warner. Now watch Oliver Warner recovering from that spin. Warner, we had a problem in qualifying yesterday, but came through and finished second in one of his heat races, Anthony. And then I believe it was a definite thing. He was leading the pre-final at one point, had that spin in the opening lap of this race. He's got still nearly 10 minutes. He's 8.3 seconds off the race lead, but he has just put down the fastest first sector of the entire race in that number 23 Argenti Motorsport kart.
And that's a statement there. If you're on motorsport-timings live.co.uk live timing web page, which you can visit, of course.
If you want to.
That just shows there. Look at the sector times coming in. Fastest sector 1, Ollie Warner. Fastest sector 2, coming from Christian Kobe. Fastest sector 3 comes all the way from Frederick Wood, Privateer in the mid-pack. The entire grid, that's one at the front, middle and back, all setting fastest sector. That's how close and competitive the Water Swift restricted class is.
Exactly. And Oliver Warner has gained a place. He's up at the 16th position now as we watch the number 33 kart of Ronnie Carter pick up a position. There's Colby Patterson in the 24. Now slotting in behind him, and Harry Williams in the number 44 also now behind his teammate Ronnie Carter, so that would put Ronnie Carter into 6th position. But watch now the back of the camera shot, you'll see the black and blue and white livery kart of the Argenti Motorsport team. That's Oliver Warner. He's 8.5 seconds off the race lead. He's not in this camera shot, but he is lapping as quick as the race leaders. And we'll wait for him. There he is. He's now on the back, right behind Charlie Clough and Joshua Cook. And you can see he's picking them off one by one. He's being very smart there. So he's using the Evolve Motorsport kart of Joshua Cook to move past Charlie Clough into another position gained.
There's been action at the front because Mason Brooks apparently crossed the line first. He's not first at the moment. He is in 2nd place, but he did set the fastest lap on that last lap. The battle for first, with 7.5 minutes to go, is on. Now, is this kicking off too early? If they are battling, there's got a bit of a gap between themselves and Christian Kobe in 3rd place. That gap currently is 1.2 seconds. There it is on your screens. And there you can see Christian Kobe. Now, the battle a little further back, Austin Newstead and George House also battling away. Now, if these two continue to battle and overtake, they will start to close that gap. And with 7 minutes to go, that's plenty of time for some action.
Buckets of time. It is ample time. But we'll watch again. Now we'll see as they cross the line. We'll wait to see where Warner is, because Warner has gained another position. But every time he gains a position, he's only losing 1/10 of a second per lap to the race leaders. So he's still only 8 and a bit seconds behind the race leader. However, Gibson and Brooks driving very, very maturely at the moment. They're stretching away from Kobe, Newstead, Howes, Patterson, Carter, Williams, and the rest.
Indeed, yeah, that gap now up to 1.6 seconds for third place. So Christian Kobe going to have to be careful here and decide what is he going to do. Is he going to continue to try and push in the current way that he is doing, as I'm seeing a 5-second penalty board going out to the 99, which is Christian Kobe.
Oh, dear.
Your driver in third place, now receiving a 5-second time penalty. Now, he will not have seen that yet. When he crosses the line, it will. When he crosses the line, he'll see that. I'll be curious to see how he's going to react to it. He's going to come out of the final corner.
He's going to see it now. Let's have a look. He looks up. You can't see he's behind the iridium visor. He looks over his shoulder.
Just checks over the shoulder.
That driver there on your screen now, he knows he's got a 5-second penalty. What does he do? Well, the best thing he can do is get his head down and just try and make sure that he is above 5 seconds in front of as many drivers behind him as possible. His whole mentality has now got to change. If he starts defending, he will finish outside the top 10. If Newstead catches him, let Newstead go and push him, because if you work together, you will push away and you will drop drivers, and you might only lose 4 or 5 places, not 10 or 11. Warner sets the fastest lap of the race. Oliver Warner up to 12th position now. Fastest lap of the race, 106.29, and he is 8.4 seconds off the race lead.
There we go, really piling it in. You know, it's never nice to spin on the first lap, is it? And especially if you feel like it wasn't even your fault as well.
I think Oliver Warner is somewhat aggrieved.
Yes, so, you know, one of those things. So he'll be pushing as hard as he possibly can and is doing just that, like you say, up several positions now, back into P12. Eyes still on this front battle, and like you say, Brooks just doing the smart thing with Gibson here. Gibson not defending, Brooks not attacking, working together. 4.5 minutes to go. You know, this would be it would be a perfect, nearly perfect weekend for Mason Brooks. Obviously, it didn't go his way in the pre-final.
Yes. On track it did, but
yes.
Off track
they didn't.
Not quite as successful.
No, but to come away with a win in the final, I suspect he will be very, very pleased with that.
Now you could see Kobe looking over his shoulder. Now that was just him just checking, okay, how many drivers have I got in the train directly behind me? The answer, Christian, is 4. So he will now, well, what does he do now? I mean, Newstead and Howes aren't close enough to make the move. Kobe's not defending, he is just driving as hard as he possibly can. At the moment, that 5-second penalty will drop Christian Kobe to 11th position. But we've still got 4 minutes to go. Mason Brooks has not moved off the rear bumper of Austin Gibson. Now, you can see Mason Brooks has taken the lead of the race. He hasn't. On the timing screen it has. That's just a slight transponder glitch. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. Mason Brooks hasn't been given the race lead when he hasn't earned it. Now they make the move on Christian Kobe. Christian Kobe doesn't defend, and that is Newstead and Howes ahead of the number 99. So Christian Kobe, well, it looks like the gloves are coming off because Kobe is beginning to battle, and that will bring more and more drivers within 5 seconds of him. And of course, if he gets a 5-second time penalty, that's handed out in race, that is non-appealable because that is a start line infringement, which is black or white. There is no grey area for which to appeal a start line infringement. But it's Newstead into 3rd position. The gap between this group on your screens now and the 2 leaders is over 2.5 seconds. You can see Brooks just shadowing Gibson. Gibson, new fastest lap of the race. That has been instantly broken by Colby Patterson with a 106.26 seconds. And there's a move. Oh, that's Patterson looking at the inside on the banking in that Toby George Motorsport number 24 car. It's a Paralin chassis. Toby George, good to see the Paralin name back with a vengeance in British karting this season. But it's Gibson, Brooks, then this battle. 2, 4, 5 drivers. Patterson looks to the inside of the 77 of George House for 5th position. Gets it. Gibson still 0.08 of a second in front of Brooks. into Bobby Game corner. Newstead not take a defensive line. Now, Christian Kobe, he do well here now to just try and push for a lap or two. We've got under 2 minutes remaining. With the penalty, now it would only drop Kobe to 9th place. Oliver Warner is up into the top 10, still only 8.5 seconds behind the race leader.
Oh.
The new race leader, Mason Brooks.
Yes, indeed, made the change there, but instantly it swaps back. Gibson holds on to the race lead as they exit the bridge now, back down the hill towards hairpin number 1. They've got a clear gap of 2.7 seconds with the rest of the field, but watch it because that gap can close. Brooks doesn't copy the move he did on the first lap for the race lead, stays behind in second place. Now, crucially, look at what Gibson did there. He held that inside line for as long as he could, then he swept back. Brooks back to the inside here. Again, side by side. Brooks just checking over the shoulder just to see what the mechanic's saying. Back down the inside goes Gibson, chopping and changing. Gap still decreasing. Keep an eye on it, one, as back through goes Brooks. It's just chopping and changing all the way throughout this track layout, isn't it?
It is indeed, and you can see the drivers behind already closing in. Christian Kobe up into 3rd position once again, but with a 5-second penalty that would drop him back to 10th. Here comes the chasing pack 2, 4, 5 drivers all in a line. Kobe, Newstead, Patterson, Carter and Howes. Then a gap back to Frederick Wood, Harry Williams and the fast approaching Oliver Warner. Henry Clark was 11th. New leader, Austin Gibson, makes the move going through turn 3 and onto the bridge. Patterson with the fastest lap of the race so far. That 106.26 set several laps ago. Austin Gibson has defended, been passed, repassed, has now been repassed and is now re-attacking Mason Brooks. The clock has struck 0. Next time around, they will see the last lap board. Brooks to the inside as they come out the Fullerton S's. Brooks has the line going into Bobby Game corner. Gibson will now get one last slipstream down the front straight. Can he make that slipstream count going into the banking? We shall see now. He's got a good run, has Austin Gibson. He's right on Brooks' tail. Will he sweep to the inside, going under the bridge and onto the banking now? He goes to the outside line. Now watch the crossover move. He'll try and get the inside line going through turn 3 onto the bridge, and he's made the move. Gibson has the lead back. Now he's going to have to defend. He's going to have to defend through the 2 hairpins and the Fullerton S's. Brooks round the outside. Will Brooks dart to the inside? No, not this time. Austin Gibson will hug the inside line. Now watch Austin swing out wide now, going into the 2nd hairpin to try and prevent the crossover from Brooks, which he does prevent. Brooks looks to the inside. Oh, and Gibson cuts him off going into the Fullerton S's. Now we're onto the back straight. This is going to sacrifice a little bit of speed for Austin Gibson. However, the Mike Wilson complex on the final lap. Austin Gibson is about to end 2 years of victory drought for the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team. Austin Gibson wins the first ever water swift race in the British Championship. Or does he? Hang on a minute. Well, by 100th of a second, Gibson has the win. That is as close as it is possible to be. And the long wait for victory is over for Oliver Rowland Motorsport. They win the first ever Water Swift Restricted Final in the Motorsport UK Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Mason Brooks, his first ever podium, 100th of a second down in P2. Christian Kobe finished 3rd on the road, but that penalty will drop him back to, well, only drop into 5th position, and it will bring Austin Newstead onto the podium. George Howes is next. Frederick Wood finishes 6th. Oliver Warner finishes in 7th position. 8th for Harry Williams. 9th Henry Clark. Nathaniel Hodges rounds out the top 10 ahead of Alfie Davidson, Matteo Garcia, Charlie Clough, Joshua Cook. At the very end of the race, Ronnie Carter and Colby Patterson came together going into the Fullerton S's. There's a big smile from Austin Gibson. There are Patterson and Carter trudging back to the pit lane. They crashed going into the Fullerton S's on the last lap. There's a big smile. Mason Brooks, well, he's going to be a little bit disappointed, I'm sure, with P2 after winning both the heats and the pre-final on track. However, that's a first British podium for him. There is the biggest smile. There's Gibson looking up. Yes, I am on weight. I am now going to push my cart in and await the cheers and the celebrations with my mechanic. So there is your victorious driver. It's a novel way of pushing his cart there. The technical team helping him out there. Yeah, he's reminding, yeah, I did win. And what a great way to start the finals here at Paul Fletcher International. And they'll be pushed over there. Anthony Jordan is making his way. And here we go. There's the Evolve driver just saying, well done, well done. I think that was Nathaniel Hodges. See Colby Patterson walking back there with Dan Ashton on the one side. I think that's supposed to be Colby's mum alongside him. Oh, that's my lift home later on. Just popping in. You know, man likes to travel in style. Thank you, Derek Clemens. Obviously supporting Austin Newstead on the live chat. Austin fourth on the road. I think that will turn into third. But Anthony Jordan is winging his way down to the Parc Ferme area where he will speak to the top three drivers. The next race will be the main Water Swift class, but Anthony Jordan is with the top three now.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down here in Parc Ferme, and what a race that was. The nail-biting final couple of laps, but we come away with our top three. Austin Gibson, Mason Brooks and Christian Kobe, but of course, Christian Kobe with that 5-second time penalty, I suspect drops him down the order, so Austin Newstead, I believe, gets promoted up to third place, and yes, he does. He stands over there. We've got our top three here. Let's chat to Austin Gibson. Austin, well, right next to the winning cart here. What a race that was. You become the first ever Water Swift restricted class winner for the British Kart Championships. How do you feel?
Very good. Yeah.
Let's talk about those last couple of laps, because you were fighting very closely with Mason Brooks, and you know, talk us through those last couple of laps.
Yeah, it's really good. Whenever he made a move on me, I didn't want to go on the inside. I wanted to get the switch back on him, and in the end it worked out.
You're the first ORM driver in quite a long time to win a British Kart Championships final, so that's probably a nice feeling that you're going to have with the team a little bit later on. But anyone you'd like to thank?
My team, Grice, my mum and dad. Yeah.
Well, brilliant stuff. Austin Gibson, congratulations. Enjoy the victory.
Thank you.
Excellent. Let's chat with our second place man, who's just over here, I think, being spoken with. But Mason, lad, what a race that was. How close was that finish?
Very close.
1/1000th of a second between the two of you. There's absolutely nothing.
Seriously?
Yeah, exactly. It was really, really close. It was a tough race. How was those last couple of laps for you?
Nice. It was hard to get around Gibson. I done it a few times, then he got me back, but I still done a great job from 8th position.
It's been a great first weekend for you in the championship. You had wins yesterday, great qualifying as well, and a second in the final. It's a great start to the season. Are you looking forward to the rest of it?
Yep, defo.
Brilliant stuff. Anyone you'd like to thank?
My dad and my family for supporting me.
Well, congratulations, Mason Brooks. to enjoy the celebrations later on.
Yep.
Excellent, top man, brilliant drive there. Let's chat to our third place man, Austin Newstead. Austin, come over here for us, mate. You finished that one on track P4, but a penalty going out to P3, so you get promoted up, but a tough race for you.
Yeah, I'm really glad I got into the podium. Bit annoying I dropped back, but it was a good race.
Yeah, very good race indeed. I mean, the first one that we're seeing for the British Championships in these karts, and do you feel like it's going to go a good year for you?
Yeah, good start to year. Of course, it's all about the points, and it's always good to get the points in for the championship.
Indeed it is. Well, anyone you'd like to thank?
Marv, my mechanic, my dad and my family for helping me, and Ben from BMR for doing data with me.
Well, brilliant stuff. Congratulations, P3. Enjoy the podium a bit later on.
Thank you.
Excellent. Austin, you said there, finishing in P3. A brilliant end to the first final of the day. More finals coming up. The next final is on track in just a moment's time. It's, of course, the IAME Water Swift, the intermediate class.
You just have to love the enthusiasm of the youngest driver in the paddock. Asked, you know, when he said you only won by you only won by 1,000th of a second. What, really? Did I? Oh, great. Do you enjoy that? Yeah, defo. If only that level of enthusiasm can be maintained all the way up through the junior into senior ranks. Well, we have got Water Swift, the main water, the unrestricted Water Swift class coming up next. A big hello to Manuel Enrique on the live chat, who was racing the Swiss Rotax Championship, the Mini Max category last weekend, which I was privileged to commentate on from Franciacorta in northern Italy. There is a look at Marcus Littlewood centre stage, chatting with a couple of his fellow Jade team drivers. Littlewood there just having a look round. Oh, he just realised, oh, yep, I'm on the live stream. Don't pick your nose, Marcus. Don't pick your nose. No, I'm gonna. Oh, someone just mentioned my name. Has someone mentioned my name? Yes, Marcus Littlewood. We're talking about you. Now back to the action. This is the main Water Swift class. You're looking at Harrison Rogers there with that crash helmet design inspired by his grandfather Derek Warwick. He's starting way back in the field. He crashed on the last lap of the pre-final, so Harrison has got a bit of work to do. We've got 25 drivers set to go out in this next race. Here is where they start. Pole position. Last year's IAME Cadet British Champion Jesse Phillips, and alongside him is Fusion Motorsport teammate George Edgar. Will Green and Sukmani Kira are on row number 2, and Archie Levitt and Honda Cadet graduate Finley Lines start on row number 3. Row 4, Aaron Richardson and Ethan Woodward. Row 5, Jarlath Sayer and Jacob Bashler. Row 6, Max Endicott and Harley Musk. Kenny Scrow and Nat Johnson start on row number 7. Luca Narroway and Max Ewell go from row number 8. Teddy J. Porter and Knight Measures on row number 9. Row 10, Archie Owen and Jensen Ackerman. Aryan Nayar and George Clark go from row 11. Noah Curtis and Harrison Rogers start on row number 12. Ethan Weldon starts shotgun on the field, although I'm looking down, I don't think we've got Ethan Weldon in the final, so I think we're down to 24 runners, 15 laps, and oh, there is Ethan Weldon. Ethan Weldon was just rotating his tyres with extra vigour, warming them up, and the rotation of the tyres turned into a full rotation of the kart. So Ethan has got a little bit of work to do to catch up as Anthony Jordan makes his way back to the commentary box. I'll tell you what I'll do. If you just run back up here, I will let you talk straight away while you're catching your breath. How's that? That's friendship for you,
It's fine, because I walked up. I don't run.
Oh, dear.
There you go. Hand up there for Finley Lines. Not sure if all is well there. A little bit quick.
Probably just saying slow down, slow down, slow down.
I think it's very spread out at the back there. Are they going to go? They are going to go. It's green flag, and away they go in towards turn number 1. And good start from Phillips then. breaks away well at the front, chopping and changing there as Will Green dices with danger really as he swoops to one side and back to the other, sweeps back across and holds on to second place as they negotiate their way over the bridge. Down the hill they'll go in towards hairpin 1 for the first time. Everyone checking over the shoulder. Battle going on for P6.
Indeed. Now hold your breath into the first hairpin. Are we all going to get round cleanly? 25 drivers come in, 25 drivers go out, just like that. And that was Will Green having a little look around the outside of the two Fusion drivers. That's going to cost him, though, as the ORM kart of Archie Lovett moves into P3, forcing Green down to 4th. But it is Phillips and Edgar leading the way, and Green muscling his way back up the inside of Lovett for 3rd position. We've got Robert Berard saying, come on, Archie Owen. And Roddy Woodward saying good luck to Ethan Woodward. Manuel Enrique just talking about how he did it at Franciacorta and Minimax last weekend, which is nice. Everyone loves that. Thank you very much. And there's a move. What a move! 3 into 1 does go. P3 into P1 briefly. Now he's back to P2. That's a corner for Will Green.
Yes, it is indeed. Absolutely flew through the inside there of the banking. So brilliant start there. Drops back into second place, like you say, squabbling further back as Sukmani Kira battling away with fellow teammates. The number 49 of Jana Sayer just diving down the inside, change for 5th place as they all negotiate their way round hairpin number 2. Now, Lovett still there. Sort of a lone Oliver Rowland Motorsport driver. He's got a friend of Will Green who's in a different team, but he's not another Fusion driver. So there's a Jamie Green Racing driver in there, an Oliver Rowland Motorsport driver who's nearly in there and now spit out at the side, and round he goes. The curse of the commentator strikes, and oh dear.
Duplicate. Well, he was forced wide coming through Bobby Game corner, but what really did is when he came back onto the circuit, he just hit the side-by-side contact with the next kart coming through, and that's pitched Lovett into a spin. Penalty for Jensen Ackerman out of the tram lines. So we are down to Edgar Green, Jesse Phillips down to 4th place now. Well, the Fusion army marching towards the front. Sukmani Kira in kart number 44. So impressed by the speed this young lady has shown in what is her first outing in the British Championship with the Fusion team. I believe last year she was with a different team for a couple of rounds, didn't do the full championship, but is certainly going to be a championship contender the way things are going at the moment. Behind the Jarlath Sayer, the first 2 Argenti Motorsport karts. The number 80 of Max Endicott, the number 81 of Finley Lines in 6th and 7th. And it's Harley Musk, Aaron Richardson, Ethan Woodward, Jacob Bashler, Jensen Ackerman, Max Ewell, Nuka Laraway. From the back of the grid, Ethan Weldon up from 25th to 16th. Good drive from him so far.
Yes, indeed. Phillips with the fastest lap of the race there in P3. Is in the next group down from these two that you're seeing of George Edgar and Will Green. And I suspect that will close up as the race progresses. Sukmani Kira still there as well. P4, keep an eye. The 2 Fusion teammates will be working together. Phillips, a very experienced, seasoned Fusion driver, has worked very well with the team across the UK and Europe as well. It's been a dominant force this year in the early stages in the Water Swift categories, and is working well with his teammate Sukmani Kira there in 4th. Max Endicott's just up now into P5 as that battle ensues, and side by side between the 2 of them, Finley Lines almost becoming a cropper there at the run in towards Bobby Game corner and drops several places.
Finley quite backs out of it there.
Yeah.
That was a big scare for Finley. He's backed out of it. On the live chat, yes, I do remember you, Manuel Enrique Calendi from Rotax, Switzerland, saying, hi, commentator, remember me? Yes, I do. Finished 3rd last weekend at Franciacorta. He's saying he doesn't know any of the drivers this. He's just watching. Who should you look out for? Anthony. Well, you should look out for all of them, Manuel. All of them. This is why British karting is the best. And you should pop along and maybe come into Kart Masters, Manuel. Try your best against the best in Britain, or some taking a round of the British Championship. Because these are now, well, we're looking at the top, well, there's the number 44 kart, Sukmani Kira, chasing last year's British Cadet Champion, Jesse Phillips, in kart number 26. Phillips, British Champion, leading Sukmani Kira. Endicott is fifth, Jarlath Sayer, another driver who's moved across from another team into Fusion, coming on leaps and bounds, having a fantastic drive with the number 49 Kart. But it's George Edgar and Will Green trying to pull away. We've still got 10 minutes to go. Riley Bishop. Phillips has got a 5 seconds penalty.
Oh, he does. The number 26 has popped up on our timing screen. Jesse Phillips,
Well
the number
spotted,
26.
Riley Bishop.
With a 5-second time penalty.
Now
well,
that throws the cat. I tell you what, that puts Sukmani Kira on the, dare I say it,
podium.
Oh, let's hope the curse of the commentator doesn't strike again.
Well, 9 minutes to go, a long way to go in this race.
Now, as we saw in the previous race with Christian Kobe, you can then, with so long to go, you can sort of work out a way of not losing too much time. His chances of a win have gone at Jesse Phillips. I'd say his chances of a podium have also gone. However, with the race spreading out like it is, there is a chance that maybe we could see Jesse Phillips maintain a top 5, top 6 position.
Potentially so here. I mean, Edgar at the moment looking comfortable with Will Green. Again, pretty much carbon copy what we saw earlier on in the weekend between these two. So, again, just line astern, working well together, pushing along. Max Endicott now with the fastest lap of the race. That could be a spanner in the works for anyone in that top section, because if he pushes up with Sukmani Kira, well, there you can see closing in.
Now, that's significant. Endicott has sort of planted himself, embedded himself in that quartet of Fusion carts. So, the Jarlath Sayer, who is pushing Endicott along, has no choice now but to push Endicott, to work with him. No choice whatsoever. Harry XD is asking, how does he join Kart Masters? Well, you enter. You go to the Trent Valley Kart Club website and you say the first weekend in August, you fill out an entry form. There are many, many teams that can give you a full arrive and race package. That's for another time, though. Just look on Tinterweb, Harry. That'll tell you all you need to know, lad. All we need to know is the fact that Max Endicott has got, Finley Lines there and happy with something. He's gesticulating to his mechanic. He's down in 10th position now, chasing Harley Musk. Fastest lap, Sukmani Kira. 103.14, and there's a move. That was Aaron Richardson, Ethan Woodward, possibly.
Yes, it was, yeah. So I thought it was about a little further up. It is that one, as Finley Lines goes defensive now.
Finley Lines, he's rattled and he's unhappy. So somebody has done Finley an injustice. I don't know who, I don't know how, but he's obviously upset. And now he is beginning to overdrive the kart, and he needs to just calm down, get himself back into a rhythm, and there's still 6.5 minutes to go. He can simply now just follow that kart, and Harley Musk has just gone past him, so just latch onto the back of Musk's kart and let Musk tow you around, and that will draw you back up towards the front. Max Endicott's done a sterling job here. Sayer has... The only way that Jarlath Sayer in kart number 49, the kart pushing him along, will catch the leaders is if he pushes this interloper up towards the front. Perfect positioning for Endicott.
Exactly that. So, effectively, what they don't really know is that they're battling for third place here, really. Third and fourth place. Obviously, Jesse Phillips, 26, with that 5-second time penalty, is not managing to really pull away from anything. I mean, at the moment with Phillips, where he currently is leading the virtual championship with 190 points. But that will change, of course, as obviously the penalty gets applied, the race goes on, and then Edgar would be leading the championship. So, there is... It's all a bit... It's a bit messy at the moment as they try to sort themselves out.
And if you're back home thinking, why are you talking about championship positions on the very first final of the season? If you're new to karting, these championships over 6-7 rounds, they often go down to the last lap of the last race.
Yes.
You get 65 points for winning a final, 62 points for second, 60 points for third, and then 59, 58 down in increments of 1. You get points awarded at the end of the heat races, championship points. You get championship points awarded for the pre-final and championship points awarded for the final. So drivers, this weekend, a driver could score 195 points maximum.
Yeah.
And Phillips, who's currently on 190, he's not going to get that because of the penalty.
And with so small, tiny increments between positions. Now, up at the front, business is picking up, Anthony, because we've got a new leader, and that's George Edgar.
It is indeed. George Edgar leads, and Phillips, crucially, goes into second place. Now, there is still 5 minutes left of this. If Phillips, I mean, I'm not saying it's possible. It could be possible. I don't know what's going to happen. If he can catch up to the back of Edgar, get past Edgar and pull a gap of 5 seconds, he'll be okay.
I think the best that Jesse Phillips can hope for, Anthony, is 6th position.
Yeah.
At the moment, Aaron Richardson in kart number 16 is 4.5 seconds behind the race leader in 7th position.
Yeah.
If the leaders continue to run line like nose to tail and not side by side, that gap will grow. Phillips is looking for 6th position. He's going to try and work with George Edgar. What I don't think you'll see Jesse Phillips do now, Anthony, is try and pass his teammate. I think he will work with George Edgar to try and pull as much of a gap.
I think you could be right there because, yeah, it looked like he was going to go for the move there down the inside at hairpin 1, thought against it. And again, here at hairpin 2, not going for it. Sukmani Kira, though.
That puts Sukmani into P2.
Yeah.
And what Will Green will be now looking over his shoulder thinking, oh, thank goodness for that. Another driver that's not with Fusion. Watch how Endicott and Will Green will now form an alliance. They'll form a temporary alliance to work together because, well, what they got in common, Anthony? They're not with Fusion. And the Fusion team will work in synchronicity as they always do. Phillips, with the fast lap of the race, pushing Edgar away. And the gap between the leaders and 7th place Aaron Richard is still 4.5 seconds. They need to gap another half a second to put Phillips into P6. Look at the signalling, yes. Okay, they know exactly. Talk about, you know, oh, here goes Will Green. Sukmani Kira is now going to get her head down and push on.
Yes, indeed. Again, this race is far from over. If you're watching, 2.5 minutes to go. That's an eternity in kart racing terms here at PFI. Plus that 1 lap. Will Green again under pressure here from Sukmani Kira, who again just places that kart down the inside. But they've got to be careful here now because the gap's starting to open up. Now, again, it's okay, but if they start to break away by 5 seconds, Phillips could end up here with a 2nd place if he opens up a 5-second gap, if they keep battling. Now, Will Green just says over the shoulder, okay, we've had our fun now, let's focus, because, look, they're disappearing. Let's close this up. The gap is just under a second, so it's nowhere near enough of a buffer for Phillips here to get away with a podium still. He's there in 2nd place, but with that 5-second penalty added onto him. Will Green now receives a warning flag from race control, so the driver now in 3rd place is under pressure. Remember here, compared to the European racing in IAME, you don't get a 5-second time penalty for a warning flag. It is the warning before you receive a 5-second time penalty. So you've just got to be careful now. So Sukmani Kira still there in P4, 3 at the end results. And again, just now latching on to the back here of Green, working, closing the gap. It has opened up to over a second now, so they're not on the same pace as the 2 drivers up in front, as Phillips on the last lap did set the fastest lap of the race. Crossing the line again, and the gap opening up to 1.18 now. So everyone now just needs to focus, bring the karts to the end. I think the battle that we're going to see here is for 2nd.
Yes, indeed, because Jesse Phillips, the gap between Jesse Phillips and Ethan Woodward in 7th place is now more than 5 seconds. So Phillips currently will finish 6th. It won't be enough to retain the championship lead. It's going to give the championship lead to George Edgar, ironically the driver that Jesse Phillips is pushing away at the moment to victory. Who is going to take 2nd? Is it going to be Will Green? Is it going to be Sukmani Kira? The last time we had a young lady on the podium in the British Championship was here at PFI in October of 2020 in Mini X30 with Ella Stevens. She drove for Fusion Motorsport. The last time, dare I say it, we had a young lady win a round of the British Kart Championship. It was all the way back September 2019 at Three Sisters with Jessica Edgar, who also drove for Fusion Motorsport.
Wilton Mill, British Kart Championships, rainy conditions.
2020, Catherine White. I remember it well. I stand well and truly, Anthony Jordan, corrected.
There you go. I do have some
Stop
intelligent.
gloating and can't think the clock has struck 0.
Yes, indeed.
I only speak facts, and I just got one of my facts slightly mixed up. Here we go. It is George Edgar versus Jesse Phillips. There goes Will Green. Oh, Sukmani Kira on the grass. Now, come on, Sukmani, get your head down, girl. I've got a potential debut podium finish. George Edgar signaling to Jesse Phillips, push me, push me, push me. Jesse Phillips will not attack because he knows he has a penalty. It's pointless attacking. He is battling for what is effectively 6th position. They go into the Mike Wilson complex. Edgar, Phillips, Will Green, Sukmani Kira. Oh, Sukmani Kira looking over his shoulder. Max Endicott and Jala Sayer are closing in. Final lap. George Edgar won the opening round of the 2022 IAME Championship at Shellington. Will he win the opening round of 2023 here at Paul Fletcher International? It looks highly likely. Even if Jesse Phillips passes him on the road, Phillips has a penalty forthcoming, and that will push Phillips back to, by my reckoning, at least, well, 6th position. That would be a very good salvage job for number 26, Jesse Phillips. Will Green is on course for a fantastic maiden podium for the Jamie Green racing team. Who is going to take the final podium position, though? Is it going to be Sukmani Kira, Jala Sayer, or Max Endicott? The leaders come out of the Mike Wilson complex. George Edgar takes British Championship win, race win number 3. Will Green finishes 2nd, and Sukmani Kira stands on her first British Championship podium. What an achievement for that young lady. Jarlath Sayer, a best career finish for him in 4th position. Max Endicott takes 5th, and Jesse Phillips will come home in 6th position after the penalty has been applied. Aaron Richardson will take 7th ahead of Ethan Woodward, Harley Musk, and rounding out the top 10, Finley Lines. 11th is Jacob Bashler, then it's Nat Johnson, Harrison Rogers from 24th on the grid to 13th. Great drive, Harrison. Ethan Weldon from 25th on the grid to 14th position. Kanish Grau is 15th, then Archie Owen, Jensen Ackerman, Teddy J. Porter, Max Ewell, Noah Curtis, George Clark, Knight Measures, Aryan Nayar, Luca Narroway and Archie Lovett. Sadly, both Narroway and Lovett failed to finish, but George Edgar takes the win, and that is his 3rd final victory for George. In terms of overall British Championship podiums, that is his 6th. There's Jesse Phillips. He knows there is Sukmani Kira. She looks up, she looks across at Mick Street. She's instructed to go and stand and put her car in front of the podium. There is a first. What a day for JB Green Racing. Will Green is a podium finisher, a runner-up spot for Will Green. I'm just having a little look at, haven't got his best finish. He finished 17th in last year's IAME Cadet Championship. Jarlath Sayer finishing just off the podium. He finished 22nd in last year's IAME Cadet Championship. Well, we have had our first 2 Water Swift finals in British Championship history. And although the 2 traditional IAME powerhouses, Oliver Roller Motorsport and Fusion Motorsport, have shared the victories, Jamie Green Racing, Argenti Motorsport, and several other teams, I've got the MDL Motorsport team here as well, they have got potential race-winning packages, which bodes well for the overall competitiveness of the paddock, which I'm very pleased with. There is one of the members of the Orange Army here at Trent Valley Kart Club, and you can see that at the end of every race, the marshalling team here at PF International on the circuit, picking up any little bit of debris, detritus, bit of rubber, or a tiny bit of plastic, or a washer that has been head down, keeping the track spotless. Can't congratulate them enough. Anthony Jordan, meanwhile, is down with
Very
our
much, Henry.
podium
Yes,
3.
a very exciting final for the Water Swift intermediate class. And here with our race winner, George Edgar. George, well, congratulations. A maiden victory for the class in 2023. And, of course, in ever for the Water Swift in the British Kart Championships. Congratulations, a tough race.
Yeah, it was a really tough race, obviously dropping back a few places, then managed to get back through. Then obviously with Jesse with the 5-second penalty, we pushed all the way to the finish to try and obviously get him the best place we could. And yeah, it worked out really well.
Well, the first half of the season's gone very well your way, hasn't it? So qualifying was very good. First heat, 5th place. Second heat was a win, and now a win in the final as well. So is this a good lineup for maybe the entire season?
Yeah, hopefully we can carry it on throughout the entire season. You know, for the championship, all we need is consistent top 3s, and then hopefully when we get closer to the end of the year, we can be fighting for wins to win the championship.
Brilliant stuff. Well, congratulations. Anyone you'd like to thank, George?
I'd like to thank all the Fusion Motorsport and Shock's Performance for the engines, and also Jake Walker for mechanicum.
Fantastic. Well done, mate, and congratulations. See you at the next round.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. There's George Edgar. Let's bring our second place driver in. Third on track, but inherits second place, Will Green. Now, is this a maiden victory for Jamie Green Racing, or on the podium, I should say?
Yeah, it's a really good victory. First British podium, which is good.
Yeah, solid race on that one. So you finished P2 at the end of that one. Great battle with Sukhmani Kira. Talk us through those last couple of laps.
Yeah, it was tough. Phillips and Edgar were able to push away, and I was left on my own. And I had a good scrap with Sukhmani, and I was able to come on top.
Well, I mean, the racing all the way throughout this weekend's been pretty fierce. Do you enjoying the class? Is the Water Swift one to keep an eye on? Maybe one you'd recommend to other drivers your age?
Yeah, it's a good class. It's nice to drive, and it's good.
Brilliant stuff. Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mechanic, Aventus, and everybody else in Jamie Green Racing.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Well, Will Green, congratulations, P2.
Thank you.
Excellent. Now let's chat to third place and a first podium as well, I believe. I suspect a very happy young driver. Sukhmani Kira, congratulations. How do you feel?
Very happy.
Now, we spoke earlier in the weekend. You were thinking what you wanted to come away with, and you were saying top 3, and you come away with P3.
Yeah, it was quite a tough race. I got a bit shoved wide from Will Green, but I think I did quite well overall.
I mean, talk us about the weekend in general. It's been up and down, but I think to end in a P3, it's got to be a good feeling. But talk us through what happened earlier on in the weekend as well.
Friday testing, I was a bit off the pace. Yesterday I qualified, I think, 7th. Wasn't that good, but then in the heats, obviously, I got 15th in the fast one because I got a bit off the track. The second heat, I finished 8th, which is okay from 7th, but today I've done a lot better.
Yeah. Well, congratulations with the P3. Is there anyone you want to thank?
I want to thank my mechanic, Danny Porter, the Alpine Racer programme, and Fusion Motorsport for their coaching.
Well, congratulations. I'll let you go and celebrate with the team now, but Sukhmani Kira, congratulations with P3.
Thank you.
Brilliant stuff there for the IAME Water Swift, the intermediate category. There are plenty more finals coming up. We'll take a short break before the rest of the finals continue.
Well, great to hear from the top 3 in Water Swift. And yeah, I think young Sukhmani Kira mentioned the Alpine driver programme. Several former members of the British Karting Paddock are racing in that this weekend. Jessica Edgar and Abby Pulling. So, again, great to see a clear path. And I know that some people get really, really irate and say, why is the commentator always talking about female drivers? You know, karting is an equal sport. Correct, it is. However, there are very much fewer female drivers than male. So until we get that nice balance, until we got to keep encouraging females into the sport, and every time we should, you know, highlight their achievements as much as we highlight everyone else's achievements. But yeah, until we have a nice balance, a 50-50 balance, for example, then yeah, we need to keep highlighting young ladies' achievements, because they are the young ladies that are acting as, you know, inspiration for girls sitting at home watching this sport thinking, oh, I like karting or I like racing, but I don't think it's me, I think it's a boy's sport. Well, no, it's not. Because you know what the one thing that can't differentiate between whether you're a boy or a girl? The go-kart you're driving. So we now look ahead to the next race. That will be Senior X30. And again, we had a fantastic pre-final, very, very exciting, between Gus Lawrence, Kalai Atkins, Marcus Lucio, Harry Burgoyne Jr., Sam Shaw, Caden McQueen. The top 6 really closely matched. There are other potential winners, of course, but, you know, the top 6, that's where you want to be looking for your potential winners. Watch out for Jack Nettleship, the MDL Motorsport driver, starting on the 10th row of the grid for this one. Here is a look at the dummy grid area. Oh, yeah, he just, that was number 26, Carter Christopher Bingham. That was Jack Nettleship jumping up and down then. He just realised he's been spotted on camera. Every driver settling themselves into their cart. That was Ewan Thomas. There is Harry Cottrell. And there's the number 63 of Alex Duncan. Hopping in the premium karting, that's Louis Johnson Cool hopping in. There is Caden McQueen, starting 6, up to Harry Burgoyne Jr. And there's Kalai Atkins. That's a focused individual there. Kalai Atkins, visor down so that no one can see into his world. Gus Lawrence, reigning national champion, is sitting on the pole position side of the grid. The number 11 Dan Holland racing car is Marcus Lucio. There are the mechanics and the dads walking off. So as the mechanics and dads and various assistants leave the dummy grid, this is Senior X30, and it is coming right up. "21 drivers in total," and again a big hello to everyone tuning in on the live chat. Gus Lawrence and Kalai Atkins on row number 1. Marcus Lucio and Harry Burgoyne Jr. on row 2. Sam Shaw and Caden McQueen on row number 3.
Marcus Littlewood and Louis Johnson Cool, they'll go from row 4. Josh Agenbar and Alex Duncan round out the top 10. They go from row 5. Alistair Cresswell and Harry Cottrell, they round out the top 12 on row number 6.
Luke Taylor and Ewan Thomas are up next, followed by James Pashley and Oliver Greetham, Michael Rapsey and Chris Bingham on row number 9.
The final 2 rows, Callum Tanner and Jack Nettleship rounding out the top 20. 21 drivers in this one. Josh Palfreyman rounds that one out. He starts all on his own on row number 11.
Hello to Motorsport Magpie. Thank you very much for joining us on the live chat. Marcus Lucio, he says, I recognise that name from iRacing. Well, Motorsport Magpie, do you know what? I recognise Marcus Lucio from real racing. The racing you're about to watch. Reality on the screen.
Do you know what's
Brandon
funny?
Nagelvort saying Marcus Lucio for a big P1. Yes, Brandon, that is the big P1, that P that you've never experienced yourself. Sorry, Brandon, only joking, mate. You made fun of me last weekend at Milton Mill, saying I couldn't count, and I said I can count down to 29, because that's normally what I need to count to get down to where Brandon's running. Sorry, Anthony.
Did you know there's a racing game called Real Racing?
Is
So it
there?
actually sounded like you just said, I don't know him from that, I actually know him from this one. So you've made yourself...
Is there a real game called Actual Karting?
No, I don't think so.
No, there we go. I know him from Actual Karting. Motorsport Magpie. Then, moving over, Harry Burgoyne is his pick for the win. Let's have a little look. Well, Harry Burgoyne sitting there in the number 68 Mick Barrett Racing Kart. Lawrence in the number 1 kart. Atkins in the number 7. Into the tram lines. Lights are out. No,
they're not. False start.
That was Kalai Atkins in a whole heap of hurry trying to get away, and a little bit too much. Jeffrey Stewart saying well done to George Edgar. Well done indeed. Remy Gilbert, Marcus will win because I have been coaching him on how to overtake on iRacing. Right. Remy Gilbert, I remember you racing not very successfully at Tilbury Mill last weekend. No offence, Remy, but I'm joking. I hope you were coaching him on iRacing. And Mark Fleming looking in for the West of Ireland. Racing next weekend, the second round of Motorsport Ireland. X30 Junior in Galway. Galway girl, that's an Ed Sheeran. No, okay, sorry.
A cue to start singing, Henry.
I can't. Look, if you cue it up, I can't help myself.
Well, contain yourself.
Every time management hops in, I go, it's management. Do you know?
That's a handy mute button I've just pressed. That's absolutely fantastic. I need to press that more often. I'm sure Henry will unmute himself any moment now.
Only to say hello to Dylan Brierley, saying come on, Kalai and Caden McCrean and the rest of the Crop Promotions team.
Exactly. Right. Second time of asking.
Actual karting. That's
karting.
The name of the game here, boys and girls.
Actual karting. 4 wheels, 2 strokes, smell, smoke, racing. Here we go, into the tram lines. Hands are going up. Littlewood with the hand up, but it looks good, and it's not good. Now, it looked okay from that angle. Obviously, that was one angle. The Trent Valley Kart Club here have got about 17,000 angles of the start-finish line and can confirm whether or not it was good or not.
I mean, here we go. We're running the risk, Anthony, of having our first game of Shut Up and Listen. A game that you and I know very well.
Oh, yes. We get told to do that all the time.
And one of us tends to, and the other one doesn't.
Yeah.
Can you guess which one of us listens when asked and which one of us doesn't? Dan Amore at Stan Amore is chatting in as well. Last year's top privateer in Minimax.
That it?
Yeah, that was just it. I got away with singing a line without you muting me. Right, no. This is where Gus Lawrence and Kalak, now they need to really, really behave themselves. Because if they get stopped, they get one more opportunity.
Yeah.
And then they could get sent to the back of the grid.
Yeah. So they've got to be very, very careful in these next few moments.
Let's be careful.
Let's see what happens. So, once again, third time of asking.
They are now crawling to the line. They look like a pack of walkers off The Walking Dead or something like that, just shuffling towards the start-finish line.
Yes. So, here we go. I've got no idea what you're on about, but anyway, into the tram lines they go. It's looking a little bit out of shape. That's another false start.
Right. Okay.
So I suspect something may happen here, folks. They may get one more attempt.
Well, I tell you what, no, they shall not.
Red flag's coming out. So
majestic flag waving skills there from Mr. Manchester on the starting gantry.
No.
Absolutely majestic.
Careful. Told off the last time he started talking about his flag waving.
It's majestic. No,
right. Anyway, to give the folks at home, if you're wondering, okay, what's going on? Red flags come out after 3 failed attempts at a race start. These drivers are going to be stopped. They're going to be spoken to. And this is very unheard of to see it in seniors, the most experienced of the grids.
There's race director.
Oh, yeah, he's on his way. Crucially, he hasn't got his clipboard, so...
Striding with a purpose.
Yeah. So this is just going to be a telling off.
A slap on the wrist, as it were.
Yes.
There's Dan Ashton, just guiding them into position. Okay, we constantly make fun of Dan Ashton, well, as you can see why, but to give them credit, any person who is prepared to stand out on a racetrack,
with karts going
around, they are putting their safety in hands. They're stopping the race because the speed at the start is too fast. It becomes dangerous. Therefore, the drivers are putting themselves in danger, but they're also putting the marshalling team and the officials around the track in danger. Now, here we go. This is where they play shut up and listen. Their job is to shut up and listen, as Nigel Edwards now tells them, don't protest.
No, don't fight back.
Augustus,
don't fight
protest.
back. Yeah, no. It's, you've got to listen at this point now. And he's just, like I say, nice race, again, just nod the head, smile and wave, effectively.
Smile and wave. And Kalai's there with his hasn't said a word. Because Kalai's trying to get into Gus's head.
Yeah.
Kalai's trying to get that advantage off the start. He's standing back. Gus is, fair play to Gus. Fair play, Gus. That's...
You get back in your car.
Get in your go-kart, do your job.
Yeah.
And now he looks across at Kalai Atkins, and Kalai Atkins is like, do you know what? That's 1-0 Kalai Atkins.
Yeah.
That is one, Gus is protesting his innocence. Kalai, cool as a cucumber that has been stuck in the back of the fridge since last November. That is how cool he is. Gus is flustered, Kalai, not so. How will that translate now going into the first corner on the opener? Gus is still shaking his head.
Again, it's sunk in, really, hasn't it, there? And if I remind myself, do they go from where they start here, or do they get one more lap?
No, they'll go. The idea is you go. You've got half a lap to get yourselves into position. Everyone starts. That's a good sign. But, it's great, let's see what happens. Of course, I could be completely wrong. Gus Lawrence could ace the start and clear off and win by 10 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
But he's the one that is irritated. He's ratty. Why, Mr. Race Director, why are you talking? Going to go around one more time.
Yeah.
Why are you talking to me, Race Director? It's not my it's not my fault. The guy on the outside is, no, it's your responsibility. You're the pole man. So let's see what happens. So Gus has now got 1,382 metres to completely erase every single thought that he has just had in that chat with Nigel Evans. He has got to completely wipe the slate clean. Now, focus. His mechanic, Stephen Lamian, will be there going, right, calm down, forget about it. Nothing you can do. Kalai Atkins, body language is just total focus.
Yes, indeed. Let's see what will happen then. The race due to start.
George Quartermain, who we'll see in the Junior X30 Final later on, saying Katie McQueen has got this one in the bag. Let's have a look one more time.
Just enjoying that. If you're watching on TV and you've got it up on your mobile telephonic device with Ian Rogers Motorsport-timing.co.uk's webpage, you can see all sorts of information, including the virtual championship, including the track map, all the data, everything like that. You've also got the comment sections, and crucially at 2:36, session stop to allow race director to instruct start procedure and give a telling off to Gus. No, it didn't say that last time. But it's one of those.
Here we go. What effect has it had? Now they are in lockstep to the start line. Lights are out now. They're off and racing. Oh, Kalai Atkins trying to squeeze Gus Lawrence, but he gets squeezed out. Lawrence makes a perfect getaway. Henry Baudet, what are you talking about? Gus Lawrence had it all in hand. He was just teasing that frustration. He leads by 10 kart lengths before they get to turn number 4. Kalai Atkins is stranded down in third place with Marcus Lucia with the P2. Oh, and that's one of the Argenti karts, Stephen Duncan, for a wild ride.
Oh, and that just shows when these karts go off tilter how hard it is to maintain control. And the fact that he got control of that kart there was unbelievable. I suspect that'll have shaken up one or two drivers further in the pack as well. Slippery surface flags are out actually going into Bobby Game Corner. This is interesting. So keep an eye at them as they make their way through. I'm not sure what's happened, but there is slippery surface flags out. And there's water on the track.
Someone's radiator has decided to deposit its contents all over the circuit. I can't see it raining. We're not getting any word from the camera crew out on circuit that it is raining. It's only that one corner. Now,
look at that. Where's that come from?
That is a pipe that's burst. That's a pipe's burst.
Well, the water is just falling onto the circuit. I'm not... how on earth that's happened?
Incredible. Never, ever seen that before. Well, that's going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons. What else can they throw at the Senior X30 field? And, of course, now Gus Lawrence is going to be the first driver to encounter this.
Yes, he
Tommy
is.
van der Stroys. Hello, Tommy. How are you doing? Good to see you on the live stream. Let's have a little look. Now, it is coming into... There it is.
And it's gonna come down into the middle of the circuit if it keeps going that way as they enter into the final, the start of the Mike Wilson complex. It's not making any issues at the moment, but that could become a question mark later on in this race. Thus far, though, Gus Lawrence is leading the way. The gap's 0.7 of a second, but we've seen this. The gap, it's difficult to maintain it because the slipstream works well here, and Atkins and Luzio are using that slipstream to full advantage. Burgoyne Jr., first year in juniors, currently right now, first year in seniors, I should say, is P4, fastest lap of the race, and is hunting down Luzio and Callum Atkins here.
Well, I've got to say, every single one of the top 4 or 5 or 6 drivers in this race has had somebody on the online chat saying, you know, they think they're going to win. They think they're going to win. But anyone can do it. Callum Atkins back into P2. Lawrence using that frustration to his advantage. You know, I thought it was getting a lecture. Now Callum Atkins has got to try and hunt him down. We have not had any, you know, the drivers now all know that water is there.
Yeah.
We're not going to see, we're not going to see anyone diving at the inside going into the start of the Mike Wilson complex.
That'd be a very bad day.
There's a move back in the back. That's one of the MDL Motorsport drivers. That was Jack Nettleship, who's already gone from 20th up to 10th and now put Jack Nettleship into P9.
Well, here we go as Luzio dives to the inside of Atkins. That's for P2. So that battle still rages on. They've got to be careful, though, because that is going to allow Lawrence to break away. The gap has come down even more. It's about half a second now between the top 2. And there you can see the train that's starting to form now further back. Second all the way down to P7. Then you've got the next group led by Agenbar, Cottrell, Nettleship, McQueen. Caden McQueen has not had a good start in this one. He has dropped down to P11.
Caden has done a little bit of racing over the winter, but he hasn't done too much. Alex Duncan and Callum Tanner have retired. Duncan probably needing a new change of overalls after that incredible moment on the first lap. Here's the rest of the field. Sam Shaw putting in the fastest lap of the race. So what we have Lawrence being chased down by one Dan Holland racing kart, one Crop Promotions kart, one Mick Barrett racing kart, one member of the Jade racing team, and 2 drivers from Premium Karting. And the PF International driver, Gus Lawrence, keeping them all at bay at the moment.
Wow.
We've got Agenbar 8th, Cottrell 9th, Nettleship 10th, then Pashley, McQueen, Taylor, Rapsey, Greetham, Bingham, Thomas, Palfreyman and Cresswell.
One of the Premium Karting's going off wide there. That water has stayed where it is. It looks okay. I can see some squeegee mops getting sorted out, ready to try and clear that as best as possible before the next race. 10 minutes remaining on this one, so no concerns from these drivers. They're absolutely flat out as Louis Johnson Cool now fastest lap of the race. Cool as a cucumber and Cool by name. He's there in P7 and is working well, fighting through this field. He is up 1 position from his starting spot of P8. He's at the back of this train, but nonetheless, he has got the main slipstream of all of them in front of him.
And Sam Shaw makes the move on Harry Burgoyne Jr. Now Harry playing with the big boys now. And Harry, I think, would be well advised to just maybe settle back in and just sit. If you know, give Sam a lap to see if he is quick enough to tow you up to Callum Atkins, Marcus Luzio. Gus Lawrence's lead has remained 3/4 of a second for the last 3 or 4 laps. We're completing lap number 5 now. After my comments after the aborted start, what's the phrase? Have not aged well.
No, they've not.
Because Lawrence has led by 3/4 of a second since turn 3 on the opening lap of the race. And we're now on lap 7, still with 9 minutes to go. But Luzio and Atkins have been working together, and they cannot catch the leader. There goes Burgoyne Jr., who has decided not to follow Sam Shaw anymore, and thinks that he is quick enough to lead that following. Well, now they've now both Burgoyne Jr., Shaw, Johnson, Cool, all the Premium Karting team holding their collective breath, and Littlewood have now been dropped from just Luzio and Atkins, second and third, chasing Lawrence.
Yes, indeed. So the 2 teammates getting a bit too close for comfort, I think, even for their liking. Now, are these 2 closing in? That's the question.
No.
They cross the line.
Simple. The answer's no.
They're not, are they?
They're not falling away,
no.
But they're not closing in. they're lapping within a thousandth or two of the race leader, Gus Lawrence, who has been metronomic in his lines, his pace. This is incredibly consistent, fast lappery. Littlewood in the number 10 car to the inside of Bourgogne. That is for 4th position, but their chances of securing a podium are fading lap after lap the more they squabble.
Yes, indeed. They've got to be careful here because, well, Gus Lawrence is just driving away. Last year's champion, of course, in Senior X30 and a familiar face at the Paul Fletcher International Raceway. The team based here and is, well, I think he's got the circuit really kind of drawn on every single part of his body. He knows exactly the best way around this track, really, doesn't he?
And, now, for the first time in 7 laps, the gap has come down. Luzio and Atkins trim 0.2 of a second.
Oh, you say trim? That's a chunk.
Well, as much as 0.2 of a second is, well, you are right, Anthony, in this sort of like parlance, in this situation, it is. And now they got the bit between their teeth. The gap is down to less than 0.4 of a second.
Whoa.
Now Luzio and Atkins will get a bit of a tow from Lawrence, both on the back straight and on the next straight. So by the time they get to the banking next time around, Luzio and Atkins are going to be within a kart length of the race leader.
Yeah.
Mark my words.
Yeah, the slipstream down the start-finish straight really plays into effect here. I mean, watch how closely they'll be on that rear bumper, like you say, as they go under the bridge. It really kicks in the second half of the straight. Watch it now. So they go across the line. It's there. 0.3 of a second. Watch it through this section here. It's through here that it really closes up. And now, look at them now. Latched onto the back, really. They've super closed it.
Marcus Luzio. Yep. You will notice, ladies and gentlemen, as they come around Bobby Game Corner, you will see several marshals here at PF International and Head Marshal Glyn Griffiths actively drying the circuit during the race.
Right.
To avoid, to prevent that water from potentially moving onto the racing line and creating a situation. You couldn't pay, I mean, these marshals, they give up their weekends generally for expenses and only.
Yeah.
You could not pay me enough to stand. Watch them now at the inside. There they are, just flashing the screen. They're there trying to get that water off the racing line to prevent a dangerous situation, while 20 of the country's best senior X30 drivers whiz past them at over 70 miles an hour. All credit to the marshalling team here at PFI. Let's see. The gap has stabilised again, Anthony. This is so intriguing. Burgoyne in 4th, Shaw 5th, Littlewood 6th, Louis Johnson Cool 7th. Every time I think that Luzio and Atkins are finally going to catch Lawrence does just enough to keep them out of lunge distance. How long can he resist them for, though, Anthony?
I know. Updates a little further back in the field. Nettleship now up 12 places, up into P8. He's having a good run. He's just behind Louis Johnson Cool. Josh Leckenbach just behind him as well. A couple more retirements. Unfortunately, we've lost Tim Wilson Motorsports' Alistair Cresswell. He dropped down 7 places and now back in the pit lane. The number 33 retaring from the race, the same as Josh Palfreyman, who actually received a mechanical failure flag.
Here we go.
Well.
This is look at Atkins now. Look at Atkins pushing him along.
Yeah. That's the draft that we're talking about there. Look how much it closed up. It was 2 kart lengths. Now it's not even a kart length between the two of them. It is a battle of 3 of them now. It's not a group of 1 and 2. It's one group of 3. Luzio checks over the shoulder to try and see if he can maintain the momentum, and he does. Instantly goes for the move through hairpin 1, and now Gus Lawrence gets squeezed onto the side by Atkins. Fights back, holds on to P number 2 now, but this battle is not over. 3.5 minutes to go, plus that 1 lap. Marcus Luzio leads the way from Gus Lawrence. Atkins still there in 3rd, but for how much longer? Looks to the inside, but I think he just... Oh, no, he does go for it. What a move.
That was... Well, Atkins, I'm not sure why Lawrence ran wide there, but he obviously did run wide. And suddenly, well, it took them 11 minutes to suddenly get all together and then 3 corners to spread apart again. But the order is completely different. Warning for Gus Lawrence. That was maybe defending too harshly. against Atkins as Atkins tried to follow him through, going up into the second hairpin last time around. Now Atkins has caught Luzio again.
Oh, look how quickly that closed up.
Has Kalai Atkins been playing a little game with his rivals? Has he really got the extra pace in that Croc Promotions Mad Croc chassis that can win this race? Lawrence has dropped back. Lawrence has dropped back to over a second adrift. He's going to gain some of that back when, not if, but when Atkins makes his move on Luzio. Dan Holland Racing leads Croc Promotions, leads PF International, leads Mick Barrett Racing, leads Premium Karting, leads the Jade Racing team. Nettleship, the MDL Motorsport team, is now up into 8th position. There he goes, the first driver not in the chasing pack. When will Atkins make his move? 2 minutes to go.
That was that a penalty? Number 7, Atkins, Kalai Atkins in second place, receives a 5-second time penalty. And, well, that is drama in this race. There is only a couple of minutes left, and, well, Atkins sees, well, he's not seen it yet. He'll see it this time around, and he's actually taken the lead.
Oh,
so
my
Atkins
word.
has taken the lead, but he's got that 5-second time penalty.
Okay, you could say that now. Coming into Bobby Game corner, Gus Lawrence didn't just outbrake himself and run wide. He was given an assist, and instantly a 5-second penalty has been applied. Lawrence back to second, Luzio down to third. Well, it's Lawrence leading, even though Atkins leads on the road. Luzio, Burgoyne Jr., fourth, third on the road. Then fourth in the road, third in the standings. Then it's Sam Shaw, Marcus Littlewood, Louis Johnson Corn, Nettleship, Cottrell. Where does that 5 seconds, that 5-second penalty puts Kalai Atkins out of the top 10. We've got 1 minute to go, Anthony. Here comes Burgoyne Jr. for what is effectively second position at the second hairpin, but Luzio holds on. The ball is back squarely in Gus Lawrence's court.
It really is here now as they go in through Bobby Game corner. The incident in question, or the corner in question that brought out this penalty. And, well, again, you've got to be thinking what is going through these drivers' minds right now, because Gus Lawrence, like you say, technically leading the way. The battle behind between Luzio Burgoyne Jr. is raging on. It's still kicking off further back there as well, as Marcus Littlewood getting squeezed by Sam Shaw on the start-finish straight. And again, he dives back down the inside through the banking there as they fight further back in the field. But eyes on who's going to come who's going to finish in second place here, because is it going to be Luzio or is it going to be Burgoyne Jr.? Luzio looks over the corner just to see what is Burgoyne Jr. doing. Absolutely nothing for the time being.
Now, of course, for those of you watching at home, Anthony and I, we see incidents on the screen, but because the race is in progress and because this commentary is going out to the circuit, we do not comment on incidents that we see. However, the penalty has been applied by the race director. We can both say that it was for that incident down at Bobby Game corner, where Gus Lawrence seemed to just run very wide all of his own accord, just as Kalai Atkins passed him. Well, that wasn't the case. This is a new system this year where penalties are applied in race that allows us to explain to you, the viewer, what has gone on. Now, whether that could be appealable afterwards, I do not know. Marcus Luzio getting passed around the outside by Harry Burgoyne Jr. No, he isn't. He holds on. Burgoyne Jr. sent one high, wide and handsome on the banking that time. This is the final lap. Atkins leads on the road, but it's Gus Lawrence leading after penalties have been applied. Harry Burgoyne Jr. and Marcus Luzio, wheel-to-wheel contact there, coming into the second hairpin. This is for second place overall, and will this bring Louis Johnson Cool into play? The answer is, at the moment, yes, they're running out of corners, and don't forget there's water on the inside going into the Mike Wilson complex. Nettleship to the inside. Littlewood and Sam Shaw wheel-to-wheel. The checkered flag is out, however. Kalai Atkins wins on the road, but it's Gus Lawrence who wins in all eventuality, with Harry Burgoyne Jr. second and Marcus Luzio on the podium. Louis Johnson Cool finishes fourth. Marcus Littlewood, well, that battle on the last lap Marcus Littlewood finishes 5.2 seconds behind Kalai Atkins. So after Kalai's penalty is applied, and assuming the penalty sticks and is not overturned, Kalai Atkins effectively will finish 5th. Marcus Littlewood in 6th, Jack Nettleship in 7th, Sam Shaw in 8th, Caden McQueen in 9th. Obviously the results on your screen haven't had the penalties applied yet. Might get a little bit confusing. So Atkins will finish 5th, Littlewood 6th, then Nettleship, Sam Shaw, Caden McQueen, Josh Agambar, James Pashley in 11th, Michael Rapsey 12th, Harry Cottrell 13th, then Christopher Bingham, Ewan Thomas, Oliver Greetham and Luke Taylor, the final finisher. Drama in Senior X30. And Anthony Jordan has my permission to completely muller me in front of Gus Lawrence, because I got it all wrong when I said that Gus was looking a bit flustered at the start, or the aborted start. He proved me wrong, and it's not often I get proved wrong, but I guess I have thoroughly been done there. Great result for the Mick Barrett Racing Team and Harry Burgoyne Jr. First time out as a senior in the British Championship, and he ends up on the podium in P2. Marcus Luzio. We see Marcus have a full season here this year for the Dan Holland Racing Team. Hopefully, he started off on the podium. Great result for Louis Johnson Cool. There he is, the premium karting team. And discussions going on after what was a very lively race, but Gus Lawrence can breathe easily. And I'm looking down that the marshalling team here at PF International are on track and just getting the residual water. That was I've never seen a burst water pipe in the middle of a race before. I have to say that was a new one on even me. So Anthony will be down speaking to them, and yes, will Anthony resist the temptation to tell Gus that I was criticising him when I didn't need to be? Here we go. Let's hear from Anthony now.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, as you can imagine, the tension down here in Parc Fermé is quite high. Obviously, a very dramatic race in that one. Penalties coming out for drivers and all sorts of happenings, with incidents with water as well out on circuit. That was quite a dramatic one as well. Let's chat to our man then who finished P2 on track. But first, overall, Gus Lawrence, well, a good start to the season. Not the way we wanted to start the race, the 3 false starts. Can you tell us firstly what happened there?
Well, obviously, you've been on the inside. You come around the last corner very tight, so that's quite a disadvantage as it is. So the whole idea which they teach you is to accelerate up to the line, which is straight, which I was doing. Being the pole man, I set the pace. And second was just out driving me out every time, 2-3 karts. I was in probably 5th by the time I got to the first corner. So being the pole man, that's not my fault really. Yeah. I set the pace. Yeah, that's that. And then the third, obviously we got told off, didn't we? I don't think I did much wrong there. And the third start, I just kept the speed up, just wanted to get started. Yeah. And I could tell he even out-dragged me again, but then he backed off a bit, which went to the first corner parallel, and then obviously on the inside you can get the lead, can't you?
Yeah. Well, it was a dramatic race as well. You came away with a win.
I was frustrated with the starts, yeah. I don't think I was doing much wrong there. I'm only doing what I've been taught, and I race here every month. Yeah, but...
Solid result. Anyone you want to thank?
Yeah, Team PFI, my mechanic pod, my parents, and Paul Fletcher.
Lovely. Cheers. Thank you very much. Back to you, Henry.
Well, thank you very much, Anthony and Gus Lawrence. It's Junior TKM, the final, on track now. 13 karts led by Yehan Kalachern and Aidan Mitchell on row number 1. Joel Hull and Harry Bloor are on row 2. Leo Robinson and Monty Brathwaite on row number 3. Dara McInerney and Willoughby Steele on row 4. Then Jack Stewart and Jake Humphrey on row 5. Joe Cheek and William Bryant on row 6. Patrick Leaf, I don't believe it. Patrick Leaf's kart failed on the rolling lap of the pre-final, and it's failed again at the start of the final. He has not done a racing lap today. That is devastating for Patrick Leaf, the privateer driver of kart number 22 on the Talco chassis. Apology, we didn't have time to hear from Harry Burgoyne Jr. and from third place driver in that race, Marcus Luzio. We will make sure that we do an interview with them on the podium so that parents can see that on YouTube afterwards. Meanwhile, Junior TKM into the tram lines. We're underway. The first time of asking. It's Jan Callagher. No, it's not. It's Aidan Mitchell round the outside. And Mitchell takes the lead into turn number 4 for the first time. Down the hill, it is Mitchell from Callagher. Then the first of the Tim Wilson Motorsport drivers. That is it Joel Hull, I think, in third position. Leo Robinson, the birthday boy, is also in and amongst the action. It is, in fact, yeah, it is Hull in third position. Robinson a little bit further back. There, in fact, is Robinson with a Union flag colour on his helmet. There is Joe Cheek in the number 9 kart. Joe, who ended the pre-final rolling out of his kart. He was more concerned with his crash helmet not being damaged, but it is undamaged. The head inside is also undamaged, mind you. Anyone knows Joe, there wasn't much to damage to start with. Only joking, Joe. He's one of the paddock's cheekiest chappies, cheeky by name, cheeky by nature. Always got a smile and a laughter on his face. But he's in 2, 4, 6, 7th position at the moment, just in front of Jack Stewart in the number 57 kart. So Jan Callagher, the number 4. Well, he is also the E-plate kart, but PF International haven't got any E's in stock. So that's why he's running with his number 4, which is where he finished in last year's British Championship. Aidan Mitchell, his best result, his best career final result in the Motorsport UK British Championship is 6th position. He is on course to beat that handsomely at the moment. Still early stages here in Junior TKM. They complete lap number 2. Mitchell, Callagher, Hull, Harry Bloor, Leo Robinson, Dara McInerney, Joe Cheek, Jack Stewart, Willoughby Steele, Jake Humpy, Monty Brathwaite and William Bryant. Anthony Jordan.
Yes, I'm back.
That was fair play to Gus. He tells it like it is, doesn't he, does Augustus?
He does indeed. Yes, that was very tense down there in the Parc Ferme area.
We've got a couple of cars. Leon Frost, not defending Junior TKM British Champion, is watching. Frosty, say good luck to Larry and the rest of Team W Motorsport. Omar Cindy, Saudi Arabian driver racing in the UK this year. Gus the Goat. Sasha Bagley saying good luck to all the Class and Motorsport drivers. And Motorsport Magpie, Leo Robinson, birthday boy, is his tip for victory. Tommy van der Stroys, that is saying good luck to Joel Hull. So again, lots of people cheering for lots of different people on the screen. And the top 6 drivers pulling away. No one has mentioned Dara McInerney, who is there in 6th position in kart number 3, as the 2 Tim Wilson Motorsport drivers go side by side.
Yes, indeed. So it was good. So I was actually watching the race on my mobile on the way up, so I managed to catch the start. And I did see, I'm sure you've already spoken about it, but the number 14 under investigation.
Well, I haven't spoken about that.
Okay, for the start. No, I heard on the commentary that we were saying that it was a very good start.
Yes. Maybe a bit
was it too good?
Yeah.
Yes. I think even race control thinking about that. It's changed now as Jan Callagher retakes the lead, gets down the inside at hairpin number 2. This is, again, constant stream of what we've seen from Jan this weekend. He has shown, or he's become so much stronger at the start of this season than what we saw last year. Of course, came 4th in the championship last year, so he still had a very good season. He is a seeded driver with that number 4, but this year, I reckon he's going to be fighting for that number 1 all the way throughout this year. And his dad has worked so hard on the kart to make sure that it is working well, and as you can see here, it is working very well.
Yeah, I popped in to see the Class of Motorsport team at my lunch break, and Jan was sitting, watching with Dave Class and just going through the data, looking at, there's a move for 2nd position. That was number 11, Harry Bloor. Oh, the Precision Racing number 11 had a real big think about it, and he think about it, and he's thinking about it again, side by side. This time he makes it through. Aidan Mitchell down to third. Joel Hull up into P3, not quite well. Archie Heron and 8 of his mates are all watching this race on a call. What, in a cell? On a call? Watching? I don't get that.
I suspect they could be in a Discord chat and a call, watching the stream. Oh, you can do that.
They probably saw
and apparently
Joel Hull. I think that was Joel Hull telling Harry Bloor that he thinks he's number 1.
Yes.
Yes, in a call, in a cell, on a pole, in a pool.
Yeah, exactly.
In a hall, down the hall.
In a Discord chat, probably also sharing certain US intelligence secrets, but we'll
fair enough. There we go. Well, whatever. Glad you're watching. Why don't you do us a favour and just share the stream on the outline around the place amongst your various servers and chats and calls.
Exactly, good to see.
Yes.
Nice little breakaway, though, for the top 2. Bloor and Calichurn just driving away from the rest of the field. Darren McInerney, though, had a much better start this latter half of the weekend, because obviously the first half didn't go too well.
For Darren McInerney, I tell you something. Now, Harry Bloor. So, talking about this, the last 4 junior TKM champions have come from 4 different organisations. Zach Oates in 2019 for Precision Racing, the team that Harry Bloor races for. In 2020, it was Louis Harvey for Klassen Motorsport, the team that Calichurn drives for. Alfie Garford won it in 2021 as a privateer. The front, Aidan Mitchell in 3rd place runs as a privateer, as does 4th place Darren McInerney. Leo Frost won it for Tim Wilson Motorsport last year. Tim Wilson Motorsport have got 2 drivers in the battle, 5th and now 7th.
Darren McInerney moving to 3rd place, getting past Aidan Mitchell, and Mitchell fights back, and there's a kart off.
Oh dear, it's a Tim Wilson Motorsport kart. Is it Leo Robinson on his birthday, or is it Joel Hull? I think can tell you Hull. It is Joel Hull.
It is, yeah.
Oh dear. Kart has ceased to operate.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if that was assisted, but it did look like the back end just snapped, so that could have been an engine failure there.
There's one very unhappy Discord chat at the moment.
Yeah.
Sorry, boys. Boy, you've got the birthday boy, Leo Robinson, to cheer for. You've got plenty of other drivers still in with a shout of this one. Darren McInerney is just creeping his way slowly into contention. I've got to say, very, very smart. Behind the top 4, we've got all on his own in 5th position is now Leo Robinson. Joe Cheek runs 6th, Jake Humphrey 7th, Willoughby Steele in 8th. Then it is Monty Brathwaite 9th, William Bryant 10th, and Jack Stewart, the last kart, running in 11th place.
Well, drama all the way through this field, and still drama kicking off there. And that's Glyn, and he likes the branding so much he's taking some home as a souvenir.
Well, yeah, why not? You know, potentially. Potentially one of the wall banners had fallen down, which is why Glyn is sort of carrying it to a safe place.
There we go. You see that a lot at F1 weekends, don't you? When the fans come onto the track.
Do you?
Yeah, I actually I saw a clip. I know we're going off track a little bit.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. 6.5 minutes to go. Ramble away.
I saw a clip of someone taking one of the telemetry time boxes off the side of a fence.
Wow.
One of the fans, it stole kit from the FIA.
There was a brief change of lead there, Anthony. Harry Bloor went to the inside on Johan Calichurn. Johan Calichurn crossed him over straight back. And Mitchell and McInerney now trying to work together. See, it's that Drive to Survive program. It's opened the sport, opened the eyes of onto the sport for a bunch of wrong-uns who just think they can go and steal everything and anything. Wouldn't happen in go-karting, would it?
No. Glyn.
Ian Calichurn leads this race. Oh, Bloor gets very wide coming out of the Bobby Game corner. He was very, very lucky not to sort of get hooked onto that curb.
Yeah, very lucky there, because again, that curb can really playing with the car there. Yeah, you can see. Also, I can see Aidan Mitchell in the background. I'm sure if that was that or if it was that.
On, let's go. And Bloor
there's
to the inside. Now, will Calichurn cross him over again? No. This time, Bloor hugs the inside line through turn number 3. Now, we'll watch the driver in 5th position, birthday boy Leo Robinson, all on his own. He's going to be watching and hoping that the front 4 start battling, will continue to battle. There is McInerney up into 3rd position. Well, if Dara McInerney can come away with the podium after the weekend he's had, because it has not been some electric, firing up the order. He has had to graft for every single position he has gained. He went nothing but backwards yesterday, and he has crept forward today. This is as high as he has been all weekend, Dara McInerney. 3rd place with 4.5 minutes to go, Anthony.
Yes, indeed. Plenty of time left in this race then. Back over the start-finish line. 4.5 minutes to go plus 1 additional lap. You are watching Junior TKM. It's race 24 of the first round of the British Kart Championships here at Paul Fletcher International Raceway. And Harry Bloor, essentially, well, correct me if I'm wrong, novice, Calichurn, back down the inside. Rookie leads the way.
First time out.
But now it's 3 wide.
Here comes Dara McInerney into P2. Oh, now you can ring the dinner bell. Now it's game on. It's 4 for the win in Junior TKM with 4 minutes to go.
And I tell you what, I'm sure Leo Robinson is loving this, what he's seeing in front of him there. There he is, all in his own. Clear track in front is just going to be closing in on this 4-way battle for the lead. 3.5 minutes left on the timer. Time quickly running out. And like you say, Harry Bloor leading the way. Calichurn is there, but Calichurn wants this win. He's had a dominant performance all the way throughout this week. He does not want to finish second in this final. He has fought way too hard for that to happen. Bloor says, communicates there with Calichurn to let's go. But it's not going to do that. He wants to lead this one, and he dives back down the inside. Is he going to hold that inside line, or is Bloor going to do? No, it's going to be Aidan Mitchell who dives it down the inside into the banking. Can't hold on to it. He stays there in P2, but he does gain a place. Down the hill they go. It's Calichurn who leads the way, and here, once again, on the outside, Harry Bloor, who's got the waft out of the corner, but can't quite make the apex. He's now got pressure from Dara McInerney, who's now on the inside, now the outside, and Aidan Mitchell comes back down the inside. Oh, it's just impossible to call this one. And crucially, Leo Robinson has latched onto the back of them. It's a 5-way battle for the lead. Could Leo Robinson win this on his birthday?
The front 4 drivers have managed to bake the birthday cake for Leo Robinson. Will they now allow Robinson to blow the candles out? Because he has caught them. He's got momentum on his side. He's got to start picking them off one after another. Klassen Motorsport, the last time Klassen Motorsport won last time they won a junior TKM final was back here in 2020 with Reece Lomax. It's been 3 years since Klassen Motorsport won a junior TKM final round of the British Championship. And now Calichurn's got a gap. There's 2 minutes to go, side by side for second between Bloor and between Mitchell into turn number 1. And what is the problem? Robinson is up into 3rd position.
Yeah, Leo Robinson on his birthday there in P3. He started this one He started this one in P5. He dropped down the order and he's just been fighting back in this one. He's back up into P3. A minute and a half to go, plus one lap. This is still very, very close here. But at the moment, Calichurn leads the way. He seems relatively comfortable there. Bloor still in second and is maintaining that gap. There's about half a second between the two of them. It doesn't look like half a second. It's very wide. Goes Leo Robinson through the Mike Wilson complex. Back down the start-finish straight they go. And what are the gap now? It's Calichurn, Bloor, Robinson, McInerney, Mitchell, the top five as they battle through. Look how closely Bloor is onto the back bumper of Calichurn here. He goes defensive up the banking. Who's going to appear first? Still Calichurn, who holds on to it. Time very much running out, but this is very, very close here.
Last year, Tim Wilson Motorsport won 3 out of the 6 finals with Leon Frost. Here comes Robinson to the inside. Takes P2. The last time Precision Racing won a Junior TKM final was back in 2019. This is the Junior TKM grid. There's the same players, the same teams. They're loyal. Klassen, Tim Wilson, Precision, they are loyal to this class. They are loyal to this engine. Why? Well, you're looking at the reason why. Great racing, wheel to wheel, nose to tail. It's a budget class. This privateers, you know, you go into the Tim Wilson awning, you go into the Klassen awning, two of the friendliest, most laughter-filled awnings in the entire paddock. And this is what they do. They love their racing, they love their karting, and under the bridge, Kalicher with 10 seconds to go. Right, Yihan, make the rear bumper of that ARC chassis as wide as you possibly can, my son, because you are now a lap and 3/4 away from a maiden victory. Leo Robinson, similar. A maiden who had never been on the podium as Robinson. Likewise for Harry Bloor on his debut in the British Championship. Aidan Mitchell's never finished higher than 6th. McInerney's only ever had 1 podium. Who is going to break their victory duck in the next minute and a half, Anthony?
Let's find out. There's not much time left in this one. In towards Bobby Gain corner they go. The gap between first and second place about 0.3 of a second. This is looking like it's going to go Kalichern's way, but watch out for the slipstream. The slipstream on the start-finish line here. Look at the line there that Robinson takes. He goes much wider in that middle part of the Mike Wilson complex. He gets the run then out of the final corner. Across the start-finish line they go as they bump draft their way through. Absolutely line astern between the 4 of them. Don't run any one of these drivers out. Oh, he left the door open a little bit there, did Kalichern, but no, he's closed it again on the exit. He holds on to the race lead, but keep an eye on Robinson. He's now gone for the wider line. He'll have the run, he'll have the toe down into hairpin 1, but is he going to be close enough? Checks over the shoulder. Everyone diving to the inside line. It's the final lap, and it's the final couple of corners as Bloor dives down the inside and squeezing Robinson onto the grass, but he holds on to it.
Somehow Leo Robinson holds on to second, and somehow they don't lose too much time to Kalichern. You've got half a lap now, Leo Robinson, to get a win on your birthday. But Yihan Kalichern into Bobby Gabe corner, into the Mike Wilson complex. The goal, Aidan Mitchell spins backwards, but Yihan Kalichern, the victory drought for Klassen Motorsport is over. They do it with a smile on their face in Klassen Motorsport. There's going to be a few tears as well in with that. Yihan Kalichern. Oh, and we've got a problem there for one of the Tim Wilson drivers there. We'll come back to that now. Yihan Kalichern, you are a British Championship final winner after an absolutely pulsating 16 laps of action. Leo Robinson, happy birthday, Leo. You are on the podium on your birthday. And Dara McInerney, last year's number 3 seed, after a terrible day yesterday, fights back, and somehow gets on to the podium in 3rd position. In 4th place, Harry Bloor on his debut. Oh, Aidan Mitchell. He was within 2 corners of his best ever British Championship result, and he finishes 14th. Behind the top 4, Joe Cheek comes home in 5th. 6th is Willoughby Steele on his British debut. Jack Stewart 7th, William Bryant 8th, Monty Brathwaite in 9th, then it's Aidan Mitchell, and Jake Humphrey had a mechanical failure on the last lap and is walking back as well. So commiserations to Jake Humphrey. Joel Hull, Patrick Leaf also failing to see the checkered flag. Well, there is going to be some tears in the Klassen Motorsport awning out there. Let's have a little look back if we can. There he is, and there's Yihan. Let's have a look at this. But now, Aidan Mitchell coming. He's got Tara McInerney right behind him. He's got Harry right in front of him. Mitchell looks to the inside. We're not going to see that, but again, if it's a contentious issue, maybe it's best not to show that. We'll have the race directors, the stewards will be reviewing that. There on his birthday, there we go. He was out of contention at half distance, and Yihan Kalichern, well, what happened behind Yihan, he has no clue because he was front. He's just looking around. He's waiting for Anthony to come and give him his winner's interview. Hopefully, we'll have time for that. I know we're running a little bit behind schedule because of the false starts in Senior X30. But, hopefully we'll have time to hear from all three of the top three, Calichurn, Robinson, McInerney. Like I said, the last time that Classic Motorsport won a round of the British Championship was here back in 2020 with Rhys Lomax. On the same day, Louis Harvey won the British title for the team. And Anthony is speaking to Yihan Calichurn now.
Henry, yes, down here in Parc Fermé, here with our race winner, and well, for Classic Motorsport, I'm sure you're very pleased, but more for yourself, Yihan Calichurn, what a result that is. Congratulations.
Thank you. I mean, it was a very hard race, very close battle towards the end. Yeah.
Let's go over those last few laps, because very tense moments you had all the way throughout. You had to fight to get that top spot, and I mean, very tough race, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there was a big pack towards the end. Had to defend as hard as possible. I mean, I think Harry Bloor got in front of me. I just quickly had to get back in front because I knew the time was ticking. Yeah.
What does this victory mean for you and the team starting this season?
I mean, it's very, I think, honestly, don't know. I think it's very good to start the season off. Yeah.
I think you'll be celebrating with the class and team and your dad as well a bit later on.
Yeah, I will. Yeah.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
Dave, Ashley, Class and Motorsport, ARC, Chassis, my mum and dad, and family and friends.
Well, congratulations, well done. Yihan Calichurn taking your, is it first win?
First win, yeah.
Hey, congratulations, well done. We'll chat to you a little bit later on. Let's chat to second place, Leo Robinson, on, well, it's your birthday, this one. I would sing happy birthday, but I think we'll save everyone's ears. Well, mate, P2, you came through the field on that one. What a result.
Yeah, it was a difficult race. Felt like I dropped off during the middle of the race with no one pushing me, but when they all started scrapping at the end, I managed to catch up, so yeah.
It must be a nice feeling when you see a group of 4 karts battling away, you're there in 5th and you're just slowly reeling them in. What were you thinking at that point?
I was just trying to think of when to make the moves and where to make sure that I didn't get undercutted or anything, so yeah.
That's what you like to see. Anyone you like to thank?
My sponsor, PCD, wouldn't be possible without them. My dad for being amazing on the spanners. My mum for the support, and family for the amazing support as well.
Well, congratulations, Leo Robinson, on your birthday. P2, we'll see you on the podiums a little bit later on.
Yes.
Brilliant, thank you very much. Let's have Dara McInerney come in. Dara, come on over. Well, mate, P3 on that one. Tough old race as well. Any highlights you could take away from it?
The whole thing. It was just intense. It was a hard race. We didn't exactly have the pace. We've been struggling with the kart whole day, and that was a miracle to make that work, to get a top 3.
First round of the championship, like you say, even struggling with the kart, still coming away with the podium. Do you feel like this is a good stepping stone for the start of the season this year?
Definitely. I think we can make it better throughout the year. Hopefully a win by the end of it.
That's what we need. I mean, you were 3rd last year in the championship, and is the plan to go for that #1 plate?
Definitely.
That's what we need. Anyone you'd like to thank?
My mum and my dad.
Brilliant stuff. Well, Dara McInerney, congratulations. We'll see you on the podiums a bit later on.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there from our junior TKM drivers. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with the last 2 finals coming up, but it's TKM Extreme who'll be coming up next.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.
Well, that was dramatic, to say the least, Anthony Jordan. 2 races to go. Welcome back. The first of these races is TKM Extreme. Hi to Sebastian Mins, watching on the live chat, one of the leading contenders last year's British Championship in the Minimax class. Here's a look at some of our TKM Extreme contenders. A big wave from Ashton Cox there at the Classic Motorsport team. Well, they're going to be absolutely bouncing, I am sure of that. There is Chris Whitten going through. There's the number 14 of Jessica Fitch Hall. And right at the back, Charlie King. So, Charlie King, he had the yoke was stretched on the left front of his kart. He pitted, and that's why he thought he had a puncture, but it wasn't. There was a yoke had stretched. So, instead, there's Adam Sparrow. So, Charlie King and Adam Sparrow, 2 potentials. Newcomer of the championship, Andrew Platt. And there's Michael Cornell. As a bit further up there is from Hong Kong. That is Alvin Chi. Aaron Lask from Precision Racing. There's Kian Bennett for the Rob Saw Racing team. Kai Springfield, privateer on a Jade. There's Spencer Lane. Sam Johns in number 2. And your pole sitter, Lee Whittingham. Let's listen to what Dan's saying.
But a good, hard, fair, respectful race, please. Thank you.
And again, that's just an idea. The officials are communicating with the drivers all the time.
Yeah.
You know, they are. The officials, they're not there to make the drivers' lives hard. They're there to ensure fair racing. Again, the drivers can disagree with the officials. They can do whatever they want. But what the officials at the British Championship are trying to do, they are trying to communicate all the time. We'll stop communicating right now because the next race is coming up right now.
Yes, indeed. It is TKM Extreme Race 25, and it is the final time. What can happen in this one? Lee Whittingham and Harvey Roth, they start on the front row. Sam Johns and Oliver Bowen, they go from row 2. Spencer Lane and Luke Jarman, they round out your top 6 on row number 3.
Kai Springfield and Liv Jenkins are on row number 4 with Kian Bennett and Ashton Cox rounding out your top 10 ahead of Aaron Lask and former junior TKM British champion Alfie Garford.
Alvin and Chris Whitten go from the 7th row. Michael Cornell and Jessica Fitzhall round out the 8th row. Row 9 sees Andrew Platt and Charlie King. They go from that row, and finally Adam Sparrow rounds out the rest of the field. 19 drivers in this one on that 10th row. 2 big names at the back of the field. Drama ensued in the pre-finals.
Not to mention reigning and defending British champion Chris Whitten starting on row number 7.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, lots happening in this one. So it's going to be a shake-up in this field. I suspect we could see drivers maybe come through the field, maybe some drivers going down. Who knows what's going to happen, especially this man here. Alfie Garford, again, a very quick driver who struggled in that pre-final, went down.
Alfie Garford and Aaron Lask had a discussion over the same piece of tarmac in the pre-final. And lo and behold, they find themselves starting alongside each other on the 6th row. Such is the way that karting is.
Yes.
Here we go, though, ladies and gentlemen. It's TKM Extreme, and it's a false start.
Again, just as you egg them up to get going, they decide, no, we're going to send you around again.
Man was into a bare rhythm, bruv.
You were in the zone, mate. You were in the zone.
And, right, well, we will try again. In this field, we have 3 current or former champions and 5 British Championship race final winners. There is the Wera Tools sponsored number 88 Alfie Garford, part of the Motorbase British Touring Car Team's Young Driver Programme, which is sponsored by Wera Tool, thus the graphics kit. And there's Dan Ashton again, just telling the drivers. Now, of course, if you were listening to Gus Lawrence's interview, you will now know exactly what's expected of the drivers and what the ruling is coming out to the final corner onto the thing. It was very eloquently explained by Gus Lawrence, I've got to say. Harvey Roth will try and outwit Lee Whittingham. Lee Whittingham in kart number 10, 3rd in this class in 2019, 8th in 2020, 10th last year. 2 second-place finishes, 1 third place. Has never won around the British Championship yet.
Let's find out then. Into the tram line, second time of asking. Is it green? It is green, and in towards turn 1 they go. Good start from the outside road, good start from Roth. Sweeps across the front and a spin, and several karts off into the barriers. 3 drivers off the track, and wow, that's the fastest part of the circuit.
Was that Sam Johns or Oliver Bowen who got caught and hooked on that curb, spinning across the track? There was a Tim Wilson Motorsport kart that went hard. I think there's an RSR, Harvey Roth. Let's have a little look. Harvey Roth leads. Okay. Lee Whittingham is second. Ty Springfield is third. Who have we got down in the barriers?
Sam Johns, Oliver Bowen, and Spencer Lane, the drivers who started this one, 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Right, so we've got Sam Johns, who bore the brunt of that impact. I know Sam's dad is here watching. Sam's mum is probably watching at home. Sam is sat in the car. He's taken his helmet off. He's evidently been winded, but is otherwise A-OK, just sitting in the car. You know, he's from Cardiff. He's a strong lad. He'll be just fine. The 2 brain cells he's got just being juggled around a little bit, and now he'll be okay. The other drivers, one driver is standing up and is running away back to the marshal post. He is absolutely fine. And there is a 3rd driver, again, sitting there. The marshalling team and the medical team are with all 3 drivers. So family members watching back home, we're not showing it on our screens, but obviously all the 3 drivers that had that heavy contact. I think it was, it looked like it was Bowen who got hooked at the start, and he just on over the curb, the kart spat round. I think Sam Johns was on his outside, and Sam Johns went almost like head on into those reticel barriers there underneath the bridge. The marshal team quite rightly taking their time. There's 2 drivers still sat in their karts, Sam Johns and I believe Spencer Lane, who are, but again, no, it's not Spencer Lane, sorry, it's Oliver Bowen. So it's Oliver Bowen and Sam Johns sat in their cars.
And red flags have come out.
Okay, the red flags are, I'll stress once again, both drivers are communicating, they're chatting with the medical team, the marshals, but evidently both have had their bell rung, shall we say.
Yeah, never a nice moment to see an incident like this at the start of a race. Obviously, the medical teams and marshals, the finest in the land, on the scene at turn number 1. It was the start of the TKM Extreme race final. Race 25 of the weekend has been red flagged. If you have just joined us to an incident at turn number 1, drivers will be coming to a stop on the start-finish line. I suspect we'll be taking a brief moment here just to collect information, so do stay with us, and we will be back with the racing in just a moment's time.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the TKM Extreme grid here at PF International on the start line after a red flag. Well, we're still under red flag conditions after a very nasty first corner incident between three of the drivers of the grid, Oliver Bowen, Spencer Lane and Sam Johns. I can tell you that Oliver Bowen and Spencer Lane have walked away and they're back in the paddock. They've got their karts with this. Sam Johns is up and out of his kart. Obviously, he went in straight on headfirst into the tyre barriers going under the bridge. So he's obviously jarred his back a little bit, and certainly he was maybe he's certainly been winded. He was chatting away to the medical team here. His dad is out there with him now, and I think that he's walked into the ambulance purely as a precaution. And it was Oliver Bowen that started. Oliver ran onto the curb, that flicked the kart round backwards. Sam Johns was the next kart in line. Sam taking evasive action, and then that put him nose first into the barriers at full racing speed, with Aaron Ask right behind, piling into the carnage as it unfolded. Massive credit to the marshalling team here, the medical team here, and the teams that prepare the equipment. Sam Johns will be absolutely fine, but yeah, he has been he's walked into the ambulance purely as a precaution. They will check him over, and I'm watching. You'll see some of the karts coming onto the screen, coming back into view. The damaged vehicles. The first kart you can see is the number 2 kart of Sam Johns. If you have a little look there at the right hand side of the kart, where that side pod is very badly damaged on that Talco chassis. The remaining runners, the remaining 18 drivers, will have a full restart. See them lining up in their original grid positions. It'll be Lee Whittingham and Harvey Roth on the front row of the grid. There'll be the drivers starting 3rd, 4th and 5th, Sam Johns, Oliver Bowen and Spencer Lane, will obviously not take the restart. So it'll be Luke Jarman moving up to the outside of row 2. Kai Springfield will move up to the inside of row 2. The remaining starting order will be Liv Jenkins, Kian Bennett, Ashton Cox, Aaron Lask, Alfie Garford, Alvin Chui, Chris Whitten, Michael Cornell, Jessica Fitch-Hall, Andrew Platt, Charlie King and Adam Sparrow. There is Harvey Roth, the 19-year-old West Sussex-based driver for the Tim Wilson Motorsport team. And Kai Springfield in the next to number 97 with a black crash helmet on. In the foreground, you can see the red crash helmet. That is the... Oh, is that? No, that's not one of the karts that was involved in that incident, is it? Looks like an RSR kart. That would be Spencer Lane. That would be Luke Jarman, I believe. Now, there's Lee Whittingham there, centre, just the right of the screen. There's the drivers getting their instructions. Liv Jenkins sitting in the kart now. Anthony, watching this unfold. Firstly, it's good to know that, yes, everyone is okay, and Sam Johns will be just fine. I know that his dad is here with him now, and so for Sam's family watching back home, he is absolutely okay.
Yes, so obviously marshals and medical crew, fabulous job that they've done to get everything sorted and going. So TKM Extreme about to get back underway. Engines fire up.
Oh,
even the pooches can't contain themselves.
I can tell that's Chris. That's Chris's. That's Chris Paps about Britain because he loves a lab.
No,
kart's not
firing.
Getting started. It's what are the Tim Wilson?
It's the number 25. It is
Alvin.
Now
It's going.
Yeah, to get going, and then the rest of them get fired up as well.
So here we go. Well, that's the remaining runners all out there. So we're saying Chase Fernandez, former British Kart Championship contender. Saying good luck to Alfie Garford.
That was a while ago.
Luke, I know, but I was just telling you. Luke Jarman getting some support as well on line. Grand Prix Alessio just caught up with the junior TKMs. What? Full stop. A. Full stop. Race. Full stop. Maybe I should have said full stop.
Emphasis on the full stop.
Yeah, sorry, I'll start again. Grand Prix Alessio writes in saying, just caught up with the junior TKMs. What a race! Only takes 2 karts for a quality race. Was that good enough?
That was good.
Oh, there we go, that's better. Right, back to this race. Wow, that was the horse to Irvs, and now the seniors are getting set to serve up the entree.
Now, there were red flags for a brief moment there. They have cleared. I think maybe just a glitch, an error of some description.
Yes.
Yeah, they've got it sorted out, and yeah, the race is due to start. So, here we go again. So, you've got to think that that momentum now, but watch each and every one of these drivers go into this first corner with full commitment nonetheless. Lights go out, in towards turn 1 they go, and once again we go racing, and again, another good start from Roth. Holds on to that race lead as they make their way through the bridge and up the banking they go. And again, no real pressure for Roth. Maintains that one. Still side by side in the background, but all fine and clear as they negotiate their way over the bridge and down the hill.
Indeed. So for Harvey Roth made a great getaway in the first attempt. And he was probably thinking, oh, look at that, I had a dream start and I got to do it all again. And he did. He put that together and made a great getaway. Lee Whittingham starting in a second. Kai Springfield capitalising on the fact that the 3 drivers missing from starting in front of him on the grid. He moves at number 97, that blue and white Jade bodywork. It is a Birrell chassis, but it's got the Jade graphics kit on it. Into P3, then it is, I'm trying to think, 4th position. That is that's Cian Bennett for the Rob Saw Racing team in 4th position in kart number 44. So some new names up near the front, and we've got a lot of very, very fast contenders starting at the rear.
Yes, indeed. Big movers already. Adam Sparrow up into P6, gaining 13 positions at the end of lap 1. Absolutely brilliant stuff for him. You can see him at the back of this leading train. Great to see. Drivers now back over the bridge they go. Down the hill in towards hairpin number 1. It's Roth that leads from Whittingham. Springfield, Bennett, Lask. Well, Lask now moving up into P4 now as the train starts to form, and getting punched out of the train is Cian Bennett, who goes to the back of it.
Yeah, because Adam Sparrow followed Aaron Lask right up the inside there and picked up 5th position without making any effort. You can see Ashton Cox in that bright red Gillard chassis, sort of saying, turning around and saying to the driver behind, come on, no, follow, let's work together. The whole field in one long, multicoloured, 2-stroke snake, heading down the back straight into Bobby Game Corner and around the Mike Wilson complex. Harvey Roth, he is just, you can hear the karts behind you, you can feel them in your peripheral vision, and he's just got to keep his head straight. He knows they're pushing him along. Look at this, nose to tail, over 60 miles an hour in TKM Extreme, Extreme by name, Extreme by nature in terms of its excitement. It's Roth onto the bridge for the third time, inches in front of Whittingham and Springfield. They're trying to break away from Lask and Bennett, and here comes Alfie Garford at the inside of Adam Sparrow. And Garford picks up a place, and now Lee Whittingham, the pole man, back to the inside, makes the move, put kart 10 into P1.
Aaron Lask gets through as well, jumps up into 2nd place. So again, drivers getting through. Lask starting this one, P11. Doing a brilliant start to his race as well. Like you say, Sparrow still doing a good job. The same with Garford as well. He's latched on into this sort of top section now in P6, and with the fastest lap of the race, he is looking to capitalise on this one. And once again, they go back across the line. Gap starting to form. Breakaway for the top 3 as they go across the line. Then it's back to 4th place, and then it's another group of 4 of them changing again as Lask dives to the inside, takes the lead of this race, but is he going to maintain it by the time they come across the bridge? Yes, he is.
And down the hill. So Aaron Lask, again, in that number 3 plate kart for Precision Racing. Last time Precision won around the British Championship in TKM Extreme was Lewis Wadley, all the way back in 2019. Rob Saw Racing, who were in 4th and 5th place, with Bennett and Jarman. Their best ever result in the British Championship was a 2nd place last year, I think, at Rissington, possibly.
Well, 11 minutes plus 1 lap to go.
Yeah,
go on.
It was with Aaron Lask.
Was it?
Aaron Lask has moved from Rob Saw Racing over to Precision this year. There is Garford in that number 88 kart. And how would you get into this competition? Well, first of all, Nabil Mabrook, I would go to the Motorsport UK website and look at where your nearest kart club is, where your nearest kart circuit is, and then go along to it. Go find out when your nearest kart circuit hosts their monthly club meetings. Go along, say hello, speak to the club that hosts it, and just ask questions. This is where I'm interested in getting into karting. What classes are popular here at the local circuit? Because it's important that you have someone to race against at your local track. And then get some guidance from someone at that club into buying yourself a second-hand go-kart and learning all about how to go racing. There we go.
Yes, indeed. All the information is online. You can check it out. And yes, indeed, it would be great to have anyone along. If you are watching and interested in motorsport, come along to a race meeting, like you say, Henry, and chat. Everyone is friendly to talk. Motorsport UK always have representatives at Motorsport UK registered events as well. So it's always good to come down and have a good old chat. Here we go then. Charlie King now with the fastest lap of the race, who is in P11, who has gained 7 positions and is doing a very good job.
But of course, the yoke on that kart is still not fully fixed, I don't believe. I think that is a temporary fix as best they possibly can. So Charlie, who's, 3 wide, who's that? That is Adam
Sparrow. That's Adam Sparrow.
Wow, that could have been major. He was right on the edge of adhesion, and Charlie King now being shown the outside as well. Oh, the elbows are being sharpened, and Ashton Cox now picks up another couple of places by virtue of simply just being in the right place at the right time.
All the meanwhile, Aaron Lass leads the way and is unaware of what's going on behind him. He's still got the very close company of Lee Whittingham, the number 10 from last year. And again, Harvey Roth just there as well. So the battle for the lead is very, very, very close. But I suspect they won't be battling.
Here's one driver we've hardly mentioned all race.
Go on.
Reigning champion,
Chris
number
Whitten.
1,
Yeah.
Chris Whitten.
Yeah, we've not. How's he doing?
Now at the 6th position.
Nice.
Just in front of Cian Bennett. There he is.
8 places gained so far as well.
Yep. Liv Jenkins is right behind them. And here is now the 3-way dice for the race lead. Lask, Whittingham and Roth in that order. Down towards hairpin number 2. Here is Whitten being followed by Bennett. And then the plain white cart of Michael Cornell. In 8th position, Liv Jenkins is 9th, Ashton Cox 10th, and Kai Springfield, who was running 3rd, now down in 11th. Adam Sparrow, after his near miss, down to 12th. Charlie King, 13th. Alvin Choi is 14th, with Jessica Fitch Hall and Andrew Platt, the last 2 carts still running.
Yes, indeed. 7.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race. Still, Lask leads the way. And again, Charlie King holding on to that fastest lap of the race. So up the banking they go. And again, racing still going fierce. We're watching the battle a little further down the order. 6th place onwards from Whitten, Bennett, Cornell, Liv Jenkins on your screens. So keep an eye on it as the race goes on. Now, Lask is doing a good job with that top 3. I am curious about what is happening for 4th and 5th. Garford's there with Luke Jarman. Are they closing it? The gap, 1 point. Oh, they are. That went for that with that jump from 1.3 to 1.2. They took a full 10th out of the leading trio.
And that was just in one sector.
Yes.
Anthony. So, yeah, and look at that. They're not battling. Luke Jarman is quite content to sit a kart length off Alfie Garford's rear bumper. They're closing in. They've got the momentum. I don't think that Lee Whittingham has got the fastest. Oh, sorry, I don't think that Aaron Lask has got the fastest bullet in this in the holster, because even though Whittingham and Roth are trying to work with him, 3 carts running 1st, 2nd, and 3rd working together should be able to pull away from 2 carts working together in 4th and 5th, and that is not the case.
No, not at all. So again, it's maintained at 1.2, the gap between the 2 of them. Keep an eye on it. Now actually it's gone down to 0.8 of a second, so they're much, much quicker through sector 2 out on circuit. So they maintain the pace through sector 1. Sector 2 is where they gain the time, and that makes sense because there's long slipstream opportunities there where you can work together, push each other out the corner. And I've got to say, it looks like Garford's dropping Luke Jarman by a bit there.
Alfie Garford is driving up to the top 3 now, all on his own. Again, not a lot of overtaking amongst the leaders, but again, this is just a build-up. This is just experienced drivers working together to get themselves collectively in a position to win this race. Lask, Whittingham and Roth. They are separated by inches at the front. And Garford, while the gap was 1.3 seconds, it's now less than 3/4 of a second. And Jarman, you thought he was being dropped, he's just doing enough to cling on to the slipstream.
Yes, indeed. You can see him still there in P5. So this is going to be very interesting into the final 5 minutes then of this race. Round the Mike Wilson complex they go, and on to the start-finish straight. So still last leads from Whittingham, Roth, Garford and Jarman, the top 5. Whitten's still there in 6th place. He's now closing in.
And Roth pulls a pin. Roth to the inside. Oh, and Roth almost into last. Roth got so deep into the banking. Here comes Garford into P2. Alfie Garford takes advantage of the fact that Harvey Roth went in so deep. He passed Whittingham but almost took Lask out. He had to then back out, which caused them all to hesitate slightly. Garford, with the momentum, was able to just sweep through into P2.
Yes, indeed. A brilliant move there. Well timed and calculated to just send it down the inside, taking full opportunity of what was happening in front. And now Garford, I would say, is actually in control of this race. The fastest driver out there has scythed his way through the field, is in P2 now. But who's he got right in front of him? Mr. Henry Burdett.
Well, he's got race leader right in front of him, Aaron Lask.
And what happened?
Well, in the pre-final, Mr. Jordan, Aaron Lask and Alfie Garford had a territorial dispute going down the hill towards the first hairpin. No, it was going into Bobby Game Corner. There's been no territorial dispute because Alfie Garford has claimed the territory. No, he hasn't. There's been a rebellion, and Team Lask have fought back to reclaim top spot. This is going to go right down to, we've got 3 minutes to go, and any one of 5 could easily win this. Now, have Garford and Lask kicked and made up?
So, 3 minutes to go, and back down the inside here goes Garford, gets it done through hairpin number 2, but he's left the gap open on the exit, and now Lask is going to come back through. Remember, it was going into the next corner that these two came together, and is it going to happen again this time around? No, it's not. They're going to stay behind, but keep an eye just behind, because now Luke Jarman is coming into play, gets past Halvey Roth.
Now they cross over. Roth gets him back, and they're just back each other. Whitten is there in then 6th position. Cornell there in 7th. Bennett there in 8th. King 9th and Sparrow 10th. They cross the line with 2.5 minutes to go, and the top 10 separated by 2.3 seconds. On to the banking.
Oh my goodness me, look at this. This looks more like the first lap, not the last 2 minutes of a race. This is incredible. Out of the bridge they go, back down the hill again, and you can see there Garford's just saying, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Go, go, go. And Lask going, no, I'm going to defend. It's my right to defend. Garford outbreaks himself, and it's Whittingham back into P2.
Oh, it's so close between all of these drivers here. They're getting backed up here now. Lask is doing everything he can to try and hold on to the lead of this race. You can see there Lee Whittingham just saying to Garford, okay, let's go. I'm not going to defend. Let's try push him. Let's try get him out of the way here, because despite Aaron Lask's best efforts, that train is forming. He's doing everything he needs to do. He's defending his position.
Sparrow again, sorry.
No, you're fine. Getting squeezed at the exit there at Bobby Game Corner. And again, Lask is just under so much pressure here. He's doing everything he needs to do. But at the moment, it's just, there's so much time left in this race. And now it's Lee Whittingham's turn to say, what are you doing? Keep going.
Now it's the top 12 drivers separated by 2.3 seconds.
Dear me.
Lask is defending. Whittingham has got to try and manufacture a way past Lask's ultra sturdy defence. Roth is there in 3rd place. Then it is defending and reigning champion Whitten in 4th. This is Whittingham's chance, potentially. No. Lask late on the brakes. Coming out, there's Michael Cornell coming out of the hairpin, running a little bit wide there, but they're 3 wide. This is anyone at 12 can now win it, Anthony, with 50 seconds to go. Let's just make sure. Bring them all home, boys and girls. Oh, Liv Jenkins slowing.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't see what happened there. She is dropping back there, possibly a mechanical problem for Liv. Oh, my word. 30 seconds to go, Anthony. It is Lask, Whittingham, Roth in that order, followed by Whitten, King, Garford and Jarman. The top 7 have got a mini break now. Ahead of Cornell, they fan out onto the banking. It's Charlie King trying to go round the outside in Kart number 6 for the Class and Motorsport team. Will they all make it back up the bridge safely? Yes, they do. Down the hill, Lask looks to the inside. Whittingham has to look at the inside. Behind them, there's one driver on the grass. That was Jarman.
It was, yeah. Jarman on the grass. He gets back onto the track though, but drops down. It's all kicking off still at the front, because again, any one of these could take it. Back down the inside goes Harvey Roth, gets back into 2nd place. Keep an eye though, further behind. Everyone just trying to go for that move.
Charlie King into P2. Yep. Harvey Roth opened the door past Whittingham.
Wow.
And King capitalised past them both. Lask now has a half-second lead. They're going to see the last lap board next time around. Through the Mike Wilson complex, we begin lap number 16. It is Lask, King, Roth, Whittingham, the top 4. Whitten is 5th with Garford in 6th. on the back. Charlie King to the inside. From the back of the grid to P1, but Lask fights back, wheel to wheel, side by side onto the bridge. Oh, Lask squeezed him wide and retakes the lead. Here comes Harvey Roth. And look at this, to the inside is Witten. Right down the outside now goes Lee Whittingham. Whittingham, side by side for third. He's going to get squeezed wide. No, the number 10 driver just about hangs on. It's Lask backing them up into the second hairpin. Roth, 3 wide, Roth in the middle. King round the outside. Lee Whittingham has dropped back a little bit. Here comes Aaron Lask, Charlie King. Oh, Lee Whittingham gets squeezed wide again into Bobby Game corner. Lask is still there. Charlie King holding off. Oh, this driver's spinning further back. But up at the front, Aaron Lask for the first time and breaking a winless streak for Precision Racing that goes back to 2019. Aaron Lask takes the win. Charlie King is second. What a drive from Charlie King. Harvey Roth on the podium in third position. 0.3 of a second separates the top 3 finishes. Unreal. Chris Whitten comes home in 4th. Alfie Garford is 5th. Kian Bennett is 6th. Michael Cornell 7th. Lee Whittingham in 8th position. 9th is Kai Springfield. Luke Jarman 10th. And Ashton Cox, Alvin Chui, Adam Sparrow, Jessica Fitch Hall and Andrew Platt. Liv Jenkins sadly failed to finish. I can tell you that at the end of 16 laps, 3.3 seconds separated the top 11 finishers. What a race. There is a look at Aaron Lask. Well, it was not the best way to end the pre-final for Aaron. Here's Harvey Roth. He takes another podium finish. That would be his 4th British Championship podium. And there's some congratulations. Great sportsmanship there. Charlie King is up and out of his cart to congratulate Aaron Lask. Charlie King, well, with a sort of a hastily repaired kart, the Classic Motorsport team taking a win in juniors and a second in the seniors. Tim Wilson Motorsport on the podium with Harvey Roth. There's Charlie King. That is Charlie's best ever British Championship result. He's had a trio of third place finishes and now he gets a second place to go with it. The next race is due to start, the last race today will due to start at 4:10. So there will be time for Anthony to get a word with I'm sure will be a rather exhausted winner. So he's on his way down to the pit lane now. And the drivers, the spectators and the family members, the guests out watching a great afternoon's racing on thankfully the rain has stayed away and it's been a very pleasantly warm spring afternoon here in Lincolnshire. There are 1 or 2 drivers that are a little bit hot under the collar, has to be said. But Anthony will be speaking to 2 of the happiest people in the paddock, well, some of the happiest people in the paddock, Aaron Lask, Charlie King and Harvey Roth. Well, just because you haven't entered the British Championship yet, you still could enter the championship and join the fun. Who would want to be part of the TKM classes here in the Motorsport UK Wera Tools British Kart Championship when they provide action like that? And there's 1 race to go. It's Junior X30, but before we get to that event, we will speak to our winning driver, the newest winner of the British Championship paddock, Aaron Lask.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down in Parc Fermé with our race winner, and I've got to say, well, Aaron Lask, you made that kart look, well, about 5 times wider than it actually is in that final.
Yeah, it was a bit of a struggle. It's hard to lead from the front here. They were catching, they were pushing. I didn't really have enough top speed, but as soon as I see a couple of minutes ago, I just thought I'd hop on the bar line, try and make it as wide as possible, and it worked. So.
It's a solid race all the way throughout the field. It was a little bit scary at the start of the first start of that race, obviously with the red flag, but to come through, you know, nerves not becoming the better of you.
Yeah, no, a little bit worried at the end, and I was just trying to hold on. But me and Charlie got a bit close at the end. We went around the corner, and he was going to give up first, and I didn't. So happy days.
It was about 12 of you between 2 seconds nearing the end of that race, so a lot of pressure on your shoulders. But you come away with a race win. Congratulations. Who would you like to thank?
I'd just like to thank Precision Racing. Got the car absolutely mint. It was just rapid all weekend. Like for my dad, he didn't give up on me this whole time. He knew we were going to do it. We've had a pretty bad weekend, so to get there, it's pretty good. So yeah, and a big thank you to my sponsor as well, David Smiths.
Well, brilliant stuff. We'll see you on the podium a little bit later on. Congratulations.
Cheers.
Excellent. Let's chat to our second place driver, Charlie King. Charlie, again, for Class of Motorsport, another podium for the team. And what a result for you, I think. Is that your best result as well in the British?
I think so, yeah. So I got 2 thirds last season, so yeah.
So your first second. Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you.
Tough old race out there, and talk us through that one because, well, like you were saying, 12 drivers all battling away. That looked way harder than it looked.
Yeah, I mean, we come from the last row on the grid, and it wasn't that easy. We dropped back to dead last at one point, I think, because we got in some collisions, and then as soon as I started battling, I thought, just get my head down, keep going, and then saw the opportunity on the outside, going on top of the bridge. I think I did like 2 or 3 there, and then started picking them off one by one, had a little nip at the lead. Didn't quite pay off, but there's many more rounds to go. So,
well, TKM is probably one of the oldest classes that's still running in modern day karting. Would you say this was a great incentive for drivers to get involved in it?
Oh, 100%. I mean, who doesn't want to race like that? Hard and fair racing, and that's all you want, really.
Well, we'll let you celebrate with the team, and we'll see you on the podiums a little bit later on.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Charlie King finishing that race in P2. Let's bring in Harvey Roth, who joins us. Well, a third-place finish, probably the smiliest man on the grid, but is that the result you were looking for, P3?
No, it wasn't a result I was looking for, but I think I ought to try out a different position on the podium for once. But no, it was a really good race. Aaron did a great job defending, couldn't get past him, so I'm happy with the results there. I think we'll come out the championship this weekend leading, so I can be happier, really.
Nailed the starts on both attempts on that one as well, sweeping to the inside line. But yeah, again, a tough old race out there. The first round of the championship is always a tough one, but you come away with a good spot. Are you feeling confident though for the rest of the season?
Yeah, I'm feeling really confident. I'm quite comfortable with the tracks we've got, and I think I can perform really well and hopefully carry on leading the championship to the end.
Well, you round out the first podium of the year with a P3, so congratulations. Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank my dad firstly for being awesome on the spanners, Tim Wilson for all the help getting me to this point, Ollie Varney for the great driver coaching all weekend, really helped me out, and my main sponsor M2 Computing for making this possible.
Well, brilliant. Congratulations. We'll see you on the podium a little bit later on.
See you later. Thank you.
Excellent stuff there from our top 3. The day is nearly done. One more race to go. We'll take a short break, though. Before that, it's coming up. It's Junior X30.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. One race to go. The final race of the day here at PF International, the opening round of the 2023 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. It is the biggest field of the day. It is Junior X30. Pole position, Macaulay Bishop for Dan Holland Racing, Fred Green for Jamie Green Racing on the outside of row number 1. Ewan Charman for Argenti Motorsport and Taylor Orridge for the Croc Promotion team on row 2. Kenzo Craigie for Argenti Motorsport and Lewis Bird for Croc Promotion start on row number 3. Zach Green and Harry Bartle are on row 4. Oliver Stilp and Harrison Mackey go from row number 5. Cian Geraghty and Lewis Islin share row number 6. On row 7 we have Thomas Min Spearing and Riley Cranham with Rocco Shenton and Eden Spanswick on row number 8. David McIntyre and Hardy Mamasi share row number 9. The top 20 rounded up by Samuel Branston and Toby Gale. George Quartermain and Austin Gale share row 11. Ollie Rands and Joseph Smith on row number 12. Isaac Phelps and Jensen Graham start from row 13. Henry Carter and Flynn McDermott on row 14. Alexander Savinkov and Monde Junior Canini on row number 15. Row 16, Morgan Moore and Freddie Lloyd. Tristan Powell and Cathal Clark round out the starting lineup. Although I'm not sure if Cathal Clark has gone out. I think we might be down to 33 drivers. Lots of good luck messages from Macaulay Bishop, from Kitty, watching back home. She would be here, but the motorhome failed its MOT, I'm told, so she's stuck home watching the Alpha Live YouTube channel. But don't worry, Mason is busy mechanicking for Macaulay and making sure that Ian, Macaulay's dad, isn't getting up to any mischief. Macaulay, meanwhile, is doing the business out on track. 33 drivers, 15 minutes. This is the finale to the opening weekend of the British Karting Championship of 2023. It's Dan Holland Racing versus Jamie Green Racing on the front row of the grid. Lights are out. We're off and racing here at PF International into turn number 1. It's a great start for Macaulay Bishop. Now, hold your breath. 33 karts go under the bridge. 33 karts emerge, all facing the right way. It is Fred Green up in a second, and Ewan Charman. The Charmander has made an excellent start to maintain third. Oh, a couple of karts coming together. Rocco Shenton is amongst them. Hardy Massey for Evolve Motorsport, I think, might be one of the others. Just coming off the bridge there. They both dropped down towards the rear of the field. It wasn't Hardy Massey. It was one of the other Evolve Motorsport karts. Oh, actually, it possibly was Hardy Massey. So 2 potential podium finishers already dropping to the back, but critically both still in the race, and neither of them they've lost positions, but they've not been dropped by the rest of the field. Alexander Savinkov, the Ukrainian driver for Argenti Motorsport there, a little bit slow away as well. He has dropped down to the back of the field. But at the end of lap number 1, it's driver number 4, Dan Holland Racing's Macaulay Bishop leading the way, as the rest of the field stream across the start-finish line to complete the opening lap. Well, Anthony, Macaulay Bishop leads at the moment. I have a feeling, though, it's not going to stay that way for very much longer.
Well, it's not been that way for the entirety of the weekend, really, has it? It's been chopping and changing all the way throughout. We've had different race winners. He did take a heat win during the weekend so far as a change for second place. As Fred Green goes through, Taylor Orridge trying to get through, failing to do so, stays there in P4. Ewan Charman down into third place now. All of them running slightly wide there, using all the track available to them. And again, just keeping an eye on it. Now, the gap is 0.2 of a second. If nothing happens, once again, and they start working together, that gap will 100% close down, as Riley Cranham, the number 18, receiving a 5-second time penalty so early on in the race. I suspect start infringement.
Yep, that would be out of the tram lines before they got to the start signal. But Bishop, Green, then the first the Argenti karts, Charman. Oh, there's a move. Fred Green surprising Macaulay Bishop. He didn't want to hang about. He made his move at a place where perhaps Macaulay Bishop wasn't expecting it. And now Macaulay Bishop has been shuffled back, not to second, not to third, not to fourth, but all the way back to 5th position.
Yeah, and there you can see Taylor Orridge on the full defensive there, going into hairpin 2 to keep Bishop behind, and has successfully done just that. Lewis Bird, though, with the fastest lap of the race in the Kart promotion. Currently see him in the back of shot just there, trying to get through. But down in P6 at the moment, as they all now try to negotiate their way through. It was Lewis Bird who was defending from Macaulay Bishop. So across the line they go. Then you can see here, look at that, Fred Green, fastest lap of the race as well on that one. Had the momentum all the way. Oh, sorry, Zach Green with the fastest lap of the race now. I got confused, but Zach Green all the way down the field, actually. Where's Zach Green? He is currently... Oh, no, it's Freddie Lloyd now with the fastest lap of the race. So 3 different fastest laps on that one lap, and a change for the lead.
Speaking of different, Anthony, we've now got a different kart leading this train as Charman goes past Green with Orridge in third. Bishop fourth, then Bird, Stilp, Oliver Stilp, Kenzo Craig, Kian Garrity, Harry Bartle and Harrison Mackie are top 10. Zach Green running at 11th. Then it's Islin, Spanswick, Cranham, Minspearing, Austin Gale. Don't forget we've got Austin and Toby Gale all the way from Thailand. Here racing for the first time in the UK. Austin Gale up into 16th position. Monday Junior Canini, after that terrible accident at the end of the pre-final, has already gained a lot of ground, 13 places he's up. into 17th position. And Freddie Lloyd, the biggest mover in the field, he is up 14 places to 18th spot.
Yes, indeed. So 10 minutes to go, or 11 minutes to go, plus that one lap. Zach Green again, fastest lap of the race, just showing that the pace is all the way throughout this field. Over the bridge they go, down the hill, and again, are we going to see any lunges down in towards hairpin number 1 this time? Yes, we are, from Taylor Orridge, and immediately following is Macaulay Bishop, eyeing an opportunity to gain a position, and he does so. Fred Green now down into P4, and Bishop down the inside at hairpin 2 goes podding side by side with Orridge. Orridge checks over the shoulder, and Bishop gains the corner, and Fred Green follows, chopping and changing all the way throughout. Now the rest of the field is close in once again.
Look at that trio of mad karts. The number 66 of Orridge, the number 24 of Bird, the 43 of Oliver Stilp, all circulating in the waters behind the top 3, Charman, Bishop and Fred Green. It's now Lewis Islin who sets the fastest lap of the race. On to the banking we go with 10 minutes remaining. We start lap number 6 already. And Fred Green passes Bishop for second, and that was Orridge having a little nibble at the inside of Bishop. Bishop shakes his head. Well, I've got to say, Macaulay, you were a little bit forceful when you were passing Orridge a lap ago, and Taylor is simply returning the favour with interest. Oh, and we got 2 Crocs snapping their teeth together there, and one of them make it to the grass. Oh, there's going to be an awful lot of new contenders battling the race lead. Up over the curb goes one of the Croc carts. That was Harry Bartle now joining the party.
Yes, it is indeed, and he's actually managed to squeeze his way through, the same as the rest of the field just behind there. Zach Green getting involved in this one as well. Kenzo Craig is in there, Keane Garrett is in there, Harrison Mackey's in there as well. So there's big changes all the way throughout this field, but crucially, a breakaway though. The top 2, Charman leads from Green, still comfortably from Orridge, Bishop, Bird, Bartle, Mackey, Craigie, Garrity and Stilp, Oliver Stilp, in P10. The top 10 separated by 3.4 seconds.
And you have the feeling that gap is going to close, but all depends on, well, the more that these drivers continue battling for the lower positions in the top dozen. That's Kenzo Craigie in kart number 44, elbowing one of the karts aside. I think that was Oliver Stilp in the number 43 kart, just getting sort of shuffled wide onto the grass blocks. They're all battling, and that is allowing Charman and Green to pull away ever so slightly. Here comes another move from an Argenti kart. That is the number 76 of Thomas Min-Spearing.
Oh, and round he goes.
Oh, I was to say, Thomas Min-Spearing was making a move there. Oh, no, that was Min-Spearing, getting sort of interlocked with one of the many Croc Promotions karts in this race.
Yeah, Oliver Stilp.
Oliver Stilp going down. So, again, rookie driver Oliver Stilp, and drops to 24th position. Somehow, we've got all 33 drivers that started this race still running, Anthony. Cathal Clark didn't go out.
Right, so, well, let's collect our thoughts now. 7.5 minutes to go, and Charman still leads 0.3 of a second from Fred Green. Another 0.2 further down is Bishop, who's back up into 3rd place now with that fastest lap of the race. Orridge still there in 4th from Bird and Bartle. Mackey now into 7th place. There's a warning going out to Oliver Stilp.
Well, that was for getting entangled with Thomas Min-Spearing at the Mike Wilson complex a lap ago. Here we go, side by side, just in front of this group. Was that...
that looked like Fred Green trying to go for the move there for the race lead.
It was, and now Fred Green does make the move, and look at Bishop trying to tuck into 2nd place to capitalise on Fred Green. Does the work, opens the door. Macaulay Bishop nips through like an uninvited guest at the house party.
Yes, indeed, gets it done. Now checks over the shoulder just to make sure, dives to the inside straight away, using that momentum, not losing any of it, and look at that, Fred Green down from 1st to 4th. In the space of one corner. Now again, chops and changes, fights back for 3rd place, gets back down the inside of Taylor Orridge. Keep an eye, though, as Lewis Bird is trying to now close in on this group. Still 6.5 minutes left of this race, and they're all leaving it to the final race of the day, aren't they? The group behind as well, though, Bartle, Mackey, Islin, Garrity, Green, Kenzo Craigie, Monday Junior Canini as well, all in that group wanting to close in, and they will close in if they keep scrapping like this.
You know, Anthony, we've said a couple of times that when PFI holds the last round of the British Championship, it's the best racing we see all year.
Yeah.
Because people are putting it all on the line for a British Championship. Sometimes when you see PFI hosting the opening round of the British Championship, it can be a little bit more sedate because drivers are thinking long term. They're thinking, oh, well, you know what? If I don't win this round, I want to just make sure I come second or third. I'm not going to risk it all because that means that my championship starts on the back foot.
Yeah.
It has not been like that today.
No.
Every single drive in every class has gone absolute hell for leather in their bid, and you know, it's a testament. Okay, we've had a couple of incidents and accidents, and I want to touch all forms of wood now, just to make sure, because we've still got 5 minutes to go, but we've had the majority of the drives have come on. We had a couple of accidents, but everyone's brought them home safely, the majority of it.
Yes, yeah, exactly that. So keep an eye on it now. That gap's opened up a little bit here now. Bishop, gap of 0.4 of a second as Charman back down the inside. Green fights back. Now Charman under pressure from Bird. Bird still there in P4. Orridge in P5, and now the communication here, he was saying, no, work with me, and Charman was like, no, work with me.
Not. Now, Dan Holland Racing, normally Dan Holland Racing has got the line. Oh, sorry, there we go, that was a lunge.
No, this is not what they want to do now, because look at that gap, it's just increasing. Bishop's just going to drive away with this one. There's 4.5 minutes left. They've got to be careful here. They've got to start working together. Stop squabbling.
Yep, Bishop is waving bye-bye because they've only got 2 drivers here in the whole paddock. Normally they've got about 157 in like a 4-mile-long awning out in the paddock. Only 2 drivers they're working out. One of the garages here at PFI, Marcus Lutzio's already been on the podium. Can Macaulay Bishop go in better and take a win? At the moment, with 4 minutes to go, the rest of the Junior X30 field are gifting. They're wrapping it up in shiny paper and presenting the win to Macaulay Bishop, because as they squabble over second, Bishop checks over his shoulder, head down, wagons roll.
Indeed, and again, more changes here. Taylor Orridge back down the inside, and now everyone gets involved. Bartle gets through as well. Now Mackie, Islin, Garrity and Green are all involved in this battle. Zach Green, of course, Fred Green still there. Up the further order and round, and there's Karts off.
3 of them. Oh my word! Some evasive action there. Wow, that was Lewis Islin in the red and white Birrell ART kart, just turning around. One of the Fusion karts. It's the number 10 kart of Zach Green involved, and another driver with the nose cone off the kart, driver in a little bit of a discomfort. It's Harry Bartle. Bartle sat in the kart. I'm watching now on the screen. He is getting up and out of the kart and walking away. I think obviously it's maybe a tweak the wrist or something like that, more upset than anything else. Once again, the marshals and the race directors on the scene very quickly. We have got 2 3/4 minutes to go. That has separated the field quite a bit. We've now got Bishop leading by 3/4 of a second over Fred Green. Lewis Bird in 3rd. Orridge is 4th. There he is, Orridge in kart number 66. Now we've got Ewan Charman in 5th. Harrison Mackey is 6th. Cian Geraghty for the MDL Motorsport team is in 7th. Then, from the back of the grid, Mondi Junior Canini up into 8th place. Kenzo Craigie is 9th. And Riley Cranham rounding out the top 10. Jensen Graham, Austin Gale, Freddie Lloyd, Hardy Mamasi and Joseph Smith are next.
Still big movers as well, further down as well, as including those. Morgan Moore's up 13 places into P18. Tristan Powell also up into P23rd.
And that was Lewis Bird passing Fred Green for second place.
Fred Green fights back though. Sorry, Henry, and nearly collecting each other on the bridge. And look, checks over the shot. I'll be like,
what are you doing?
Let's not do that again. Let's work together now.
I mean, every driver, once they made the move, then they want to work together.
Yeah.
They're not quite as happy working together when they're the driver you're behind, following. Strange, that.
Funny, that, yeah.
Yeah, almost the teenagers for you.
Oh, dear.
Always contrary. And Macaulay Bishop, meanwhile, there's a great move again from Fred. Well, the chance for the win, I think, is gone. We've got still a minute to go. Bishop is away and cruising. Orridge has timed it really well into second place. The fight is now on for that final podium position. Jamie Green Racing have already had one podium with Will Green in Water Swift. Now they're looking for their second podium with Fred Green in Junior X30.
Yes, indeed. So, like we're saying, we see this so often, and again, as those two scrap away for third place, it's bringing everyone back into it. Ewan Charman's coming back into the play now as he goes down the inside. There's Mackie, though. Contact between the two of them, and Charman goes wide. Mackie goes through at hairpin 1.
Harrison Mackie, he's got his older brother Lewis mechanicking for him in the Fusion Motorsport team. I asked Lewis to make it, he goes, "Is he listening to you?" And Lewis looked at me and goes, "Sometimes." Not quite sure that was part of the plan. He's gained the position at the moment, but he's now got a very riled up Lewis Bird, Cian Geraghty and Ewan Charman right behind him as Harrison Mackie moves into P4. Cranham 8th, Canini 9th, Kenzo Craigie rounding out the top 10 as we cross the line now. Orange 1.08 seconds as the clock, Anthony, strikes 0.
Yes, it has. So that gap now has actually come down. Taylor Orridge has closed it by a whisker. It is still 1 second, so
it's gonna take
Bishop
Macaulay
just needs to cruise here.
Yeah, but the only person that can beat Macaulay Bishop now is Macaulay Bishop, I have to say. Because if Macaulay checks over his shoulder, he will see that he doesn't need to defend. And we haven't seen him look over his shoulder, but then again, the camera hasn't been following him exclusively, so he may have missed it. But Bishop will be well aware. Situational awareness is perfect with Macaulay Bishop. So he will know, I don't need to defend. I don't need to slow myself down. Just run my normal racing line. Orridge will not catch me because he will see the last lap board go out now. He checks over to, there was the glance we saw. He knows that he doesn't have to defend. Orridge is not going to get within striking distance. It's going to be close. Orridge is really pushing it. And Fred Green hanging on to a place on the podium, Anthony.
Yes, he really is. Let's keep an eye on that gap as they go through. Eyes still on the battle, though. Further back, Fred Green holding on to third place. You can see there, Mackie furious with Charman as they're still scrapping for position. Mackie to the outside here through hairpin 1. Can't hold the position. Now Taylor Orridge, Lewis Bird goes down the inside there. Taylor Orridge still in second place and closing in. The gap still 4. And there's a look over his shoulder. That's closed in quite dramatically.
Did I speak too soon? Orridge is throwing everything bar the kitchen sink at Macaulay Bishop. Are we going to see a last corner lunge? Is Orridge close enough? The answer is no, not quite close enough. Macaulay Bishop for Dan Holland Racing comes out of the final corner and takes the win in Junior X30. Taylor Orridge a fine second place, and it's yet another podium for Fred Green and the Jamie Green Racing Team. This has been their best ever day in the British Championship, and I think Uncle Tyrone, one of the Uncle Tyrone clan, Henry Gregory, has been doing a bit of driver coaching in there for them as well. That is their best day in the British Championship so far. Lewis Bird into P4. Cian Geraghty rounds out the top 5 for Mark and Dave Litchfield, with Harrison Mackie for Fusion Motorsport 6th. Then the Argenti Motorsport team, then Ewan Charman. Fast Freddie Lloyd gains 24 places to go from 32nd to 8th. What a drive for Freddie Lloyd. 9th is Kenzo Craigie. Mondi Junior Canini from 30th to 10th. Another storming drive for the Fusion Motorsport driver. Riley Cranham, Hardy Mamasi were next up. Jensen Graham and Joseph Smith round out the top 14. Lewis Islin after his spin in 15th position. Then it's Austin Gale, Morgan Moore, Samuel Branston, Toby Gale, Alexander Savinkov, Thomas Min-Spearing, Ollie Rands, Eden Spanswick, David McIntyre, Tristan Powell in 25th position. George Quartermain was next. Isaac Phelps, Flynn McDermott and Rocco Shenton, with Oliver Stilp finishing 30th. Henry Carter was 31st, and after all that, the only 3 drivers who failed to finish were Harry Bartle and Zach Green, while Cathal Clark failed to start. Macaulay Bishop will take a narrow 5-point championship advantage into the second. There he is. He is now, he's won races in IAME Cadet, Micro Max, Mini X30, Junior X30 and Junior Rotax. He has won rounds of the British Kart Championship in 5 different classes, more than anybody else in the modern era of the British Championship. But we're going to go down to speak. Anthony's going to be going to speak to the top 3 in a short while, and that will. Please don't go away. We'll hear from the winning drivers. A big thank you to everyone tuning in on the live stream. Please, go back and share this coverage amongst your families and friends. That would be much appreciated indeed. And obviously, a big thank you to the marshals and the medical team here at Paul Fletcher International. They've been called into action several times today, but they have answered the call perfectly on every occasion. And hopefully that, Sam John's the only driver that was a little bit in the back of an ambulance. I think he walked to the ambulance that was a little bit all shook up, shall we say. He's okay as well. But for the last time today, Anthony Jordan has our top 3 down in the pits.
3, 2. Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down in Parc Fermé here with our race winner, Macaulay Bishop. Congratulations, first round of the season, coming away with a race win. Did you expect it?
No, I know it was fast the whole weekend, like putting in solid results. But in the final it was a bit harder, I think. I got shuffled back a bit, but managed to make my way through. And then going to the lead, got a little bit of a gap, and then just managed it nicely.
It was 4th in the championship last year, and you start the season with a win. Is the plan to go for that number 1?
Yeah, hopefully, just how the season turns out. So, going to lots of different tracks, so I should be quite good at a few of them, so, yeah.
You're a lone DHR driver in your category. You've only got Marcus Zizio's in the other class as well here, so not many of you. So, data has been quite thin?
Yeah, but, my pace this weekend, I didn't really need it, so that was, lucky, I think.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my dad for mechanicking, Grass for the power, and Daryl for the setups.
Well, brilliant. Congratulations, Macaulay Bishop. We'll see you on the podium a little bit later on.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Let's bring in our second place driver, Taylor Orridge. Well, I'm sure there are many of your fans at home watching this one and thinking congratulations to you. P2 on that one, a solid result.
Yeah, it was good. There was just a lot of hacking at the start. Obviously, Macaulay got a big gap. And then when we got through the hack, we just started getting those consistent laps in to try break away.
Well, I mean, again, a tough race all the way throughout. There was battles that actually kicked off quite a lot in the middle as well of that race, as well as the end. Can you talk us through some of the best bits?
Yeah, well, I thought everyone was going to start working together, but then there was just loads of jostling. Everyone wanted to go first. And then, well, Macaulay just got a big gap, and he played his cards right. He got the move done well, and he just got that gap.
When you see a gap like that opening up for the race lead, does it get a bit frustrating wanting to get to the front and that's where the time really gets lost instead of working together?
Yeah, well, I was just being really calm about it. I didn't really want to shaft anyone and just started pushing with everyone, but then everyone just started battling, so I thought I just had to get to the front, and then that's when I got my gap.
Well, it's still a solid result with P2. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Of course, Garage for the motors, everyone in Croc who just helped me over the weekend, and that's about it.
Solid result. We'll see you on the podium, P2, there for Taylor Orridge. Let's bring in Fred Green. Come on over, Fred. Well, again, we saw Will on the podium earlier on today, now yourself. It's been a solid weekend for the Jamie Green team.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. First few podiums for the team, so that's always a bonus, but could have been better in both classes, I think. Had the pace to, but not quite good enough in the final.
Still a solid way to start the season, coming away with a podium on the first round. Is that a nice incentive for the rest of the season?
Yeah, definitely. I think we have pace around every track, so I think we're just getting started, really.
Yeah. Of course, next round's coming up in a few weeks' time, and is it a track that you're looking forward to?
Is it GYG?
Believe so.
Yeah, it should be good around there. I think we'll be all right around everywhere, really.
Yeah. Well, anyone you'd like to thank?
Jamie Green Racing, Aventus Power, and my mechanic, Andy.
Well, solid result. We'll see you on the podiums a little bit later on. Congratulations, though, to Fred Green. And again, for all of our drivers who finished this one on the podium. Hezza, come on in, lad. First round back, season started.
Boom.
Boy, I'm looking forward to the next one.
You know, what a great way to start proceedings. Again, a little bit of uncertainty over some of the new classes. I've got to say that Water Swift, for those that doubted the Water Swift class, those doubts can be put to bed because the racing was excellent. Lots of different teams in action, lots of different chassis, lots of different engine tuners. It's not just a two-team battle. We saw some great racing today. We saw Oliver Rowland Motorsport. They've broken their victory drought. We saw Classa Motorsport. They've taken a win. We saw Jamie Green Racing ascend to main contenders in the British Championship after several years of being nearly there but not quite. It's a really mixed up season. The TKM classes, if you haven't entered the TKM classes, that was the best advertisement for TKM racing. Get your entries in, you can still do it. It's been great to be back aboard. Our 4th season together. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Yep. A lot of racing to go. Can't wait to, you know, be part of it all. We've got a couple of guest commentators this year as well to spice things up because, you know, variety is the spice of life and all that. But yeah, great way to start the Wera Tools Motorsport UK 2023 British Championship season.
It is indeed, and we are back in 2 weeks' time. You can catch us at Kimbolton for KZ2.
And other classes, not just KZ2.
I believe it's just KZ2.
Really? Just KZ2?
I think so.
Lovely. Hope there's lots of them.
Ooh, indeed.
Marvellous.
See you there.
Bye.